Good evening, everyone. Hello and welcome along to the Sports Corner Live. We are back once again for another live watch along on the channel. As always, don't forget, if you're new, as always, don't forget to leave a like and subscription. It is greatly appreciated for those of you that are watching live or on the replay. The darts is back. For those of you that have never been on this channel before, I will say before we start tonight's action at the Ladbrokes Masters, for those of you that are jumping into this stream and are expecting a live stream of the actual games, I put it as a pinned message in the chat. We're not showing the games live on this channel. That is because of copyright reasons. So I am just saying that as a warning just before we do get into these games tonight, because I don't want you guys to come in here expecting it's going to be a live watch along of the actual games and having to desperately scroll and find another stream. So I will say that with a little bit of hindsight in mind. So for those of you jumping in, I do apologise, but it is a watch along. And of course, for those of you expecting it to be shown on this channel, well, copyright, unfortunately, is a bit of a burden. But we've got plenty of action tonight. It's been 3 weeks since the World Championship. And, well, what a 3 weeks it's been. It's been a long 3 weeks for us darts fans. We've been desperately waiting for any sort of darting action. And here we are once again at the, I was about to say the World Championship. We're not at the World Championship. Of course, we're back at Milton Keynes, behind closed doors, with plenty of action to come tonight. 4 hours and 8 games to come. We'll talk about those games in just a moment's time. But, as you can see on the screen, if you want to keep up to date with our social media, at the _top corner, you'll be able to see when I go live. And we also have a brand new website, which we have just launched in the last couple of days. So I highly do recommend checking that out. There's plenty of darts content on there. It's thesports-corner.com. Well worth checking us out. But how are we doing? I'm back. This is it. It's been a long time since we've had the darts. Let me just sort something out for a second, because I kind of want to take that off the screen. But welcome along to all of you. I am really looking forward to tonight's action at the World Darts Championship. As I said, 3 weeks ago is when we were last here, watching Gerwyn Price in an incredible game against Gary Anderson. And well, it was an incredible tournament, wasn't it? Plenty of action, plenty of drama, and plenty of really good moments. And although this isn't going to live up to the hype of a World Championship, it's the first real bit of action that we've got in 2021 that doesn't, of course, involve the Ali Pali. We've got 8 games to come tonight. The order of play is on the right-hand side of your screen. On the bottom right will be an updating kind of tally of what's going on. So I'm going to get that up on the side, of course, so you guys can see what's going on. But we've got brilliant games. So if you're new, I'm going to be live every single night over the weekend of the Ladbrokes Masters, reacting to the games that are going on. So do stick around on this channel, because today we did just reach 1,600 subscribers. To all of you that have subscribed, and for those of you that haven't yet, then it's highly recommended to subscribe to the channel. But a big thank you for getting us up to 1.6k followers. It is greatly appreciated. Now, I am going to be a little bit further behind than usual. That is because I am watching this on the ITV hub for you UK viewers. So you will see a kind of everything a little bit further ahead than I do. But we've got 8 games to come up today. Ian White is going to be taking on Mensur Suljovic. That is game number 1 of the night. Of course, Mensur Suljovic certainly got himself in a bit of a tangle at the Ali Pali a few weeks ago against Gary Anderson. We've got the Premier League champion, that is Glenn Durrant. He's going to be taking on Mervyn King. Brilliant game that one's going to be tonight. The king of the floor, that is Mervyn King. Can't wait to see how he does against, of course, the Premier League champion Glenn Durrant. Match 3 sees dancing Dimitri Vandenberg. He's going to be taking on Chris Dobey, who's been out of form in this past year. We've got a repeat of that 3rd round fixture between Christoph Ratajski and Simon Whitlock. We saw Ratajski whitewash Whitlock not too long ago there. We've also got a repeat of the quarter-final of the Masters, which saw Michael Smith taking on Adrian Lewis. That's going to be an interesting game to watch. Gurney, he'll be facing Jeffrey Deswan, which will be an interesting game to watch as well. Jeffrey Deswan, a little bit out of form quite recently. It'll be interesting to see how he does. And then we've got Jose de Sousa. He'll be taking on Johnny Clayton. De Sousa, the master of the miscounts, takes on the World Cup of Darts winner, alongside, of course, his compatriot Gerwyn Price. And then the final game of the night, I think probably one of the best games of round 1. Joe Cullen is coming up against the semi-finalist Stephen Bunting. That is going to be a brilliant game to watch, of course. Stephen Bunting doing fantastically well at the Ali Pali. Joe Cullen, the last time we saw him was in that thriller of a game not too long ago, which was against, of course, Michael van Gerwen, which he lost out very, very disappointingly. But I am not the best when it comes to darts, so I do apologise in that respect. But one thing I'm good at is a nice drink, and it's become a theme of the channel that we do tend to drink while we have the darts on. And if any of you are regulars, you'll remember that I kind of maybe got a little bit too wasted when we did the last stream. Had a lot of pink gin. This is still the pink gin bottle left from the World Championship. So we are going to devour that over the week. And we'll also, of course, have a few other drinks at the side as well. No doubt we'll probably get thrashed by the end of Sunday night. But do drink along. Do sit back and relax. Because this is going to be a very, very good game. Now, I've got a bit of a problem here. Because I've just realised that the scoreline is miles ahead of my stream. I'm still currently on the first leg and way behind, and it's kind of a bit of a worry, to be honest, because it's like 30 seconds behind from what I can see on the screen, and I kind of don't want to sit here and commentate on a game where you guys will see everything ahead. So I'm going to try and sort that out in a second. But let's have a quick look and see what you guys have been saying in the chat. Chris, how you doing, buddy? Hope you're good as always. He says, my predictions, he's going to go Ian White 6 for Suljovic. He's going to go Glenn Durrant 4, Mervyn King 6. Dimitri Vandenberg 6, Chris Dobey 2, Ratajski 6-5 against Whitlock, Adrian Lewis 6-5 against Michael Smith, which is an interesting shout actually. I do like that one. We've got Daryl Gurney 6, Jeffrey does 1-5, De Sousa 6, Clayton 5, and Cullen 6, Stephen Bunting 5. I do kind of think a lot of these games will go to last leg deciders. For those of you that aren't aware of how the Ladbrokes Masters works, it is best of 11 legs. Usually, it would only be 16 players participating in this tournament. It has been up to 24. So a little bit of a change of the system at the Ladbrokes Masters, which does mean, yes, we do get more games, but it also means we've got less legs now. I think it was best of 19 beforehand, so we do lose a fair few legs, but of course that is to make up for the extra 4 games that we have got. But Tubbsy's in the stream. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream as always. Good to see you. Legend says kind of new to darts championships. Well, this is the perfect place to learn because I'm learning on the go as well. Got into darts kind of 2 years ago now, but slowly learning as I go along. Cal's in the stream. How are you doing, Cal? Good to see you as always. Says, hey Josh, how are you this evening? I am fantastic. Now there's some darting action going on. Bloody missed it, I'll tell you that for sure. And then Austin's in the stream. How you doing, you legend? Good to see you as always, buddy. There's the gin. Drinks up, guys. Enjoy the stream. We do love some darting action. Honestly, missed it. Feels like ages ago since we watched that final between Gerwyn Price and Gary Anderson. And then Tubbs has put anyone doing a Stuttgart Mines watch along. If the darts wasn't on, we would have probably had a Stuttgart Mines watch along. I think Kieran D would have probably done it because he's a big Mines fan. But unfortunately, we haven't because you can't stream 2 streams at once, which is a real shame. I am going to try and sort out though here, just very quickly. The lag of this stream because I am really far behind and I don't like that, so give me 2 seconds here. But Chris has put the rules in the chat. He says first round is first to 6 legs, second round and quarterfinals is first to 10 legs, with the semi-finals and finals being first to 11. So of course we will see a lot of shorter games tonight to try and fill in those 8 games that we've got, which we should be done about 11 o'clock because Suljovic on my screen makes it one leg apiece even, which is why I'm so far behind because I can see on the screen both players down at 3-6-1, which is a bit frustrating. So I'm going to try and sort that out now as this game goes on. But do put your predictions in the chat. It would be nice to see what you guys think he's going to go on with these games. He's bloody kicked me off. 2 seconds here. Always does this. I'm going to have to watch it on a delay, aren't I? Which is going to be fun. Give me 2 seconds. Get that back up. Having a bit of a nightmare here to start off the night. When do we not have nightmares on this channel? Always technical issues. So give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to have to watch it on a delay, so I really do apologise about this. Not what I wanted to do, but I'm going to be miles behind you guys. I guess you get to see everything before me. I'll try and sort it out for tomorrow's stream or a little bit later on tonight, but just starting this game off here, I kind of want to talk about all the fixtures that we're going to see over the next few days because we've got some very good games to come. I think this first match in White against Suljovic is going to kind of lay down the law of what's going to happen over this next few days. Remember, Unfortunately, it's not the same length as the World Championship. We haven't got 3 weeks worth of matches to watch, which is a little bit disappointing, but we'll take 3 days at the very least. But you can quite clearly see already, we saw with Suljovic at the Ali Pali a few weeks ago, he had a horrible, horrible play style where he was, pretty much playing, I think it was 18 seconds per dart throw, which was just absolutely ridiculous in terms of how long it took him to throw. He's much, much quicker in this game already, and I think it was just a bit more of a tactic to stop Gary Anderson and frustrate him, and technically it worked to a certain extent, but he didn't get the win. But we've got loads of really, really good games. I mean, that second match tonight, Glenn Durrant against Mervyn King, is going to be a fantastic match to watch. I'm not going to look at this scoreboard because right now Suljovic is on for a 1-2-1 finish, gets the treble 17, so he's got 1 dart at the bull, which he doesn't get. In fact, I think he hits 14 in the end to leave himself down at, I think it's 36. So White here at 49. Suljovic at 36. The scoreboards are frozen. It's an absolute nightmare tonight. What a start. So double 16 here for Ian White. Misses his darts, which means there's a chance of 3 darts at double 18 for Suljovic to go 2-1 up on legs. And I think he probably will get it. First dart hits double 18, so he's got 2 at 9 here. He's got 1 at 9, just really, really close to the wire, that second dart. But the third dart does get in, and that's a big celebration there from Mensur Suljovic early on in this game. Good check out in the end, and I did think he was actually going to use the second dart he had at the double 9 to just try and get his third dart under it and just kind of tag off that second one and bounce bounce from the wire and in is what I wanted to say. And in fact, he's gone for the other side of the double 9, which is quite fairly impressive from him. Let's have a look at the chat, see what you guys are saying though. I've muted the commentary. Got to listen to Josh now. Well, very best of luck with that. He's got 4 hours of me, depending on what happens tonight. And in terms of who's ranked world number 1, it is currently Gerwyn Price, who won the World Championship against Gary Anderson a few weeks ago, which is a big, big result for him, of course. He's now the world number 1. And we'll see our top 8 players tomorrow night. Of course, they do get a bye into the second round, so we won't be seeing any of the likes of Michael van Gerwen and Gerwyn Price, Peter Wright, for example, until tomorrow. Of course, we will see the other ranked players tonight as well. Carl's put in the chat for my prediction. I'm going to go for Suljovic. He's going to go for King, Vandenberg, Adrian Lewis, Deswan, Clayton, and Cullen to win. And the game I'm most interested about tonight, and it's quite an interesting one, is the game between Adrian Lewis. I'm having a nightmare tonight already. The game between Michael Smith and Adrian Lewis. I think that'll be an interesting one tonight because both players coming into that match out of form. I mean, realistically, we were talking about Michael Smith playing awful when he played Jason Lowe a few weeks ago. As for Adrian Lewis, he had an absolute shocker in his match against Danny Baggish. Never really turned up in that game. And I think for both of those players, it's a really, really crucial start. The Masters, I kind of look at the Masters and I said it was the UEFA Super Cup of darts. It's coming off the back of a big tournament like the Champions League. It's not necessarily as big of a tournament, I think, as some of the other ones that go on, but it's still a very, very key moment for these darts players, It's the first tournament coming off the back of the Championship. You get that big couple of weeks break, which they don't usually get, I think. I think they've had an extra week's break. I think usually it's kind of a week early, but with COVID and things like that, everything's changed, hasn't it, realistically? But, they get that extra couple of weeks break, which is really key. A lot of time for them to practice. A lot of time for them to, really go over their throwing techniques, their checkouts. And I think we will see some different darts being chucked tonight from players. Maybe some different techniques. Of course, we heard Gary Anderson at the end of his World Championship run saying that, in his head, he was just looking at 2021. He wasn't focused on the World Championship. He was thinking about next year. And I think for a lot of players, they will be looking in the same vein and thinking, we'll look at this year and continue on in the same vein. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the chat up on the screen. And I'm going to put that there so I don't actually see what's going on, because I've got Streamlabs up right now and I can actually see everything that's going on in terms of the scoreboard, and it's kind of spoiling it for me as Suljovic goes 3-1 up on legs. But I think it's such a key tournament for revitalising players' form, because I think Chris Dobey is another example of a player who was out of form, didn't do well at the Ali Pali, and although he's got a tough game against Vandenberg, it's the perfect chance for him to show off, the last couple of weeks of practice and training that he's had. And I think we'll see a few interesting games tonight. Do tell me in the chat, what's the one game that you're looking forward to, as we might have the first 180 of the night here. In the end, Suljovic goes for 2 treble 20s and an outer bull, so unfortunately, we're not going to see a 180 yet, which is a bit of a shame. But I think we'll see a few of those tonight, that's for sure. Especially, I think, in Ratajski Whitlock, which will be a very good game to see how Whitlock's improved after that 4-0 drubbing from Ratajski a few weeks ago. But I can see your messages properly now in the chat, so I'll take that off so I don't spoil it for myself. Tubbs Support safe to say you're a fanboy then, Chris. My one to watch for this year is playing tonight. Jeffrey does one, of course. We said about that before, didn't we? At the Ali Pali. Didn't do necessarily well, did he, in terms of his finishing? In fact, I looked at the stats actually for Zwan, and I think it was less than 30% on his finishing in the game he played, which is shocking for a player of his standard. And he's got to do much better. Much, much better. But, I mean, that game against Gurney will look fairly tasty for him. When you look at the bracket, which we will look at after this game, there's some very favourable draws for some people. I think the one player I looked at who had a decent run, I'm pretty sure, was Vandenberg. I think he could potentially make it to the quarters, and then maybe face someone like a Van Gerwen. Oh, we've got a donation though. Harry has sent us a £1 donation. You absolute legend. How are you doing, buddy? Hope you're all good. Long time no see in terms of the darts. It feels like a long, long time since the beginning of the month. But a £1 donation from Harry. God bless your soul, you absolute legend. Drinks on Harry. God bless. God bless your soul, Harry. Guess who's back? It's a legend. Love you, honestly, Harry. God bless your soul. There's Ian White here. On for a 131 checkout. Gets the treble 20. Needs treble 13, which he doesn't get. So there's going to be no checkout here. Which means Suljovic at 186 leaves White with 3 darts at top. So plenty of opportunities here for White to make this 3-2 on legs. I've got to make sure I don't say sets here tonight. I'm so used to the set system at the Ali Pali that I'm going to say it a lot. But tops here for Ian White to make it 3-2. First dart just under the wire of the double 20. So he's got a chance here at the double 10 with 2 darts. Under the wire of the double 10. So 1 dart at double 5. And, well, he only needs 1 dart at the double 5. And going into the break, Ian White has made it 3-2 on legs. And it looked like for a moment there was a little opportunity in this game for Mensur Suljovic to just maybe push forward in this match. Maybe go even 4-1 up and make it look very, very hard for Ian White to get back into the game. But the Diamond has given himself a lifeline in this match. He's still behind on legs in this game, but he's got plenty of opportunities to get back into this match. Of course, realistically, right now, we've already played 5 legs. There's going to be 6 potential more to play here, depending on what happens. But pressure's on Ian White here. He has to get the next leg, or else Suljovic has a real opportunity to run away with things. But once again, a big thank you, Harry, for that £1 donation. You are an absolute legend. That bottle of gin, which was left from the Ali Pali, is going to be devoured probably by the end of the night at this rate. But just before we get back into the game, you might have noticed on the Sports Corner, we've had a little bit of a revamp. We're going to be changing up everything on the website. And that we've got a brand new logo, which has been made for us. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And we've got plenty of content as well, as we've tried to relaunch some new things, which you'll be able to see on the screen right now. We've got a brand new website. You can join us on thesports-corner.com. We've got plenty of darts content, which is available on the website, including a whole host of other sporting content if you're into your written form of stuff. So highly recommended to join us on our website. The link is in the description below, as always. And then if you want to keep up to date on when we're live, you can join us on Twitter, which is at @_topcorner. You'll be able to find out when we're live on the channel, as always. I said a moment ago about our website, which is thesports-corner.com. If you can't access our YouTube page, then go onto the website, because we will always have our videos live on the website too. And then if you are a fan of Instagram, we're also on Instagram too. _sportscorner_ is where you can access our Instagram page and find out when we're live, as always. So plenty of opportunities for social media pages for you to be able to check us out and see what we've got. And then for any of you which are wondering what's still to come on the channel over the next couple of weeks, then here is a quick look at what's to come before we talk about this game. Of course, tonight is the first round of action. I started a little bit early. Congratulations, got a bit more time with me. I am going to start, of course, around about 7:10 every night. There isn't going to be an Arsenal-Manchester United watch-along, unfortunately, so scrap that, forget about that there. It was planned, but we've had to change things up, which means I'll be back tomorrow night at 7:10. I won't be doing the afternoon session, unfortunately, because I've got such a busy calendar right now. It's unbelievable. And then, of course, the final, I'll be live from 7:10 on Sunday night. You don't want to miss that, of course. It's going to be brilliant to see what goes on there. And then straight after me, what a night of action. The Royal Rumble 2021. It'll be live with Rowan, Kieran D, and Kieran L will be popping in and out of the stream. Of course, what a fantastic Sunday night of action that is going to be. Plenty of stuff to come on the Sports Corner over the next few weeks. But just looking at that game a moment ago, as it currently stands, it is 3-2 to Mensa Suljovic. And as I said before, I think he's playing at a much better pace in this game. And when we actually look at the stats of this match so far, in terms of the actual averages, Mensa Suljovic is averaging 91.04 and Ian White is averaging 88.13. So not the best of games in terms of the stats. Averages-wise, in terms of the checkouts, 50% on checkouts for Mensa Suljovic, which is 3 out of 6 of these doubles. As for Ian White, only 2 out of 8 at doubles. We have had one 180, which I missed, which is a real shame indeed. But, well, interesting to see, of course, what goes on there as this game does continue on in a moment's time. But looking at your comments very quickly, Harry's put, sorry, it's only £1. Your boy's not made of money. Never complain. Never apologise for sending any money. Any money, I never tend to advertise super chats. They're always there if anybody ever wants to donate. But I never tend to advertise them. So honestly, a big thank you for any donation, whether it's a penny, 10p or £1. Any donations from you guys are always appreciated. It's always going to go back into the stream and make the content even better for you guys because you've always been here to support us. Carl's put, forgot to say, loving the new logo. It looks sharp and fresh. Honestly, big thank you. We're currently working on a project with uni. We've got some extra guys involved. You might have seen Simon from the Wrestling Corner. He's part of it. We're going to have a couple of other people join us on the channel as well. And we're absolutely blessed that one of the guys that's working with us, who's named Charlie, has got some fantastic people who make incredible graphic designs. And, well, we're quite lucky that we've had some new logos and stuff made for us. So, honestly, we're absolutely blessed. We've got some incredible people on our course. And we couldn't thank you guys enough as well. As we said, we're always looking to develop as a channel and improve. So, any support is always appreciated. Harry's put, Dobey all the way, comes from Newcastle. Hey, who knows? I would have liked to have seen Dobey versus Durrant for kind of like a time derby. Shame we're not going to get that. Chris has put, I'm rooting for Aspinall if you have to ask me. If you can choose a player to root for, I'm neutral really, but I like Aspinall. Well, usually, I would have gone for someone like Ryan Searle, but he's not in this competition. So if I'm going to root for a player, I'm rooting for Dimitri Vandenberg, if I'm being honest with you. I genuinely do think, Dimitri's got a very good run-in, which we'll look at the end of this game, of course, and see kind of what the running is looking like right now for all the players if they do get through to the next round. And in fact, for those of you that are wondering, who do they face if they get through tonight, then both of these guys will be facing, I believe, where is it? Nathan Aspinall in the next round. So no pressure. Going to be a very, very tough game, whoever does go through in the end. Carl's put, it's all right, Josh. Didn't want to listen to United lose to Arsenal anyway. Hey, you never know. Could be a good result for you, potentially, to bounce back from Sheffield United. And then Tubbs has put, I like the name Dobey. He's the house elf, right? Well, Whitey's got a chance here at a 56 checkout. Gets the 16 with 2 darts at tops. Got 1 dart at the double 10, just under the Y there. Again, from Ian White. Been fairly close tonight with his finishes. And he's actually missed the double 10 there. And I could exactly read what Diamond White said there on his lips. And I'm pretty sure he just said wanker. So a bit of reaction there from Ian White. And a big chance here for Suljovic. 3 darts at double 10 to take a 4-2 leg lead. And he does indeed. And that's going to put him in the driving seat to potentially go through to the next round. We have played 6 legs of the match. We're going into the 7th leg now. 8, 9, 10, 11, 5. Yeah, so if Suljovic wins the next 2, as we have our first 180 of the night, where is Paul Hinks? We'll have them back, please. There we go, 180 for the boys. Is he shouting it? Oh, he's not shouting it. Oh, that's Paul. There we go. And everything's set up for tonight as well. For second 180 of the game there for Ian White. He's on for a 9-darter, which would certainly be fantastic if we did get a 9-darter in the first match of the night. We'll have to find out. Hits the treble 20. Doesn't hit another one though, so we won't be seeing a 9-darter here, sadly. But 100 will certainly do. And it already puts Ian White, after 6 starts, down to... I'd like to see it if, they didn't show the stats on the screen. Down to 2-2-1 here, Ian White. Suljovic doing quite well. He's back at 2-6-5, but considering that we've had 2 ton pluses from Ian White, as he's about to hit another 100, which in fact he hits a 140 to leave himself down at 81. And he's going to have 6 starts here, depending on the score that Suljovic gets. Reminds me to turn down the volume when there's a 118 back. Jesus, have I got it too loud? Is he still going on? Let me turn that off. Is my thing crashed? What's going on here? Somebody tell me in the chat, by the way, is the 180 sound still going on? Because I believe it's crashed. It's not my night tonight, I'll tell you that for sure. White doesn't deserve to be in Premier League unless it has big run in this tournament. Well, the way it's going right now, he's against the wall. He's down to 25. Suljovic at 140 here. He's going to have to hit 2 treble 20s and a double 10. Be a brilliant, brilliant finish to put him 1 leg away from the second round. He's not going to get it, unfortunately, which means Ian White will be coming back at 25. And he's going to keep chasing Suljovic all the way here. He's going to hit the 17, which means he's going to go with 2 darts at double 4, 1 dart at double 2, and he doesn't get it. And well, this is a big chance in the match here. Mensur Suljovic, only at 80, needs treble 20, double 10 for a 5-2 lead and to go 1 leg away from the second round. He's going to hit 20, which means he's got 1 dart at top, and he doesn't get it. So a little bit of a let off there for Ian White. You guys saying in the chat it's not going on. I don't know why, but the sound still is coming up on mine. Let me just quickly... There we go. That'll stop it. Strange. I don't know what's going on tonight. Everything's bugged out. It's weird. So 3 darts here at double 2 for Ian White. He's got 1 dart left at double 1 after hitting the 2, and he doesn't get it. And well, he's left himself on an awkward score here. Ian White is down to 3. Mensur Suljovic at 40. And he gets the tops. And Suljovic, in a 5-2 lead, puts himself 1 leg away from the second round. And Ian White, who hasn't really realistically turned up in this game at all, is once again about to be knocked out in a TV tournament. And I think we say that quite often, that Ian White gets knocked out. And you can see in terms of the actual success of darts at doubles, 50% for Suljovic still in this match. Only 13% for Ian White. I'll tell you one thing. I don't think Ian White's been practicing over the last 3 weeks. I'll tell you that for sure. It's very sloppy from him right now. Considering he was flying away as well, actually, in that last leg. You know, he hit the 140, then he hit another 140 to leave himself down at 81. He should have realistically had that leg on the board and be back in this game. But ultimately, it looks like here, Suljovic, a real chance to become the first player to go through to the second round of the World Darts Championship tonight, potentially in the next 5 minutes. But we've got Glenn Durrant against Mervyn King coming up next. We'll talk about the table and the bracket and how it's all set up in a moment. As Ian White is on for a 180, and turn your headsets down because it's a 180. Brilliant there from Ian White. Another 180 in this game. That's 3 in the match for the Diamond, as Suljovic hits the 140 to leave himself down at 235, with Suljovic at 238. So big chance here for Ian White if he can get another ton plus on the board. Gets the treble 20, gets the 20, and he does get another treble 20 to leave himself down at 98 with a 140. What can Suljovic do here to pressure? Gets a 20, gets another 20, and in the end only gets himself 65, which means he is down to 170, so he's just got to pray here that Diamond White does not check out the 98. He hits the treble 20, so 2 darts at double 19, now has 1 dart, which he's going to have to hit 3. He can't check out. So unless Suljovic here hits the big fish finish, then White has a chance here to make it 5-3. And Suljovic isn't going to be able to hit the big fish, which means Diamond White will be coming back with 3 darts at double 8. And I mean, Tubbs has said there, that's horrible side by Suljovic. He was pretty poor, wasn't it? So 3 darts at double 8 here. And he only needs 1 in hand. In Diamond White makes it 5-3 on legs. And if Ian White wins the next 2 legs, I'm pretty sure we go into another break. I think it's every 5 legs we go into a break. So, who knows? He needs another 2 legs here. No pressure. He's going to start off with treble 20, treble 19, and another treble 19. Brilliant score there of 1-7. 7, I think, as Ian White is on for a 9-darter. But Suljovic here, looking for a decent score of his own, and he gets a 140 to match Ian White's really, really good score there. So Suljovic at 3-6-1, Ian White on for a 9-darter. No pressure, Ian. He's going to get it in the end, just under the treble 20, so no 9-darter, unfortunately. Of course, we saw 1 9-darter at the Ali Pali, which was, of course, by James Wade. And we weren't even live. Didn't even get to see it. So, absolutely crazy, isn't it? Didn't even watch it because we didn't do the afternoon streams. So we missed out on it, which is a real shame. So Ian White at 2-9-3. Suljovic at 2-6-1. The advantage here is with the Austrian. And the pressure is going to be on Ian White here to get a pretty feasible score. Which he does get. In fact, he doesn't. He gets a treble 19 and treble 3. So a little bit shocking. Chris has put Premier League spot announced at the end of the Masters. So that means no Raymond van Barneveld. Well, let's be honest. Doesn't really deserve it, does he? You know, he's still fighting back for his tour card. And as you said, realistically, if it's been announced at the end of the Masters, then he won't have his tour card by then. So it can't be him. So be interested to see what happens there. But Harry's put in the chat, bit of darting gossip. Gerwyn Price put on his Instagram story that his second favourite sport is snooker. First is rugby. I always feel like he's annoyed that he's a darts pro, not a rugby pro. Yeah, I mean, he's one of them where I guess he started out in rugby. I think it'd always be interesting. I'd love to one day, you know, interview a darts player. Maybe one day, you know, we might get someone on. I'd love, I think the one question I'd love to ask Gerwyn Price is, was he ever into darts at a young age? You know, was it something that he just got into as he, you know, got older and it was something that he started to enjoy? Or was it something that he was playing as a kid and he always had the talent for it? But we've got a big chance here. Mensur Suljovic has got 3 darts at tops to win the game and be the first player to go through to the second round at Milton Keynes in the Ladbrokes Masters. No pressure here for Mensur Suljovic. Takes his time. First dart way too high. Awful dart, I have to say. Second dart needs to be much better. It's way too low. So he's got 1 dart at double 10. He's going to have to hit it. And he doesn't. And there's a real opportunity wasted there by Mensur Suljovic. Because now Ian White has 3 darts at double 8. And a chance to maybe put some pressure on Mensur. First dart way, way away from the double 8. Second dart much closer. Could be a real good opportunity. And he doesn't get it. And well, Ian White was given a chance there to take this to 5 legs to 4. He's giving it back to Mensur Suljovic. He's got 3 darts at double 5. And it's a real opportunity now for Mensur to take this game home. First 2 darts are way too high. It's been a sloppy, sloppy game on finishing. And he's hit the 5. And well, big chance now for Ian White. Suljovic is going to have to use at least one of his darts to be able to check out. Unless White gets the double 8 here. He's going to have 2 darts at double 4 after hitting the ring of the 8. He's got 1 dart at double 2. And it's just not Ian White's night. Another sloppy opportunity wasted. And now Suljovic is going to have 2 darts at double 2 to be the first player to go through to the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters. Big opportunity here. Really doesn't want to let Ian White make it 5 legs to 4. And he only needs 1 dart. And well, in the end, it was a bit of a sloppy finish to this match between Ian White and Mensur Suljovic. And the Diamond, who never shines in TV fixtures, bows out of the Ladbrokes Masters. He's the unfortunate one to bow out first of the competition. And in better news for Mensur Suljovic, he's the first person out of the non-top 8 players to go through to the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters. And he will be facing Nathan Aspinall in the next round in Milton Keynes. Of course, that will be tomorrow. A very, very quick competition this is, so not really a great deal of time for these players to be able to go back and practice. But in the end, I've got to say, a pretty sloppy game. I think Mensah did fairly alright, if I'm being honest with you. I think Ian White never really properly showed what he could do, which we do tend to say quite a lot when it comes to these types of games. And I thought this would be a little bit closer, actually. I think in my blog, I predicted 6-5. But, you know, as we've always said, Ian never turns up. And once again, he hasn't turned up in this game, so a real shame for him. But Mensah Suljovic goes through to the next round. And we will move on to our next game, which will be in a moment's time. Of course, it is a very, very breakneck speed night of action here at Milton Keynes. Of course, lots of games to go on. Over the next couple of hours, you've just watched Mensah Suljovic beat Ian Diamond White 6-3. We're going to move on to the next game of the night, which I think is one of the best games of the evening. Will it live up to the hype, though? That is the question, as the Premier League champion, Glenn Durrant, takes on the king of the floor, Mervyn King. Of course, his name's the King anyway. But a brilliant, brilliant game this one should be in just a moment's time. But let's talk through that Ian White game. And I think in terms of statistics of the match, I think Ian White might want to look away. Not his best performance at all. In fact, you look at the stats, it wasn't really any of the two players' best performances tonight. But in terms of the averages, Mensah Suljovic averaging 89.08. As for Ian White, he averaged 88.50. And in terms of checkouts, 35.29% for Mensah Suljovic. That's 6 out of 17 darts at the double that he got in the end. And I have to say, probably one of the worst performances in terms of checkouts. 11.54% for Ian White. Probably, as I said, one of the worst performances I've seen in terms of checkouts at doubles. Never looked like he was going to ever be able to finish at any given point in this game. And I think that's just being fairly honest. Really, really sloppy game. Ian White looking shockingly bad in this. And well, he has to be the unfortunate first one to leave the competition. So I guess you could maybe say that his hotel fare has been fairly cheap because he can go home straight away. But very unfortunate for him. But in the end, Mensah Suljovic does go through to the next round. He will be facing Nathan Aspinall, which we will, of course, take a look in a moment and have a look and see who each of the players will be facing as time goes on. But let's have a quick look at your comments in the chat. Greatly appreciate it as always. Love to see the support from you guys on the darts. We've always got our regulars, and that what makes it so special. You know, you guys come in every darts stream and always give some good talking points, and it makes life easier when you have to watch pretty shoddy games at the time. I know it helped massively at the Ali Pali. But Harry's put, if Durrant loses, he should be ashamed. It's an interesting one, this one, because both players very, very good indeed. But Benny's in the chat. He says, evening, mate. Darts is back. It is indeed. How are you doing, Ben? Good to see you as always, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Greatly appreciated. The darts is finally back for a nice weekend of action. Chris has put, if there's no fans this year, Mervyn King definitely will be one of the ones to watch, as it does suit him. And then Harry's put, personally for the game coming up, I've never been a fan or rated King. Think he's poor loser and he's not up to the par nowadays. Interesting shout that, actually, which we'll talk about that in a moment. But let's take a gander at the actual bracket, because it's such a quick tournament. I think the next game is in about 2 minutes' time. But this is how the bracket is looking for the Ladbrokes Masters. So for those of you that haven't seen who can face who, this is what can happen throughout the next kind of 4 hours of action. So Joe Cullen will be taking on Stephen Bunting. That is the last game of the night. Both of those players have the unfortunate task of taking on the world number 1 Gerwyn Price, of course. Stephen Bunting already having experience of that a couple of weeks ago in the semi-finals of the World Championship. So that should be a fairly interesting game. My game that I'm actually looking forward to the most tonight is Michael Smith against Adrian Lewis. Both players out of form. Not really looking confident at all, and I think this could be a great kind of boost for whoever wins that match. They'll be coming up against the 8th ranked player in the world, and also another one of the finalists at the World Championship, Gary Anderson, who has been looking forward to 2021. So it will be interesting to see tomorrow how he does when it comes into that next game. But I think I'd like to see Adrian Lewis versus Gary Anderson. Well, because both of those players, of course, have plenty of history against each other in the past. The game that we're currently about to watch, Glen Durrant taking on Mervyn King. The winner of that game will be coming up against the 4th ranked player in the world, Rob Cross. So if we're being honest, Rob Cross not necessarily been in form recently. Both of those players will be licking their lips, thinking maybe they can make it into the quarters or even the semis, depending on what happens over the next few days. Ian White and Mensa Suljovic, the winner of that, of course, has gone through. Suljovic will be facing Nathan Aspinall in the second round. That'll be a good game to look forward to tomorrow, depending on when that is played. Jose de Sousa, he comes up against Johnny Clayton, and the winner of that game has the unfortunate task of playing the world number 2, who will be jeered up after, of course, being bowed out of the World Championship to Dave Chisnell in a 5-0 whitewash. He'll be looking to win this tournament, and, well, as I said, de Sousa and Clayton have got a very unlucky task of coming up against him. Dancing Dimitri Vandenberg or Chris Dobey, they'll be coming up against James Wade. Christoph Ratajski or Simon Whitlock will be coming up against the world number 3, Peter Wright. So a very tough game once again for either of those players. And then finally, Daryl Gurney or Jeffrey Deswan, whoever goes through to that, will be facing Dave Chisnell. I think that's going to be an interesting game to watch, of course, whoever goes through, because Dave Chisnell, I think, will be hungry for some success, and whether it's going to be in the Masters or not will be another question. But we're about to get underway with the next game of the night. Mervyn King taking on Glen Durrant. Once again, for those of you just joining, if you're new, as always, don't forget to leave a like and a subscription on the channel if you have enjoyed the watch-along so far. We did today reach 1,600 subscribers, so God bless all of you that have left us sub. It is really, really appreciated. And if you haven't, then join us on the Sports Corner. We've got a fantastic community of darts fans who always bring lots of talking points to the channel. And I've already confirmed we're going to be doing plenty more darts watch-alongs in the future, including the Premier League of Darts, whenever that may be, because of COVID. But both players are back out onto the pitch, and hopefully, we're not playing bloody football, are we? Onto the hockey, and we should have this game in a moment between Glen Durrant and Mervyn King taking place. But let's have a look and see what you guys have been saying while we talk through the bracket. Osty Van Ostyman TV says, evening Welchie, good to see you in the stream, Osty Van Ostyman TV. What a fantastic name, God bless. He's just subscribe, mate, you're an absolute legend, God bless you. You've got a fantastic name, one of the best names I've seen on YouTube so far. Chris has put, like I said, make or break year for Adrian Lewis. Well, it is, isn't it, realistically? You know, you look right now for Adrian Lewis, real pressure, or else he's going to be dropping out potentially this year out of the top 32. So he's got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do indeed. And then Harry's put, you know who'd like to see in the Premier League? Just chuck in a pub player. Just some random guy from a pub, preferably drunk, and just stick him on a stage. Love to see it. I tell you what, give me a few pink gins, I'll go up on the stage of the Premier League. You watch in a few weeks' time. Whenever it's announced, whoever that player is, it's going to be me. Give me a few pink gins and I'll smash it on stage. But what I was thinking, actually, for you darts fans, is I am thinking of maybe in the future, I don't know if any of you watch the darts referee, and this isn't copying in, it probably is to be fair, but I know the darts referee has done a lot of streams recently where he's been practising a lot on his dartboard. You know, he wants to try and, I think, qualify for Q School next year, so very best of luck to him, of course. It's always nice to see somebody in the community do well and go to Q School, of course. But I wouldn't mind maybe streaming some of the darts games that I play. I'm shit at it, if I'm being honest with you, so it'd be terrible games like. But I'd like to kind of record the practicing of playing darts. So I might look into doing it in the future, get a setup for it, stream the darts that I play. I'm terrible, but I'd like to practice. I'd like to realistically practice for a few months every day for an hour or two, and see the progression from the first day of when you originally start to, you know, let's say 3 months down the line, and see the difference in the averages and the checkouts. It's something I want to look into in the future, so maybe, who knows, maybe a few extra dart streams in the future. But Gary Scott has said, is this the World Championships? Unfortunately not, Gary. You're a few weeks late. The World Championship finished at the beginning of January. The next one's not till Christmas now. This is the Ladbrokes Masters. First tournament after the World Championship. So, you're just a few weeks late to that one, unfortunately, Gary. A few weeks late, sadly. But hopefully Christmas comes pretty quick, because we'd like to see another World Championship. Because I will tell you one thing, I will definitely be trying to go next year. I'll be trying to stay over for a few days, actually, in London and go into it. Of course, COVID depending. I mean, at this rate, this year's going to be a write-off in the end, which is a shame. But let's go back to this game because Durrant is on 40. Mervyn King here with a chance to check out on 100. And I want to go back to Harry's comment earlier because it was Harry, of course, who said he doesn't rate Mervyn King. And I think it's quite interesting because King does feel like he's got back into a little bit of form recently. We only saw him a few weeks ago as Durrant checks out on tops to take the first leg of the game. I do think, we have seen a little bit of Mervyn King, the very best of him. Of course, we saw him against Michael van Gerwen in the final a couple of months ago in one of the other Ladbrokes tournaments where he did very well. I think he was the Player Championship, if I'm correct. I'm probably wrong. But he did quite well against van Gerwen, and I think we saw a very good performance at the World Championship against Jose de Sousa. And I think de Sousa that day was a little bit off the hook. Didn't really play well, if I'm being honest with you. But, there's little glimpses at times of the very best of Mervyn King. But it's going to be a very tough test here for Durrant. He's been out of form quite a bit. I think Duzza will even, put his hands up and say he's not had the very best end to 2020. It was a brilliant 2020 in terms of winning the Premier League. But after that, he did kind of slip off a little bit. And I do think maybe his Ali Pali run, which I think for him was pretty decent, will have given him a little bit of confidence coming into this tournament and into the new year. And I do think that Durrant will win this game. And I think it'll be 6 legs even to 5. But it's a good game. On paper, it's a very good match. But Gary's put, is this a UK contest only? No, there's a lot of other players playing in this. So Suljovic, who's Austrian. You've got Ratajski and Whitlock, of course, Polish and Australian. But in terms of it being UK contest, it is in Milton Keynes right now. Being played behind closed doors, of course. I think, where would this have been played if it wasn't in Milton Keynes? Would it have been played in Minehead? We're in January. I think it's in Minehead, isn't it, where the Masters is played. It tends to be any Ladbrokes kind of tournament. He's played in Butlins in Minehead, which I've got plenty of experience as Butlins. As a former employee of the company. Fantastic place, of course. But 114 there from Durrant. Real good chance to check out on double 20. Does miss in the end. And double 16 here for King to make it 1 leg apiece. Got 2 darts at double 8. And he does in the end get it. And it's 1 leg apiece here. I probably should have said I was former employee. But I guess who cares? They'll never know. Well, there'll probably be an employee watching it now. I'm in the shit. But it's fine. I'm advertising the company. If they want to sponsor us, it'd be greatly appreciated indeed. But Harry's put, speaking of random stuff, I got lucky with D of E stuff recently for skills I'm doing darts. D of E. Have I gone mental? I'm trying to think of what that is. You'll have to tell me, Harry. I can't think of the abbreviation. My mind's gone wild. Carl's put, Josh, you and everyone else at the Sports Corner should play darts in a mini tournament. Would be a great watch. Do you know what? It might be a good idea, actually. We do tend to play a little bit of darts in the pastime. So maybe we might have to set something up in the future and have a little darts tournament. We might even do you know what? That's a good idea, actually, Carl. I'll note that down. That's something we could look into. Quiz has put Minehead, I think. Harry, Minehead's the UK Open. Just checked, always been in Milton Keynes. Interesting. I know, of course, usually they're in Milton Keynes anyway if they're behind closed doors. But, yeah, it's one of them. I thought it was played in Minehead. But it's the Open, isn't it? Because I know there's another tournament in March, which just recently got, of course, put behind closed doors in Milton Keynes, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it, in the end? Duke of Edinburgh. Oh, of course. Sorry, Harry. I'm very uneducated when it comes to that stuff. We didn't have any of that stuff in back in my day, back in the old days of school and college. Didn't have Duke of Edinburgh. Bloody hell. Duke of Edinburgh. Bloody hell. None of us would ever make it there. I tell you that for sure. Jesus. King down to 36 here. Durrant at 303. So it looks like King is going to make it 2-1. Reese has put in real life sports tourney. This is a special guest. Hey, Reese, whenever COVID's done, you'll have to come down someday. As King gets double 18, and he goes 2-1 up on legs. And a good start here for Mervyn King. As I'm refilling my drink, of course, it is a, if you're new to the stream, it's a regular occurrence to have a pink gin on a darts night. Well, I didn't know he was in Milton Keynes. I didn't watch last year's, I'm not going to lie. What was I doing that time last year? Probably moving back into my uni accom. I think at that point. No, actually it wasn't. It would. think it was FA Cup, actually. Around about this time this year. Watching a lot of FA Cup action instead. But Glen Durrant here, it was 1-0 up on legs in this game. Remember, for those of you that have maybe not watched this tournament before and you're wondering how does it work, it is best of 11 legs in this tournament. So a little bit different to the World Championship if you watched that a couple of weeks ago. Of course, one set is 3 legs long. Well, minimum 3 legs long. Could be 6, could be 5, could be 4. It depends, of course, on how the game goes. But this is just flat out best of 11 legs. So we could see somebody whitewash 6-0 and the game be over with, be over and done within about 15-20 minutes. But more than likely, with the games that we've got on the right-hand side, I think a lot of these will probably play out the majority of the 11 legs anyway. So we could be live tonight potentially until about 11 o'clock, depending on how long these games take. But it's only 8 o'clock now, we're into game 2, so we're doing quite alright on time. But do put your prediction in the chat for this game, I guess, while you've still got a chance. And I will say, my stream is fucking far behind. I apologise for swearing, this is monetised. I guess we're 2 hours away from Watershed. It's fine, it's YouTube. I'm just going to restart my stream again. Miles behind. ITV Hub, I've got to say, if anybody's living in the UK, ITV Hub is an absolute shambles. And for those of you that are in the UK, you'll have to tell me whether you disagree or not. But there's nothing worse than... I don't mind games being on ITV, right? As Durrant hits a 180, so we're smashing a 180 in there. Good to see there from Glen Durrant. I would put the sound on, but I've lost my mouse. But ITV Hub is so hard to get. Because if you use a PlayStation, for example, they don't have an app for the ITV Hub. So you can't even access it on there. And nothing's worse than having to load up the ITV Hub, right? And it being like 30, 40 seconds behind actually watching it on TV. Because I would watch it on TV if I had a proper aerial sort, which is something I'm going to get sorted out. But it's so bad. If anybody from PlayStation is watching it, and I highly doubt it, there'll be no one watching it from PlayStation. But PlayStation desperately needs an ITV app because it would sort all these problems out in a heartbeat. It's so frustrating. Harry's put, I might be in the shit with Butlins. Josh gets swatted by Butlins. Butlins open up. I tell you what, at this rate, in about 3 hours, you're going to hear my wooden door getting smacked in as the Butlins riot squad come out and take me out, honestly. I probably shouldn't have said it, but, you know, I'm very open. I'm very open and honest. If you know me in real life, the whole think before you speak idea doesn't tend to apply to me sometimes. I'm very bad at it. Reese put opinions on that Ronaldo, tad off topic. What Ronaldo, Reese? Am I missing something? Ronaldo? Wait, there's an 87 Ronaldo. Wait, have they brought out an 87 Ronaldo? Am I missing something here? Because I'm not on the game. I haven't actually been on as... wow. Well, this could be done very quickly. Mervyn King is 4-1 up here on Glen Durrant, and he started off very, very well in this game. Glen Durrant, you know, got himself one leg up in this match and looked fairly comfortable in this game. But ever since then, Mervyn King has just turned it up onto another level. And just like that, he's currently finding himself 4-1 up on Glen Durrant. And I'll tell you one thing here. He's got a lot of work to do right now. Because at this rate, this could be a very, very quickly done game. I mean, fair play to Mervyn King, doing very well indeed. But let's have a quick look talk about that game, because I didn't expect him to be 4-1 up. But he's having a really, really good game right now. 99.93 average, as he currently stands for Mervyn King in this game. As for Glen Durrant, only 86.23. But it's the checkout stat that is so crucial right now. The checkout stat of 80% by Mervyn King. He's only had 5 darts at doubles, but he's hit 4 of them, which just shows how impressively well he's been playing so far in this game. As for Glen Durrant, he's not had a great deal of chances himself, so only 33.33%. That's 1 double out of the possible 3 that he's had. But Glen Durrant here, just once again, you know, we said at the start of this game, he's just struggled a little bit since the Premier League victory. Got a little bit of form back, and I think it's hard to judge, I think, you know, these types of games. And that's purely because, a lot of these players haven't played for a few weeks now. And they haven't had a great deal of time to play. So it's hard to judge a competition like this. But, realistically, you've got to come into these games and give it all. And what is happening right now is Glen Durrant looks like he wants to get himself back home. I don't know whether he wants to be here right now because he's having a pretty shocking game. And, we are potentially, I believe, 2 legs away from this game being done and dusted already. Only bloody started about 10 minutes ago. I'm guessing he must not want to pay the hotel fare, Glen Durrant. He must want to get out of here fairly quickly because he's not doing well at all. But, mad. Absolutely mad. Chris has said in the chat, since Durrant won the Premier League, his average has dropped. I agree with you on that one. I think he has just dropped off a little bit quite recently. And then Harry Sport, I've always been a fan of Mervyn King. Never in doubt, Harry. Never in doubt. I'll tell you that for sure. But, we're going to come back into the second half in a moment. But as I always say, if you're new to the stream and you have enjoyed the watch along so far and you're not sick of me talking absolute shite, then don't forget to leave a like and a subscription on the channel. We did reach 1,600 subscribers today. So big thank you to all of you that have left subs. And if you haven't, why haven't you subscribed yet? There's a fantastic community of darts fans on this channel. We've got a top corner podcast, the double top even, for the darts, which we started quite recently. Me and Chris are going to do another episode of that after the Masters is done. So if you like your darting content, then it's well worth staying about on this channel because there's lots more darting content to come. I'll tell you that for sure, especially when the Premier League does come around. But in terms of other content, here's a quick look at what's still to come on the channel over the next few days. Of course, as we said, we've got the first round of action, which is tonight. You're watching that now, so you don't really care about that. But then you'll be able to see tomorrow. There isn't going to be an Arsenal Man U watch along, which is a real shame. Apologies about that. There isn't going to be one. We've had to change up very slightly with what's going on there. But we will have day 2 action. I'm going to be live tomorrow from 7:10 with the action there. So do keep your eyes out for that. Should be good indeed. And then the final and the semi-final, 7:10. Going to be interesting to watch that. Come and join us for that on Sunday nights at 7:10. Then straight after that, you don't want to miss it, Royal Rumble. If you're a big fan of the wrestling, then well worth joining us. It's going to be Kieran L and Rowan who are going to be covering the wrestling. I've got no idea what goes on there. They know much more than me. But they'll be live from around about, I think, 11 o'clock towards midnight. So Sunday is going to be full of sporting action. And then if you want to follow us on social media and keep up to date on when we're live, our Twitter is at @_topcorner. Our Instagram is @_sportscorner_. And if you're a big fan of written content and you want a little bit more action from the Sports Corner guys, then join us on our website, thesports-corner.com. There's plenty of new content going up there every single day. So whether you're a darts fan, whether you're a tennis fan, or you're a bowls fan, we've got plenty of sporting content on there. We cover the likes of darts, football, F1, you name it, we've got it. So join us on our website every day for new content. But let's get back underway with this game because we've got plenty of action going on with Glen Durrant and Mervyn King. And with the way that this game is going, we're about 10 minutes from this game being done. As Mervyn King here looks to pounce at a 180, which he does get. And I would get the sound up. And I tell you what, we haven't played it in a while. Hit that 180. Sorry for your ears. Big 180 there from Mervyn King, who puts himself in a very, very good position here to potentially go 5-1 up on legs. And I didn't expect this to be as... I was going to say open-ended, but it hasn't been open-ended, has it? It's been quite far-fetched in terms of how far the distance is between Glen Durrant and King in this game. But ruthless is probably the best way to put it right now from Mervyn King. Ruthless indeed, as he's currently at 204, with Glen Durrant at 256. Let's have a quick look back at the game. But I've just seen that card, Reese. It looks absolutely dreadful stats-wise. That is a shitty 87 card. Another 180. Oh, another 180 there from Mervyn King. How about that? Have a sound again. 180 there for King. Leaves himself down at 24. He's going to have 3 darts at double 12. And Mervyn King here is now about 2 minutes away from a second round fixture. I believe it's against James Wade, if I'm correct. I'm probably wrong. As he does hit the double 12. And Mervyn King is 1 leg away here from the next round. And this is a really, really good performance from Mervyn King. Currently averaging 102.28. Durrant only averaging 86.72. And with the way that this game is going right now, I think there is absolutely no chance of a comeback here at all from Durrant. I mean, as Chris has said, he's played well since the Players' Championship. Hasn't realistically lost form since then. The game against Gerwyn Price was always going to be a tough one. And I think, in fact, that was actually probably one of Gerwyn Price's better performances. Take out his final performance, which was definitely his best by a country mile. I think that was one of his better performances. So fair play to him. Because Mervyn King, I think, did pretty well himself at the Ali Pally. Just very unlucky to come up against the eventual winner. So Mervyn King give it 3 or 5. Durrant a 3-4-1. If King can get himself a ton, he'll put himself in a very favourable position. Which he doesn't. He only gets 60. I was about to say he'll put himself in a favourable position to go on and win this game quite comfortably. But a good chance maybe here for Durrant to pound. He's back at 3-4-1, so a ton would do. He gets 20, gets a treble 20, and gets another 20. So 100 will do. Keeps him close by to Mervyn King. And all he's got to do here, Durrant, is hope that King just maybe has a little bit of a slip-off in this game. And while he isn't going to slip off, he gets a 140 to leave himself down at 105. And now, depending on what Durrant gets here, Mervyn King is in the driving seat to take a 6-1 win. But he is going to be closely matched by 140 from Durrant. So Durrant down at 101, King at 105. Going to be a bit tough here for King to check out. Gets a treble 19. Gets 16. So one dart at double 16. Oh, and how about that? What a performance from Mervyn King. I was about to say it was very tough for him to finish. Well, he didn't have no problems there, did he? 6-1 win. What a performance in the end from Mervyn King. An absolute demolition of Durrant. An absolutely brilliant, brilliant performance. Probably one of the best performances we will see this weekend at the Ladbrokes Masters. He absolutely thwacked Durrant, if I'm being honest with you. Didn't really have an opportunity to get into this game apart from his first set. And in the end, it's a resounding 6-1 win from Mervyn King. Who would have thought that at the beginning of the day? I don't think anyone would have predicted it. And Durrant will be going home empty-handed. And, well, a really, really poor performance from him tonight. And we'll have a look at the stats of this game. Because, of course, we'll have our next match in a moment. Which is going to be Dimitri Vandenberg. He'll be taking on, of course, Chris Dobey. But this match started at about 10-8. It took less than 20 minutes for Mervyn King to dismantle Durrant. And, well, he did it in absolute style. 101.97 average from Mervyn King in this game. And only an average of 88.36 from Durrant. So you can already see the gulf in class between King and Durrant in terms of the averages. But it's the checkhouse. An absolutely incredible, incredible performance. 85.71 on his doubles. That's 6 out of 7 opportunities of the doubles which King took. And, well, it stays at 33.33% for Durrant. He only had 3 opportunities at doubles in the game, and they all came within the first 5 legs. He didn't have a single chance in the other final legs that were played in this game. But what a win by Mervyn King. He goes through to the next round, and for those of you wondering who he plays, you can see on the bracket on your screen now that he will be playing in the next round of the tournament the 4th ranked player in the world, Rob Cross. So a very, very favourable tie for Mervyn King. And I have to say, I think he will be looking and thinking to himself, I could probably make it into the quarterfinals, maybe even come up against someone like a Gary Anderson or a Gerwyn Price potentially. So a big win in the end there by Mervyn King. If you are wondering what's happened in tonight's games, I will actually just very quickly run over the other results that have gone on. So we had one game before that, and if you're wondering what happened there, Mensur Suljovic took on Ian White in that match. It ended 6-3 to Suljovic, a pretty good performance in the end in that game. A resounding, resounding result indeed. And in the end, Durrant, of course, a moment ago, been dismantled by Mervyn King 6 legs to 1. Brilliant performance there from him. So let's move on to the next game of the night, which is going to see Dimitri Vandenberg taking on Chris Dobey. And if I'm being honest with you, I think this one could be done fairly quickly as well, depending on what Chris Dobey turns up. Let me just get this scoreboard on the screen for you guys so you can see what's going on. Let me sort it out. 2 seconds here. Where is it? Still showing King. 2 seconds. It's still showing the wrong one. I don't know what's happening here. Everything is going a bit crazy tonight. Very frustrating. Let me just put that on the screen. So, Dimitri Vandenberg, let's talk about him for a second, of course. Vandenberg, one of the better players in this tournament so far. Looked fantastic when it's come to tournaments this year. Of course, won the tournament in Blackpool not too long ago. The World Match Play. Brilliant, brilliant performance from him there, of course. Fantastic player to watch. There we go. That's it now. Comes on the screen in the end. But Chris Dobey, been a little bit out of form recently. I think he'll be looking here to certainly go on and get something from this game, although he's going to have a right task on his hands, considering that Vandenberg is one of the better players in terms of form in the last year or so. I'm going to have to start ITV Hub again. I fucking hate this app. It's so bad. 2 seconds. But, you never know. We haven't had any shocks yet in this tournament. Maybe Dobey could be the first one to give us a little bit of a shock. Well, actually, then again, I think you could probably class that 6-1 win there as a bit of a shock in terms of the scoreline. But a brilliant, brilliant result for Milton Keynes. Question is, are we going to see a whitewash on the night? I don't think we will. Be a little bit of a surprise if we do. But, I mean, Milton Keynes would have probably whitewashed Durrant there if he hadn't kind of messed up on that first leg. But Harry is supporting Dobey. He's put, come on, Dobey. Very best of luck for you, Harry, of course. Let's see if Dobey does get a win. But I'm going to munch on some mini eggs for a second here. But put your predictions in the chat for this game. Chris Dobey taking on Dimitri Vandenberg. I think my prediction for this game is going to be... Do you know what? I'll be nice to Dobey. 6-3 to Vandenberg. That's been nice. Maybe it's even 6-4. I think it just depends on what Dobey turns up here. You know, Dimitri's ruthless. Which we saw at the Ali Pally how ruthless he was. It was awful. Have you got Sky up on your PlayStation that has ITV4? That's what I'm watching on. I haven't got Sky. Do I need a Sky subscription for that, Chris? If not, then I might have to have a look into it. Chris is putting in the chat there. Do you think Price, Wright, Van Gerwen will dominate this season? All three of them winning the tournaments. I don't think so. I think we might see one or two of the majors go elsewhere. You know, you've only got to look at players like Chizzy, Vandenberg, and other players like that. You know, even Smith to a certain extent. Players that are on the cusp of winning something. And I think maybe we'll see one or two of the decent competitions where we see a little bit of a shock. But it all depends, that's the thing, because those three players are in a gulf of their own. And you can see it from prize money. You know, those three players, on their day, are the best in the world. And they will be the best in the world for some time. Depending on what happens, of course. You know, maybe we might see someone like a Vandenberg shoot up the rankings. But, you know, when you look at number 4 in the world being Rob Cross, kind of tells you a story, doesn't it, in terms of the difference between Wright, Van Gerwen and Gerwyn Price. But the thing is, you never know. You never know what's going to come up in tournaments. It depends how the brackets look. Because, you know, realistically, we could potentially see an opportunity where, I don't know, I don't know if it can happen or not, where all three of those players could maybe come up against each other and knock each other out. I don't think it can happen. It'd be very unlikely, of course, but you never know in darts. It could happen. It all depends with how the draws take place and what happens. But it's one of those where I think they'll probably win the majority of them. And as Harry's put in the chat, it would be nice. Well, actually, no, Harry didn't put that. It'd be nice to see other people win them. Well, I've just seen what Harry's put in the chat. Being nice is saying someone will win. Not saying, oh, they'll only lose by a bit. Right, lads, Chris, stop bullying me and Christopher. I'm being nice. He could get whitewashed 6-0 here by Vandenberg. I'll give him 3 legs at least. But let's find out what happens anyway here. Game is away between Vandenberg and Chris Dobey. And this is an interesting one. Because if we see that Vandenberg of the Ali Pally, and if we see the Vandenberg that we saw at the World match play, he is, in my opinion, one of the most enjoyable players to watch. He's so ruthless at points that in that game he played against Chizzy, where he lost, he still averaged higher than Chizzy did. It was just ultimately, of course, the most pressurising moments. Chizzy kept his cool. Vandenberg didn't. And I think, any player can go through a little spout where they do, have I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 games where they just struggle at pressurised shots. I think maybe that was a rare moment for Vandenberg where he felt the pressure a little bit. But he's one of them where I think Vandenberg here will probably average over 100, depending on how ruthless he is. And I think this is a great tournament for him to do well. In terms of the winner of this game, the winner of Vandenberg and Dobey does go on to play James Wade. And looking at that run, it's quite a decent run. I think Vandenberg could minimum make the quarterfinals and potentially even come up against Michael van Gerwen, which would be a brilliant, brilliant game. It'd be an absolutely fantastic match to watch potentially. Vandenberg against van Gerwen. Be a really good game. But Chancey Vandenberg, for a 120 checkout, gets 20. It means he's got 1 at treble, which he doesn't get, and he hits the 1. So very unlucky there in the end. So he's going to have to come back with 3 darts at 82. But he's got to hope here Chris Dobey doesn't check out at 150. Gets a treble 19, which means he needs another one, which he gets. Double 18 for a brilliant 150 checkout. Oh, just above the double 18, and a real opportunity for Chris Dobey there. He's going to have to come back for 36 unless Vandenberg checks out the 82. Gets the outer ball. Gets 17 to 1 dart at tops for Vandenberg for a 1-0 lead, and he doesn't get it. So Dobey here with a chance to go 1-0 up with 3 darts at double 18. Big, big moment here. And he does get it. And Chris Dobey gets the first leg of this potentially 11-leg game on the board. And it's Chris Dobey, the man who, as I said, being out of favour, this could be a real, real confidence booster for him. He's a great, great player on his day. And I think if he could get a good confidence boost, maybe this could be the game to do it. Who knows? Who knows? Harry's put, I'd like to see Darren Webster return to semi-success. Making quarterfinals relative ease. It's a shame because we haven't seen Darren Webster for ages. He's been one of those players that fell off a cliff, and I think depending on what happens, I think maybe the next player we could see fall off a cliff is Adrian Lewis. As Dobey hits a 180 here. Just for you, Harry, I'll put the sound on. Where is it? There we go, 180 there for Chris Dobey. Puts him into a good position to maybe even here go on and get himself a 2-leg lead. He's at 2-2-4. Vandenberg at 3-4-1, but he does get himself a pretty decent score and leaves himself down. In fact, it was Dobey there, sorry. He's down at 90. So, yeah, Dobey's got a real chance here to go 2 legs up in this game. I thought it was Vandenberg then. It was actually Dobey. Harry's put, I reckon he'll get whitewashed. You get what you deserve. Don't ever disrespect Dobey again. Hey, I mean, I said, 6-3. I said 6-3 in the end. I was being nice. He's got plenty of time for Vandenberg to get back into this game. You never know. And that's no disrespect to Dobey. I think he'll know himself. He's going to be under the cosh a little bit in this game. Depending on what happens, of course. Maybe Dobey even goes 3 legs up. You never know. You never know. So Dobey here. 3 darts at double 20. First dart a little bit too high, but a great marker. Second dart a little bit too low, so he's got 1 dart at double 10, which he doesn't get, but it's okay because he will be coming back with Vandenberg all the way back at 200. And a bit of a shoddy start here for the Belgian. Not really been able to get himself properly into the game yet. And he only gets himself 60. And Dobey's just got to capitalise here on those Dimitri frustrations. So 3 darts at double 5. First dart hits the 5, which means he's going to have 1 dart at double 2. Could be a good moment in the game here for Dobey. And he doesn't get it. Just under the ring of the double 2. Which means if Vandenberg could check out a 140, which would be a great check out, it would really frustrate Chris Dobey. Hits the treble 20. Needs another one here. Double 10. Go on. Oh, it's just above the ring of the double 10. Which means Dobey will come back for 3 darts at double 2. And it might be a little bit of a let-off there for Dobey. Which he does get in the end. And it's Dobey with a 2-0 leg lead in this game. And all he's got to do is make sure that Dimitri's chasing him for the majority of this game and take a foothold of this match, which he's certainly doing right now. And just keep Dimitri frustrated, because the longer his frustrations kick in and the more Dobey, takes legs away from him, Dimitri's going to be chasing this match, and he already is. He's got to win the next 3 on the bounce here. I mean, Harry Spot, I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea how Dobey is winning. Well, I mean, as I said a moment ago, just really, really shoddy finishing from... shoddy averages so far from Dimitri. Got to improve here. And I think this next leg is going to be crucial. If you go 3 legs down, that's when the worry starts kicking in. If you go 2-1, things look a little bit more interesting. So Vandenberg gave it 360. Dobey got himself down to 371. So the advantage is with the Belgian. If he can get himself a pretty feasible score. Gets the 20. Gets another treble. Good start here for him. That's a brilliant start. 140. Puts him down to 220. And now there is some real pressure on Dobey. He's going to be chasing this leg. Unless he can get a 140 of his own. He gets a 20. Gets a 19. And a real important dart there. He gets treble 90 with his 3rd. So he is down to 275. So a bit of leeway here for Dimitri. He's got to make the most of that. I've got a really itchy nose. I apologise. God. So annoying. As Dimitri gets another 140. So he's going to have at least 6 darts at 80 here with Dobey back at 275. What can Dobey do to pressure that? And the answer is he gets himself a pretty decent score. Gets himself down to 170. Exactly what he needed. So Vandenberg on 80. Treble 20. Gets it. 2 darts at double 10. Just under the ring. Good marker though. And he doesn't get it. Bit sloppy here from Dimitri. But it's okay, because he will come back unless Dobey gets the big fish finish. We haven't seen one of those in quite a while. And he isn't going to get it as his first dart hits 20. But, good score there. Gets himself 105 to leave himself down at 65. So there is going to be a bit of pressure here on Dimitri. 3 darts on double 10 for 2-1. First dart hits 10, so he's got 2 darts on double 5. He's going to go for the 2 route instead. It goes for double 4. His favourable double, and finally, you can see that sigh of relief there for Dimitri Vandenberg. He gets his first leg on the board. And maybe now that might be the confidence booster that he needs in this game, if he has any hope of toppling over Chris Dobey. Although, if he does get the next leg on the board, it'll be 2 legs apiece. And, of course, whoever wins that next leg will go into the break a fairly happy man, depending on who it is. I think if it's Dimitri, either way, I think both players will be a bit frustrated that they've been a bit sloppy here. Although I'm saying Dobey's been sloppy, he's still in the lead. So, big moments early on in this game, I have to say. Very big moments indeed. So Dobey going to get himself down to, I think he's down to 308. With Vandenberg back at 441. And I'll be interested here when we do go into the break to look at the averages on the set. Bloody hell, there's no sets involved on the last few legs. He's just one of those right now where, realistically, I think Vandenberg's kind of checkouts are going to be very, very sloppy. It's going to look very, very low. And I don't think he's probably averaging quite as well as he'd like to early on in this game. And I think you can kind of look at it and say, these guys haven't played for 3 weeks in big competitive games. They haven't played any darts at all because there's not been any kind of floor events going on either. So it's a big break for these players, considering the running that they've had over the last few months. They've had the World Grand Prix, they've had the Ali Pali, they've had the Boyle Sports ones going on, which is what I said earlier, the Ladbrokes Player Championships. It's such a heavy period of play for these darts players. Some of these players won't have been home for quite some time because they're constantly going over here, there and everywhere to different tournaments and different places. And I think it is one of those where maybe that 3-week break will have done some good for players. For example, maybe Gary Anderson, who's had time to practice with the likes of Ryan Searle and get himself prepared. And for other players, maybe they don't like it. Maybe they like the general gist of consistently having games. As Dimitri Vandenberg has 1 dart here at double 16, which he doesn't get. Which means Dobey will come back here for 32 checkouts. And a good chance to have a 2-leg lead over his opponent again. Real big moment in the game, I think this is, for Chris Dobey. First dart misses. But he's a fairly decent marker. Second dart misses, but it's a fairly decent marker. Can he make it third time lucky? The answer is no, he can't. Here's the 16, which means Dimitri Vandenberg has a chance to do one better and make it 2 apiece if he can hit the double 16 and do what Dobey didn't. Well, he hit 16 instead, so he's got 2 darts of double 8s, and he only needs 1 dart of the double 8s. And Dimitri Vandenberg makes it 2 legs apiece, which means we will be going into the break in a moment with one of these players in the lead. But the question is, who is it going to be? Dimitri fighting back from 2 legs down to make it 2-2. And he's now potentially got a chance here to put himself in the driving seat of this game and go 3-2 up on legs. Although, Chris Dobey on for a 180 here potentially, and chance for a 9 darter, and he gets the 180. Another one there for Chris Dobey, that's the first. And well, played 180. Dobey on for a potential 9 darter. Depending on what happens here, it would be lovely to see a 9 darter in this competition, you have to say. So here we go. Here's treble 20. Good start for Dobey. Here's another one. Oh, go on, hit another one. For a chance at a 9 darter. Oh, he doesn't. It's the 1 instead. Oh, it would have been nice to have had a nice early chance of a 9 darter in this competition. But no avail there for Chris Dobey as Vandenberg looks to do what Dobey couldn't. And well, he hits 2 treble 20s and a treble 19. So Vandenberg down to 183 here. Dobey at 200. And a real good chance in this game maybe for Vandenberg to go 3-2 up, but Dobey's hit a 140 to leave himself 60. And with Vandenberg being back at 183, he's going to have at least 3 darts at 20 in tops. Do tell us what you think of the chat as always. Nice to hear your thoughts and opinions while this game is on live. Of course, the Ladbrokes Masters over the next few days on the Sports Corner. So he hits the 20 Dobey, so he's got 2 darts at tops for a 3-2 lead. Hits 20, so he's going to have 1 dart at double 10. This is a crucial dart in this game early on. And he hits it with his first dart. And Chris Dobey goes into the break with a 3-2 leg lead over Dimitri Vandenberg. And well, I think both players will be very, very frustrated indeed with how that first 5 legs has gone, of course. I think it is one of those where, you know, Chris Dobey at the start of it was looking very calm and comfortable in this match. You know, he was 2 legs up and it looked like he was going to maybe get a third. But Dimitri fought his way back in, made it 2 legs apiece. But in the end, it's Chris Dobey who kept his cool and calm and he's gone 3-2 up. And once again, all he's got to do in this game is make sure that Vandenberg is chasing him. Because the longer this game goes on, there's not many legs for these guys to fight in. And it will put Chris Dobey, the 23rd ranked player in the world, in the driving seat to maybe even go on and have a nice little surprise at this Ladbrokes Masters. But in terms of the stats of this game, as it currently stands, Chris Dobey averaging 90.90 against Dimitri Vandenberg, who is only averaging 86.31. A very poor performance by Dimitri Vandenberg's standards right now. As for the checkouts, it's exactly as I expected. Both players probably just a little bit frustrated with the checkouts. He's 20% right now for Dimitri Vandenberg. That's 2 out of 10 at doubles. So not good at all for a player who tends to be quite good at finishing, if I'm being honest with you. And as for Chris Dobey, only 23.08 on his doubles. That's 3 out of 13. Once again, not necessarily convincing, but certainly good enough to have him in the lead here against Dimitri Vandenberg. And well, this could be an interesting game, of course. We're already 5 legs in, 6 more legs to go. And could we maybe see the first big shock of the night? We'll have to find out. But if you're new to the stream as always, and you've enjoyed it so far, don't forget to leave a like and a subscription on the channel. It is greatly appreciated if you join us on the Sports Corner. We've got a fantastic community of darts people. Always loving the darts and lots of talk in the chat as always. But if you want to keep up to date on when we are live next with Dart in Action or any other sports, then you can check out our Twitter and our Instagram. Our Twitter is @the_top_corner. Highly recommended to check us out on there. Of course, if you want to keep up to date with all of the darting and sporting content. As for Instagram users, you can also have a look on Instagram, _sportscorner_. Another place where you can check out when we're live on YouTube. Always well recommended to check out there. And then, of course, we talked about it a lot. There is a link in the description as well to our brand new website, thesports-corner.com. If you want to keep up to date when we're live, you can check on there. We've got a live actual video. We can actually watch us. So if you can't access YouTube, then you can watch us on there. But we've got a lot of good content. There's something new, plenty of new pieces on the channel every single day on the website. So highly recommend to check us out on the website if you're into your written stuff. You know, whether you're going to work in the morning or you've got a 10-minute break, it's highly recommended to check out some of our sporting content because we've got some fantastic people writing some fantastic articles over the next few weeks. So well worth checking us out on there. But as for now, Chris Dobey finds himself in a brilliant position. He's 3-2 up against Dimitri Vandenberg. And with the way that this game is going right now, Dimitri has got to find some form soon, or else Chris Dobey might find himself in a very good position to win this game and knock out the Belgian, who is one of the favourites, of course, to go a little bit far in this competition. It'll be an interesting one to see. Of course, Harry celebrating in the chat, saying, "Get in there, Chris, you're absolute lad." Loving it, seeing Chris Dobey doing well, which is always what he wants to see. And Carl's forgot to predict the Ratajski-Whitlock game. I'm going to say Ratajski to win. Wise choice, potentially, Kyle. Last time they both played, Ratajski won 4-0 on sets, which is quite a result for Ratajski in the end. But looking at what you guys have been saying in the chat, I know you guys were talking about the Premier League of darts and who could be the 10th man. Ratajski, Chisnell, King and Divenboard have got a good chance to win a major this year. Potentially. It'd be interesting to see whether Dirk van Dijvenbode does maybe go on and win a potential title. And I kind of hope he's in the Premier League of darts as well because he's a bloody good character. I think he's somebody who should be involved with it. But if we know who it is by the end of the Masters, then that'll be a talking point on our Double Top podcast, which will be recorded at some point next week. I'll give you more information, of course, when that is available on the channel. But we are going to be recording that live. So you darts fans, we are streaming that live. You can join us for that next week. We'll be talking all things Masters, as well as talking about that 10th person taking part in the Premier League. So lots of talking points potentially to be had next week. But as for now, I've got really to nose, and it's so annoying. God, it's constantly itching. It's so annoying. But we're back underway here with Dimitri Vandenberg and Chris Dobey. And as it stands, Dobey 3, Vandenberg 2. Can Dobey do it? That's the question. Can he beat Dimitri? This is probably the worst I've seen Dimitri Vandenberg play in quite some time. And if it's a real opportunity, Dobey has to take it. But how long is Dimitri going to play like this? Will he turn it up? Or will Dobey do what maybe a few of us didn't expect? I expected a little bit of a whitewash. But he's proven us wrong. He's proven us wrong indeed. Harry's put, I agree, should be given win for Ratajski. It should be. I think there'll be quite a few 180s in that match as we get a 140 here by Vandenberg. Puts himself down to 315. Chris Dobey at 384, so a ton plus here would be quite feasible. Although he's got a chance here for a 180. And he gets a 140 instead, which is certainly a decent score. For Chris Dobey, it puts himself down to 244. So a bit of pressure here on Dimitri Vandenberg to get a decent score of his own. Doesn't do well there, actually. Only gets himself down to 268. Very, very sloppy here from Dimitri. You can kind of see as well, every time he's going back, he's talking to himself. Kind of muttering a few words, and you can tell there's a little bit of frustration as this game continues on for Vandenberg. Peter's in the stream. How you doing, buddy? He says, how are you all doing? Good to see you as always, Peter. One of our regulars on the channel. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're all good, lad. So Vandenberg here at 153. Chris Dobey down at 150. Needs 2 treble 20s and double 15. There's going to be no chance for Dobey to check out after hitting a 19. So we will be seeing a little opportunity maybe for Vandenberg at a 153. Would be one of the biggest checkouts we've seen of the tournament so far. So he needs treble 20, which he doesn't get. So we won't be seeing no 153 checkout. And a real opportunity here for Chris Dobey at 58. I would assume he's going to go 18 and tops. Let's find out what he does here. He does go 18. So 2 darts at tops for a 4-2 leg lead over Dimitri Vandenberg. And he only needs 1 dart. It's a 4-2 lead over the Belgian. That is our 6th leg of the game. Only 5 more to go. And with where this game is going right now, I think if Dobey wins the next 2 and wins it 6-2, then Vandenberg will be going out. So really, really important here that Dimitri gets the next leg on the board, or else Dobey could be 1 leg away from the next stage of, I nearly said the World Championships, not the World championship. It's the Ladbrokes Masters. Get it right, Josh. Nearly a chance there at 180 for Dobey. Hits a 140 to put himself down at 364. Vandenberg only hit 60, which puts him down at 341 even. So not doing too bad at all. Nervous times though, isn't it? I mean, I'm shocked here at how poor Vandenberg's playing. This is a pretty decent performance from Chris Dobey. And, well, I don't know what Vandenberg does here to get back into the game. Gets himself a treble 2019 and a 20, which puts himself down to 242. Chris has put darts fans in the comments, just wanting Pete makes jokes up whether it's about football, darts or any sports. Yes, Peter is quite a joker on this channel. He, oh well, 180 there for Dobey, by the way. He's quite a joker. Does like to put some interesting jokes in the chat. So Dobey with 180 puts himself down to 50. Vandenberg with a 140 puts himself down to 102. So chance here for Dobey, 18 double 16 to go 5-2 up on Vandenberg. 2 darts on double 16 here for Chris Dobey. And he only needs one. Dobey is one leg away from knocking out Dimitri Vandenberg. And I'm being honest with you, I think Dobey's got this in the bag. I tell you one thing right now, looking at the mannerism and the body language of Dimitri Vandenberg, it already looks like in his head he's packed his bags and left Milton Keynes. He looks absolutely dejected after Dobey won that last leg. And he knows how important it is. He knows it was a crucial leg. And now he's fighting a real tough battle because he cannot afford to drop a single leg right now. It's one of those where ultimately it's looking like Dobey's going to have it in the bag. And I'll tell you what, Harry, you must be absolutely buzzing. Dobey averaging 96.26. Vandenberg only averaging about 87.13. So a pretty good performance from Dobey. Probably one of his best he's played quite recently, actually. I just put thanks for the warning, Chris. Just remember the first ever comment on this channel was with someone talking about how vaccines were bad. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was the man with no name, I think. Interesting conversation that was. Wonder if he'll join us at some point this weekend. So Vandenberg at 271. Dobey finds himself at 173. So real opportunity here for Dobey, depending on what Vandenberg gets here with his 3 darts. He gets 220s. He really needs a treble here, which he does get in the end. So 100 will do. What can Chris Dobey do to put some pressure on the Belgian? He really needs a ton plus here. Gets 20. Gets treble 19. Another treble 19 would do. He's going to go for a treble 20 and he gets it. And what a score that is from Dobey. Gets himself down to 36. And he is 3 darts away from a 6-2 win against Dimitri Vandenberg. What a win this would be for Chris Dobey. Double 18 for a shock result at the Ladbrokes Masters on day 1. And he only needs 1 dart for it. That is a brilliant result for Chris Dobey. How about that? That is a brilliant result. What a result in the end. And Dimitri Vandenberg, who never realistically looked like he turned up in this game, has been defeated by Chris Dobey 6 legs to 2. And I tell you what, it's a brilliant performance in the end. And Dimitri Vandenberg can only put his head down in shame. It was a poor performance. And Chris Dobey goes through to the next round. And how about that? I don't think many people expected Dimitri to get knocked out so early on in this competition. But what a brilliant result for Chris Dobey. Remember, the winner of that game, Chris Dobey, will go on to face James Wade. Should be a good match to watch that one tomorrow, depending on what time it is. Of course, we'll be covering the evening games tomorrow night. The afternoon ones, I'm going to sit back and watch in peace while doing a few other things on the side. Very busy work time for us here on the channel. But what a result there in the end for Chris Dobey. Let's have a look and see the stats of the game. Harry's put, get in there, Chris. He's going all the way. He's going to win it. Hopefully he does for you, Harry. And then Tubbs has put, the house elf did it. He's bloody gone and done it, Tubbs. You love to see it. Kyle's put, I predicted Vandenberg to win, but fair play to Dobey. Great win. It's a brilliant result. As Peter's put, Mervyn is now celebrating his win by going to Burger King. Hey, love it, Peter. And then Harry's put, Peter may, maybe he'll eat a Vandenberg. Oh, look at the jokes coming out tonight. You love to see it. Let's have a look at the stats of this game. Because as it stands right now, it's a great performance from Chris Dobey. A 97.36 average there from Dobey. Brilliant, brilliant performance. As for Dimitri Vandenberg, only 89.07, which is way too low by a player with his standards. You know, he tends to average in the high 90s to the early hundreds, and ultimately in the end there, really, really shocking performance. As for checkouts, 37.5% for Chris Dobey. That's 6 out of 16 doubles, which is fairly decent enough. As for Dimitri Vandenberg, another one of the shocking stats, only 2 out of 10 at doubles. That's 20%. Really, really poor game from Vandenberg. Didn't really ever show up in this match. And he was chasing for the majority of the game, ultimately, in the end. And because it's such a short format, you know, these players don't have time to be going, 2 or 3 legs down, because you just don't have a great deal of time to, chase these players when you do lose games. But ultimately, in the end, I think it was a little bit too little too late for Vandenberg there. Dobey found himself, a 2-leg lead. And I think if you go 2 or 3 legs up, it's very, very unlikely at this stage of the competition that you're going to be able to catch someone up without them, getting another leg on the board. But brilliant win for Dobey. He goes up against James Wade tomorrow. I would assume that game is going to be in the afternoon. So well done there. Really, really good result. But let's move on to our next game of the night. And it is a repeat of the 3rd round match between Krzysztof Ratajski and Simon Whitlock. Of course, we saw a few weeks ago at the Ali Pali. A brilliant result from the Polish Eagle, that was Krzysztof Ratajski. A 4-0 set win over Simon Whitlock, who never really turned up in that game, if I'm being honest with you. It was a quite decent match to watch for how well the Polish Eagle did, but plenty of 180s in that match. And ultimately, in the end, it was a good result for Ratajski. Is it going to go the same way tonight? I don't think it will. I think it'll be a much better game to watch, a very even one, potentially. But I do think we'll see a lot of 180s in this game. So I want you guys to put your predictions in the chat in terms of who's going to win this and the legs, of course. I'm seeing all the jokes in the chat now. What's Peter started? What have you done, Peter? What have you started in the chat? Unbelievable. Tubbs has put no burgers today, mates. The dough pie didn't rise right. Oh, God. Oh, no. What have you started, Peter? Peter's put, Jeffrey went out for a walk with his family and decided to feed the swan with bread. Do you know what? I'll give you credit for that one. I shouldn't laugh. I will give you credit for that one. Oh, no. And then Harry's put, Peter, to get to the swans, he had to wade his way through the water. Oh, what have you done? Honestly, what have you done, Peter? What have you started in the chat? Joke central in the building. Honestly. Gary's put in the chat, you're a good commentator, pal. God bless you, Gary. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. And for those of you that haven't subscribed, don't forget to leave a like and subscription. It is greatly appreciated. We're on 1,604 subscribers. So if you aren't new, then please do join us on the channel. Highly recommended indeed. But Kyle's put, I decided to turn on the darts and watch from Ratajski versus Whitlock game. Might get into the darts more if I watch enough of it. Come on, Kyle. Join us in the darts. You'll love to see it. We want to build up a brand of fans on darts on here. And there's nothing better than getting new people involved with darts. So basically, Kyle, you are witnessing the Polish Eagle, who is Krzysztof Ratajski, taking on the Wizard, who is Simon Whitlock. Now, the Wizard has got some quite brilliant, luscious locks, if I have to be honest. Looking absolutely brilliant. He looks quite stunning with his beard and his hair. And I mean, the Polish Eagle is just quite a good darts player. Do you know what I mean? But this should be a good match to watch. I think I'm going to predict this game is going to be 6-4 to Ratajski. But who knows? We'll have to find out in the end. But let's have a look and see what you guys have been saying in the chat. Tubbs has put Josh and Rowan are by far my favourites here. No offence to the rest. Oh, what can I say? God bless you. Harry's put Josh for the win. Come on, lads. You love to see it. And then Tubbs has put, hey, Josh, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with darts rules. Do you know what? We all learn together. The thing is, Tubbs, I was sat this time... Well, I would say this time last year. This time, I watched my first tournament about a year or two ago. Didn't really have much of an idea of what was going on. But I slowly picked it up. If there's anything you want to know and learn about darts, then put it in the chat. There's a lot of brilliant people in here who'll help you out, and I'll try and help you out too. But we all learn together. Same with you, Kyle. If you ever want anything answering about darts, then stick it in the chat. As Arsenal, the only Premier League Invincibles, has joined in the chat. It says, do you hear that silence? It's the Tottenham fans after getting smoked off Liverpool. This is a dart stream. What's going on? I swear this is the same person making different accounts. I mean, Chris will like that. Oh, what's going on? This is a dart stream, right? And we've got all the football stuff going on. But we're underway now between Ratajski and Whitlock. Oh, it's a 180 to kick off. How about that? I said we'd get quite a few 180s in this game. Kurt Bell. 180 to start. But chance here for a 180 from Ratajski. He gets, I think, 121 instead. So Whitlock on 4 and 9 darter. Gets a treble 20. Doesn't get another one, so we won't be seeing no 9 darter here. But he has got himself down to 2-2-2 after 6 darts. Not a bad start to this game at all for the Wizard. I've got such an itchy nose. Oh my god. Sorry about this. Oh god. So itchy. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the lights. It's as stupid as it is. I've got lights on right now for the green screen. Chris has put Rangers for Life will come in a minute. I think they'll probably switch over to that account and then put a comment in the chat. We've got an awful tendency, if you're a new regular viewer of this channel, they've got an awful tendency to argue in the chat. Celtic and Rangers fans. You'll see that very soon when we do Europa League games in a few weeks' time. But Ratajski got himself down here to 150. He's going to have at least, potentially, 6 starts at it. Whitlock's back at 190. So it's going to be interesting here to see what happens. Whitlock only gets 60. Hiccups. Great start. So Ratajski at 150. 2 treble 20s and a double 15. We're not going to see a 150 checkout as Ratajski hits his first dart at 20. So Whitlock will be coming back here at a 130. But he's going to be under a bit of pressure with Ratajski on 90. So 2 treble 20s and a double 5 gets a 20. Which means he does need a treble 20 for a bull. Which he doesn't get. So Ratajski will be coming back here at 90. So treble 20, double 15 to get the first leg of this game for Ratajski. And he starts off with a treble 5, so not the best start in the world there. So he's going to have to go treble 17, double 12 instead. I think he might go for the 18 route. In fact, I don't know what he's done there. He's gone for 20. So he isn't going to check out. I don't know what he was thinking there. I don't know if he's going for the outer bull, but he's absolutely cocked that up. And Whitlock's going to come back here at 65. So an outer bull and a double 20 will do. Doesn't get the outer bull. He's going to have to go 15 double 16. So he's got 1 dart at the double 16 Whitlock. And he gets it in the end. And it'll be the Wizard who gets the first leg on the board. And I'll tell you one thing. That 4-0 game that they did play a few weeks ago in the World Championship, it looked quite comprehensive in terms of Ratajski's win. But I think for quite a large spell of it, the majority of games kind of went to last leg deciders. So it wasn't like Whitlock played necessarily bad. It was just in clutch moments, Ratajski played better. And of course, we'll see a fair few clutch moments tonight as Whitlock gets himself a 140 to start off this second leg. Good start there for the Wizard. But just looking in the chat, of course, Harry just giving a bit of a talk through there for Tubbs. Carl's put, my ma used to watch the darts. And she told me that the ref adds up the scores really fast, like bang, bang, bang. I just find that really impressive. Yeah, do you know what? It is so impressive because, you know, they have to have such speed as Whitlock gets another 140 here to leave 2-2-1. The speed that they have to have of counting is absolutely unbelievable. And I guess when you've got so much experience, you know, with these big competitions and the amount of games that I played, as Ratajski was about to go for 180, he doesn't in the end. The amount of like the different combinations basically that these referees have to kind of think in their head of numbers and things is bonkers. But they must get so used to doing it that it just becomes second nature. And yeah, they make the odd mistakes here and there because mistakes happen. I think Russ Bray, who is one of the better or best known kind of darts referees, tends to make quite a few mistakes, and it's expected because, you know, you've got to be so quick when it comes to counting that I think, you know, every time, you know, people are going to make mistakes, but it's so impressive because I couldn't do it. But Whitlock here, 2-0 up already in this game, brilliant 84 checkout, and well, Is Whitlock maybe going to do what he couldn't do against Ratajski? Is he going to be a whitewash the other way this time? Very good start here from the Wizard, who is certainly showing a magic display so far to potentially getting himself through to the next round. Harry's put, me and my grandma before lockdown used to play darts all the time. I originally started because of her. Do you know what the weird thing is? I tried to think quite recently, actually, of what got me into darts. And the funny thing is, there literally wasn't kind of like a sole motive. There wasn't a person that got me into it. You know, there wasn't like a friend who played darts that got me into it. I think it was literally around about Christmas time. I just thought, I'm just going to put the darts on. Watched it for a bit because it was something I kind of had a little interest in. We didn't watch it. Had a bit of an interest in, watched it and enjoyed it. And ever since then, here I am on YouTube in front of you guys, in front of blazing lights, doing a watch-along stream for darts. It's great, isn't it? I love it. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. But there was never anything for me that got me into it. There wasn't a person. There wasn't a motive. It was literally, I just switched it on, watched for a couple of hours and went, do you know what? I enjoyed it. And I think for a lot of people, you know, there'll be a lot of people out there into darts because of the crowd atmosphere. And it's understandable. You know, the crowd atmosphere, everybody drinking and in fancy dress, it is nice. It's a great atmosphere to go into. But for me, I just love the game as well. And I think there'll be a lot of people out there who'll just appreciate the atmosphere and maybe not as much the game. But, you know, for me, one of my most enjoyable experiences of darts was, I think it was the World Grand Prix, where it was Whitlock Van Gerwen, and it was the James Wade game, I think, which went all the way. Like, all four of those games that week were just bonkers. Such an enjoyable atmosphere in terms of just how nail-biting the games were. You know, take out the crowd atmosphere, because there wasn't one, just for an actual proper game of darts. Such an enjoyable game to watch. But the Cullen one as well was a brilliant, brilliant match. The Cullen Van Gerwen one literally had me left shaking. That's how good it was. I think you can just get so influenced into the watching darts, and you know, the crowd atmosphere does help. But you get so focused on it. It's so good to watch. I love it, honestly. It's very quickly become my second favourite sport behind football, and it's kind of becoming towards first favourite as well. We've got a chance here for a 78 checkout from Whitlock. He's got one dart at double 11 to go 3-0 up on legs, and he doesn't get it. But with Ratajski back at 111, you'd assume Whitlock's going to be coming back here with two darts at 11. Well, you'll have to tell me in the chat, how did you guys get into darts? Because it's always interesting to see, you know, how different people got into sports. But Chris has put, I got into darts because my dad watched it in the good old days of Bristow, Jockey Wilson. He practiced darts with me even when I was little. He got me playing in his bedroom. It's awesome, isn't it? It's awesome. I love darts. And I'm so glad I've got a dartboard now, as Whitlock has one dart here at double 2 for a checkout, which he doesn't get. So there's a real big chance here for Ratajski to check out on double 16 and maybe just squeeze himself back into this game. He's got to get this here. First dart, a little bit wayward. Second dart, a little bit wayward, but a very good marker. And the third dart doesn't go in, which means Whitlock here with a chance to go 3-0 up on legs. With 3 darts at double 1. This game could be done very, very quickly, depending on what happens. Big moment here for Whitlock. First dart a little bit high. What can he do with the second dart? He gets it in the end, and I know the scoreboard is a little bit behind, so I do apologise. A little bit behind. He's a little bit further ahead of my stream. The ITV hub in the UK is a bloody awful app. He's so bloody far behind the actual stream itself. So I was saying earlier, Chris, I know you said with Sky, do you need a Sky subscription to watch ITV on the app? Or can you just download it and watch ITV on there? Because if you can, I'll download that tomorrow and see if that's a little bit quicker than the ITV hub, because it's too far behind for my liking. It's really frustrating. Really, really frustrating. Chris has put, I remember when I had to play with a magnetic board. Oh, I think everybody had a period where they played with a magnetic board. And the magnetic darts as well. It was like nail hitting a chalkboard. It sounded so bad. I hated those magnetic dart boards, Chubbs says. Used to be good with darts, but we were just chalking out bullseyes. Well, I've been playing a lot of darts over this last couple of weeks. I think being in lockdown in the UK, I kind of look at lockdown and I think to myself, I'm not bothered. As sad as it is to say, I'm kind of enjoying it because I've got a lot of work to do with this sports corner kind of stuff that we're doing in the background. And just realistically, I've really enjoyed playing a lot of darts. I've been there, some days playing it for 2 or 3 hours straight, just practicing and practicing and practicing. And there's nothing better. And if you haven't got a dartboard, there's nothing better right now than getting a dartboard and playing. Because everybody's got a little bit of extra time now with lockdown. And I think the best thing to do, get yourself a dartboard, sit there, practice for a few hours. And by the time you've sat there and played darts for a little bit, an hour or two has passed. It's good fun. But let's go back to this game for a second because Ratajski's down to 32 here. Whitlock at 80. So 3 darts and double 16 for Ratajski, which he only needs 1 dart. And Ratajski's made it back 3-1. So this next leg is pivotal because if Ratajski can make it 3-2, he's still within a shout of getting back into this match after the break. If Whitlock makes it 4-1, he's only 2 legs away from going through to the second round and getting a bit of revenge on Ratajski after the Alipali. Tubbs has put they were unbearable. One of my friends changed the magnet on the bullseye, which repelled the dart. To be fair, you could do that though with the magnetic boards. I think everybody goes through a period where you had like the hang-up magnetic board, which you could put on like a wall or on a door. Everybody had one as a kid, or now you get a proper dartboard and some proper darts. It's best thing I ever did. Well, one of the best things I've ever done is get a dartboard. Just the hours of time that I've put into it to practice is so much fun. I think my stream is ahead of Josh's. Yeah, it will be Tubbs. ITV Hub, which is the UK streaming service, is absolutely shit. It's so far behind that even my scoreboard on the right is ahead of me, and usually that isn't. So I'm going to try and sort that out for tomorrow because it's so annoying. It's so annoying, but if Chris is in the chat, do tell me whether you need a subscription or not for it, because I'll have a look tonight and I'll see, because I hate this lag. I'm miles behind. It's awful. Harry's put, that's the best thing I've ever heard. No, to be fair, they're magnetic dartboards. I can remember them now. So cheap as well. So cheap. Get hours of playtime out of them, but nothing's better than getting a proper dartboard. I mean, I've got mine on a stand. I tell you what, can I get my camera and... I've got like little... I'll leave it. I've got the tripod. I haven't got mine on a wall, but big result there, because Whitlock has got the pivotal leg in the end, and it is Simon Whitlock who goes 4-1 up on Krzysztof Ratajski as they go into the break, and it was crucial for me that the Polish Eagle got that leg before the break, but he hasn't, and all Whitlock needs now is 2 more legs, and he'll be going through to the second round of the Ladbrokes Masters, and well, he's going to be very, very nervous for the Polish Eagle when he comes out after the break, because Whitlock is doing a very, very good job right now. We'll have a look at the stats in a moment, but Bernaldo's in the building, 180! We love you, Bernaldo. How you doing, lad? Good to see you as always. One thing you'll learn on this channel, right, is, with all the different guys we've got, Rowan is quite laid back, quite chilled, very funny. KD, KL, Adam, who's going to be on very soon actually for the first time, Simon, all chilled back, I'd probably say. I'm never chilled back. If you've ever watched the football ones, you'll know that your ears get burst, your eardrums burst when I'm on. 160, I'm not even going to do impressions. Yeah, you get the hype. I was up at 7 AM this morning, right? That's how long I've been up since 7 AM. But the hype for the darts, I've been waiting for this Ladbrokes Masters for ages now. I'm just so bloody thankful it's on. It's so nice. But we bring the hype here for the darts. Harry's put, my uncle went behind my mum was back to get me a real dartboard. I was only 9, so she didn't want me getting one. It was weird because it was an Easter present. It was like I didn't get you anything edible. Hey, you're always going to take a dartboard. I mean, realistically, Harry, dartboard or Easter egg? I think we all know what we go for these days. But I mean, even as a kid, I think, depending on whether you're into it or not, there'll be a few kids who'll be like, yeah, I'll take a dartboard. But a dartboard's worth more Just think of all of the game time that you'll have got out of that dartboard rather than the Easter egg. You know, the Easter egg, you'll demolish that with about 10 seconds, but it's mad. Chris Putt got a fancy king to beat Cross tomorrow. Do you know what the thing is with that game, though? I think it's one of those where, you know, you don't know. It depends what Rob Cross turns up, because if Cross doesn't turn up and Dobey puts in a similar performance like that, maybe Dobey could go through to the next round and go even a little bit further in this competition. In terms of, I love that geezer who announces the scores. What's his name? There's quite a few of them, Tubbs. There's Russ Bray, who's got a very deep voice. There is George Noble, and there is Paul Hinks. So there's quite a few of them who tend to do like the announcers for the scores. But now let's put the intermission song you use is a good one. What song is it? It's Chase the Sun, I think. The one that I was using at the Ali Pali at the World Championship. The reason why I'm not using it this time, and it's a little bit silent on this stream, is because this is monetized. I realised after the Ali Pali streams, I could have monetized it. But the problem is, with all of the sounds I was using, I couldn't monetize the streams. Purely because, of course, copyright comes into play. And, you know, I can't just take a song from online and use it and then expect to make money from it. So I couldn't in the end. But, because I've got no, like, proper music sounds this time, and with the way that the Masters is set up, you don't get as long of breaks compared to the World Championship. So I just thought monetize them and see how it goes in the end. But it's one of them. It's called Chase the Sun by Planet Funk, Benaldo, if you want in it. Harry's put, I was well happy with a dartboard over an Easter egg. Exactly, all that time you got to use with the dartboard, the Easter egg would have been gone like that. I mean, Kaz put, maybe if you melted some chocolate over it and deep fried it, you could have eaten a chocolate dartboard. You could have got 2 in 1 there. And then Tubbs has put, the one who sounds drunk all the time, or do they all sound drunk? There's one with a very deep voice. There's one which goes, I don't even do an impression on it. I tell you what, there is Russ Bray, who is... Sorry if I've just burst your ears. I will turn them down very slightly. So that's Russ Bray, who's got a very deep voice. It sounds like Sean Dyche at times. You've got Paul Hinks. Well, Paul Hinks isn't playing, actually, so you can't hear it. George Noble. And then you've got Kirk Bevins, who sounds like this. You'll know which one is which by the voice. But they're all the different ones. I mean, there is Paul Hinks as well, but the sound's not playing and I can't be able to piss around with it. But yeah, there's quite a few of them. I think the proper one, well, the proper one, the most popular one I would probably say is Russ Bray. Very, very popular when it comes to being the darts announcer. But I think the likes of George Noble, they're very, very good. They're all good in their own way. I think the thing is, they're so recognisable voice-wise in darts. It's mad, isn't it? They're all good in their own way. Chris has put, Easter is a load of nonsense going over the top about bloody chocolate egg. If you want some chocolate egg, buy a packet of eggs and melt some chocolate and cover eggs in chocolate. Well, exactly. I mean, the thing is, it's like, take these mini eggs, for example, right? They're advertising them, I think, before Christmas. Same with cream eggs. And I remember the day, back in my day, I remember used to when cream eggs were only available at Easter. Cream eggs are available now all the time, aren't they? It used to be for like a month and that was it. But Whitlock here with a chance at double 5. He's missed it. Which means 3 darts at double 19 here for Ratajski. To make it 4-2 on legs and he gets it. And that is a big, big leg in the game for the Polish Eagle. He makes it 4-2 in this game. And that is a big, big moment. Remember, if Whitlock wins the next leg, he's not going through. As of yet, as he gets a 180. Let's have a 180. Here we go. Get the 180 on. Russ Bray. He's on for a 9 darter, by the way, Whitlock here. With that 180 on the board. Harry's put, oh my god, mini eggs top tier. They're great, aren't they, mini eggs? But I remember, it's like cream eggs you could only get for like a few weeks and then they'd just disappear off the face of the earth. But Whitlock here gets treble 20 in a 5, so no 9 darter opportunity. But I tell you what, a 1-2-5 will do. It puts himself down to 1-9-6. And he's on course here to go 5-2 up on legs. And be 1 away from a second round game. I think he comes up against Peter Wright, so not going to be an easy game for him. But we'll have to find out, of course. Still plenty of time left in this match. But Whitlock here at 196. Plenty of opportunities here if you can get a feasible score to check this out fairly quickly. And he's on for a potential chance at a 180, which I think he'll go for. And he does get the 180. Get that sound on again. He's absolutely running riot. 180. He's down to 16. And Ratajski, who's back at 345, should probably just start packing his bags, if I'm being honest with you. So Ratajski here at 245, which means Whitlock's got about 9 billion darts at double eight. He only needs one at the double eight. He goes 5-2 up on legs. And it now means Ratajski is going to have to win every single leg in this game, or else Whitlock will be going through to the next round. Big, big pressure here on the Polish Eagle. It'd be a great comeback, but very, very unlikely. Harry's put, if I turn my board to chocolate, I could say 108. Oh no. If Kieran was here, Harry, he'd absolutely laugh. He'd love that joke. Brilliant. Apologies if you get this message twice. My Wi-Fi is awful. Oh, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. I love how this stream today has gone on a wide plethora of topics. We've gone from cream eggs to chocolate-covered dartboards. It's great, isn't it? But for those of you wondering, of course, we haven't got much gin left. That's the problem. What are you going to be drinking over the next week? Well, look at this. These were bought for me at Christmas, right? We've got this nice little tidgy bottle of Gordon's. Let me put that to the screen. Proper little tidgy bottle, that, like a tester bottle. Which, I mean, to be fair, you probably get about 2 out of that and then it's gone. But it looks cute, doesn't it? It's a little bottle in the end. So we've got that. We've got that. There we go. And then we've also got... There's another one down the stairs. Like a little tester bottle of... Where is it? Pink cherry gin. I can't see what my camera is right now. There we go. Focus on that. There you go. Got pink cherry gin. I mean, the camera's backwards, so you can't even bloody read it. But we've got some cherry gin as well. We've got some, I think, strawberry gin. So we're going through all the gins this weekend. So you'll get a review on those gins as well. And then we've got some orange juice, just for the fun of it. But, yeah, gin galore. Good times. This is the only time I drink, by the way. With the football streams, I don't drink on the football streams often. Every once in a while, but I tend to usually save the drinks for the darts. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Tubbs has had some instant noodles. Oh, God. Instant noodles. Super noodles. Pot noodle. Everybody... Well, I was going to say everybody loves a pot noodle, but they don't, do they, if we're being honest. They're just there. I mean, Rowan is a big fan of pot noodles. Very big fan of them. But Whitlock here, treble 20, double 12 for an 84 checkout for a 6-2 win. Hits treble 8. Which means he's got 1 dart at tops after hitting 20. And he doesn't get it. Which therefore means there's a chance here for Ratajski at 60 to make it 5 legs to 3. He's got 2 darts at tops. He's got to hit this for any hope. Just above the wire for the double 20. And his second dart only hits 20. And that surely is going to be the moment in this game that Ratajski looks back upon and wishes he'd got. Because now Simon Whitlock with a chance at double 10. And he gets it in the end. And Simon Whitlock, well, he was defeated 4-0 a few weeks ago in this competition. Well, not in this competition specifically. He was beaten a couple of weeks ago at the Ali Pali. It was a big, big victory for Ratajski when he beat him 4 sets to nothing. But in the end, Whitlock gets some revenge at the Masters. And in our repeat game of the 3rd round of the World Championship, Whitlock gets himself a big win in round 1 of the Ladbrokes Masters. 6 legs to 2. Ratajski is out after round 1. For those of you that have just joined and you're wondering, well, who does Whitlock face in the next round? This is a look at the bracket, because as it currently stands, that's not the one. Where is it? I've lost it. There it is. He will be playing against Peter Wright. That is the 3rd ranked player in the world, so not necessarily the easiest game in the world, and not exactly the easiest player to come up against in the next round of the World Championship. But a very, very good test indeed. And if you actually look at that side of the bracket, if he can get through, you know, you've got a very good chance of making minimum quarterfinals. Of course, then you're probably looking at facing Michael van Gerwen. But very, very tricky indeed. Very, very tricky indeed. But let's have a look at some of the other games tonight. Some of you that might have come into the stream and wondered what's gone on in some of the other games this evening that you might have missed out on. So we started the night with Ian White, who took on Mensur Suljovic, and of course we had Tablegate a few weeks ago. No Tablegate this time, but what we did have is a very, very good result from Mensur Suljovic, a 6-3 win over the Diamond, who never really turns up in TV events, and he didn't turn up tonight at all. Glenn Durrant, he took the first leg of the game against Milton Keynes and then lost 6 on the bounce. Probably the best kind of performance of the night by country mile. Milton Keynes beating the Premier League champion Glenn Durrant 6 legs to 1, not sets. And then, of course, Chris Dobey, big shock of the night so far, beating Dimitri Vandenberg. He wasn't dancing tonight, I'll tell you that for sure. He'll be absolutely kicking himself. He lost 6-2 to Chris Dobey. And then a moment ago, of course, another 6-2 defeat. But this time it was Simon Whitlock beating Krzysztof Ratajski, the Polish Eagle, 6 legs to 2. So plenty of action still to come tonight. We're halfway through the World Champion... Oh, and it's not the World Championship, is it, Josh? Slap yourself. It's the Ladbrokes Masters. We're 4 games in. We've got 4 more left to come. If you're wondering what's still to come tonight, the order of play is on the right-hand side of your screen. You can have a look at it now. We've got Adrian Lewis coming up against Michael Smith in a moment's time. Looking forward to that game. Of course, very, very excited for that one. Really looking forward to it, of course. 2 out-of-form players, desperate for a victory. We've got Daryl Gurney, who had a fantastic run at the World Championship. He's going to be coming up against Jeffrey Deswan. Chris Welch's outsider to maybe go on and win. He's going to turn up this time, we'll have to find out. Joseph Sousa, the master of the miscounts, comes up against the World Cup of Darts winner, Johnny Clayton. And then the final game of the night, probably one of the standout games, Joe Cullen. The last time we saw him, of course, it was an absolute worldie of a game against Michael van Gerwen. Comes up against the World Darts Championships semi-finalist and surprise of the tournament, Stephen Bunting. Can he potentially pull off another surprise at the Ladbrokes Masters? We will have to find out over the next couple of hours. But we're getting through the night fairly quickly, actually. Doing very well indeed. Doing very well indeed. Harry's put in the chat, while we wait for the next game, favourite cereal. I'll start. He said Crave. Bernardo's put Apple Jacks. Tubbs has put Frosties. Bernardo's put, don't know if anywhere beside the USA has them. I don't think we have Apple Jacks in the UK. I think you can buy them. They have like the American shops, you know, like the sweet shops and that. They tend to sell American like cereal in there. Potentially might have Apple Jacks. But for me, Cocoa Pot Rocks, an elite cereal. Fucking love them. Don't have them enough, but they're great. Beautiful. Can't beat Cocoa Pops. And then Tubbs has asked about Apple Jacks. Apple Jacks are good, but too much apple for my liking. But nonetheless, Tablegate was the wrong ball. Tablegate was basically when Gary Anderson played Mensur Suljovic. Suljovic was at the wrong table. Gary Anderson had a bit of a cry about it, but didn't tell the match official that Suljovic had the wrong table. So it was a bit of a petty situation, you could say, but it's over and done with now, isn't it? It'll be something to look back on when they retire and probably laugh. And then Tubbs has put, after the divorce, he got his dartboard out of his Whitlock. Tubbs, brilliant joke. And then Harry's put, gotta hate Gurney. I think I've said it before. He's so annoying. But let's move on to the next game of the night, because this, for me, is the game I've been looking forward to. Michael Smith taking on Adrian Lewis, the 2 crybabies, no offence, of the World Darts Championship. Both of them got knocked out in pretty embarrassing fashion. Of course, we saw Michael Smith getting knocked out by Jason Lowe in one of the most comfortable performances I've seen by any player. Not a single reaction from Jason Lowe in his victory. I didn't even carry one, to be honest. I think he was more bothered about getting some rest after the match. And then Adrian Lewis lost to Danny Baggish. It was a pretty poor game from Adrian Lewis in that match. Never really turned up, but this one is going to be a very interesting game because both players coming into this out of form. Michael Smith always been a candidate by many to win a tournament. Pretty much the English Jeffrey Deswan, isn't it? Always been hyped up to do quite well, but never really tends to do it. And we saw towards the end of the year in some of the floor tournaments, did quite well. In fact, he actually won, quite a few games. But I think he won one of the tournaments, didn't he? He won one of the Winter Series, I think. Did well. But Adrian Lewis, for me, has to do something here because he's potentially, I think, by the end of the year, looking at potentially dropping out the top 32. Let me be honest, he's been pretty shit over the last couple of years, Adrian Lewis. And he made the quarters last year. The Ladbrokes Masters, funnily enough, did actually play Michael Smith. It tends to do quite well, actually, at the Masters. So maybe this could be a good opportunity for him to do well again. But the winner of this game will be coming up against Gary Anderson in the next round. So not exactly an easy game for whoever does go through to the next round. But a runner-up last year, Michael Smith, lost to Peter Wright. I think it was 11-10. So very unlucky for Michael Smith. Was just on the cusp of potential major title PDC victory. He'll be looking to try and do that again today. But Adrian Lewis, runner-up in 2013 at the Masters, we'll be looking to maybe do much better than he has over the last couple of weeks. So I'm looking forward to this one. Chris, but Adrian Lewis is only 36 years old, and we're saying make or break year. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Only 36. You never know, though. Some players, they go out of form, then come back into form again and out of form. Maybe Adrian Lewis is going to be that type of player, but who knows? Do put your predictions in the chat for this one. I'm interested to see what you guys think for this game. I'm going to go 6-5 Adrian Lewis. Why not? I'm going to back Lewis. Probably not going to happen, though. And then Harris put, oh God, Anderson will complain about anything. I know I like him, Josh, but he complains about anything. I can agree with you on that one. I like Gary Anderson, but he does moan quite a bit. But, you know, I do think sometimes the things he moans about, some others don't. And I think there's some fair points with certain things. But other things, you know, it's just moaning for the sake of it, isn't it? It's frustrating at times. You know, you think to yourself, why are you saying that, Gary? Don't say that. Do you know what I mean? It's some little stupid stuff at times. But runaway between Michael Smith and Adrian Lewis. This is, for me, the game I've been waiting for to watch. Do you know what? The thing is, I like Adrian Lewis, but it's just been so sad to watch a slow decline on a player who has already got so much history in darts at the age of 36 as Smith rocks in a 180 in this first leg to get himself down to 1-2-1. And I'd like to see Adrian Lewis go on a good run. And I want him to go through, as I said. I think Adrian Lewis versus Gary Anderson would be a great game to watch just because they both played each other so many times in the past. Of course, played each other in the World Championship final a couple of years ago. It would be nice to see it. But a chance here for a 1-2-1 check out from Smith. Needed to hit the ball, which he doesn't. Which means Adrian Lewis with a chance at an 89 check out. And I'm hoping maybe the last couple of weeks of practice for Adrian Lewis might just help him out a little bit. As much as it might help Michael Smith as well. But Harry's put, he thinks it's going to be Smith 6 jackpot 3. Chris thinks it's going to be 6-5 Lewis, as Smith has a chance at the 25 check out, which he doesn't get. And I did say 6-5 Lewis as well, as there's a chance here. For $2 to double 16 for Adrian Lewis, got $1 double 8, needs to get it, and he does. And it'll be Adrian Lewis who takes the lead in this game. Chris put, this should be quick game, both quick throwers. That is another good point. Both are very, very quick throwers. It is good to watch. I do like watching some of the quick throwers. And it's interesting, actually, because I do feel like Adrian Lewis has picked up pace. You know, from when he used to play a couple of years ago. He has got a little bit quicker. I meant to ask last time. Thoughts on Mardle in general? I think he's a laugh and was a decent player, but many people, including Taylor, seem to dislike him. I think he's great. I don't mind Mardle. I think he's one of the funny characters in the world of darts. And I think he's some of the stuff he brings up, I think he's a little bit stupid at times. There's some little things that he says that you think, you know, probably isn't a good idea to say that. Like, I do agree with Gary Anderson. The thing about telling players to frustrate others as a tactic, you don't want to see, but at the same time, at the end of the day, he's one of those where realistically, I think we're all probably thinking in the same vein, Suljovic has done that to frustrate Gary. Others could do it against other players. Do you know what I mean? It was one of those. But I like Mardle. I think he's a good player and a good personality. As we do get a big fish finish, 170 from Michael Smith, the first big fish finish of the tournament. But what a response from Adrian Lewis. A big fish finish to 180. And he's on for a 9-darter. And that's why I've turned my microphone down a little bit lower than I usually do, because you're going to get quite some reaction with these games. I said this is the UEFA Super Cup of darts. It might not be the biggest tournament in the world, but we'll take any darts when we've got a chance. So no 9-darter sadly for Lewis. He gets a treble 19, treble 20 and a 20. So he does put himself down to 184. Smith here going to have to get himself probably 140 to match up with Lewis. But he doesn't get it in the end, and there's a real chance here for Adrian. Jackpot Lewis to cash in on Smith's mistake. And he's on for another 180 here, which he doesn't get. But a 140 will do. And that puts him down to 44, with Smith back at 3-2-1. So we'll have probably 6 darts at the 44. Chris, I loved Anderson having a go at Mardle and Harrington about that situation. It was quite funny. As Adrian Lewis here, checks out 44 to go 2-1 up on legs. And I think this game is going to be quite topsy-turvy. I think we'll see it, go 2-1, 2-2, 3-1, 3-2. Both of these players can be very good on their day, but, it's one of those where it's hard to call. It depends which Adrian Lewis turns up. It depends which Smith turns up. Harry's put some of German in the chat. I'm not going to lie, I would copy and paste it onto Google Translate. As Tubbs, of course, put, my stream is funny with German commentators. What German commentators like, Tubbs? I don't speak Deutsch. It's this stream that I have. I was going to say, what are the commentators like? Because I do think we've got quite decent commentators in the UK when it comes to darts. I mean, I'd love one day if I could commentate on darts, but I feel like I talk way too much for it. I guess you'd be trained. Any person could be trained to do commentate, I think. Neither do I. That was my friend who was Google Translate. I'm going to say I was about to use Google Translate myself. Would have made my life easy. Tell you what, that was an absolute blessing in disguise. When I used to have Spanish back in the day. At school, Google Translate was a god blessing. Absolute blessing in disguise. Chris put, these are tournaments. Likes of Smith and Chizzy should be able to win. Best chances. Adrian Lewis gets a 180. And gets himself down to 82. Smith back at 200 here. And there's a real chance maybe, although Smith has just whacked in a brilliant 177. Might not have a chance here though, because one dart at tops for Adrian Lewis and he doesn't get it. So Smith here at 66. Going to have to check out with Lewis at tops. Big moment in the game here. Guess 14. Guess 12. One dart at tops and he doesn't get it, which means Adrian Lewis will be coming back at tops for a chance to go 3-1 up on legs and take a foothold of this game. First dart misses, so he's going for double 10 and he gets the double 10 and Adrian Lewis, the jackpot, is 3-1 up on legs. And as Chris said, this will be a fairly quick game because depending on what happens here, this is going to be a very, very crucial leg in the game. Similar like Ratajski, if Lewis takes this next leg, then he's 2 legs away from the second round. If Smith takes this next leg, then it's going to be fairly interesting when they come back after the break. But Tubbs has put Stuttgart beat Mainz 2-0. Don't tell Kieran D because he'll cry. He's a big Mainz fan. Tubbs has put his 5:30 AM guys. Shift starts in 30 minutes. Got to go. See you later, Tubbs. Thank you very much for joining. You're an absolute bloody legend. Hope to see you again soon. I saw you in the stream this morning for the A-League with Rowan. Thanks for the support. Always appreciated. And hope your shift goes well. God bless you, man. Reed's in the stream as well, not yoga, mate. I saw that 87 Ronaldo card. His stats look fucking shite for an 87. But it's Ronaldo, isn't it? And is it a right wing card as well? Shocking value in my opinion. But, it's quite a cool throwback card in the end, isn't it? Everyone say take care, Tubbs. Take care, lad. I can't speak. The gin's got to me. Take care, lad. Take care, lad. And then Harris, we'll have a good one, lad. Take care. Hopefully see you later. I'll catch you all sometime. See you later, lad. As Michael Smith has just got himself a leg back on the board. And it's 3-2. Well. This is going to be fairly interesting to see what goes on a little bit later on in this game when we go back, come back from the break. 3-2 in this match. And there was a real opportunity there for Adrian Lewis to go 4-1 up. And he's staying on the stage here, just having a bit of a practice. Because he knows he should have probably had that leg on the board. But in the end, 3-2, Smith might be able to get back into it. We'll look at the stats in a moment. Rees has said he's packed 9 twice. How many packs have you opened, Rees? I'll, depending on when this darts finishes, because I've been up since bloody 7 AM. If I'm still alive and not half asleep, then I might message you, see if you want to go on call. I might stream actually, God knows. He looks ass, but it might be a decent game. Who knows? I think there's all the Team of the Year cards look very good. I won't mind any of them. But let's put FIFA aside for a second because let's take a look at the stats of this game. As it currently stands, probably the best game of the night so far in terms of both players playing well. Adrian Lewis averaging 98.96. Michael Smith averaging 103.86. Both players playing really good in this match so far, which I kind of expected. As I said, both of these players not necessarily really played well at the Ali Pally, so they'll be looking to bounce back. In terms of checkouts, both doing feasibly well on the checkouts too. 42.86% for Adrian Lewis. As for Michael Smith, 33.33%. That's 2 out of 6 opportunities at the doubles. As for the highest checkout, of course, the best checkout of the tournament so far, a 170, the big fish from Michael Smith. Brilliant 170 finish. But he's got to keep himself in this game, Adrian Lewis. He might be 3-2 up right now. But Michael Smith is knocking on the door. And if he gets the next leg back on the board, it could be fairly interesting. Very similar, I think, to Chris Dobey. You've just got to make sure that you leave Smith chasing, because the frustration will build. That's the important thing for him right now. But while we're still on the break, if you're new to the channel, as always, I've got a really itchy nose. I don't know why it's been itching for so long, but if you're new to the stream, don't forget to leave a like and a subscription. It is greatly appreciated. We did reach 1,600 subscribers today, so any of you that want to join us, we've got a brilliant darts community on here. We're going to be covering all of the Masters over the weekend, so highly recommend to stick about on the channel. And if you want to keep up to date on when we're live, I know I keep plugging it, but of course we're getting lots of new viewers, plenty of breaks in darts. If you want to keep up to date on when we're live, at @_top corner is our Twitter link. We tweet out any latest football deals when we go live on the channel, any of our blog posts, which I'll talk about in a second. We also do that on Instagram as well, which is _sportscorner_. And then, of course, we've got a brand new website we launched last week, thesports-corner.com. If you're looking for some more written content, something to pass the time, I don't know, maybe you're on a bus ride or a train ride and you want something to read, then join us on the Sports Corner. We've got some fantastic written content available. I've been writing up some darts previews for the Ladbrokes Masters, so if you want to see my predictions, which have all been awfully wrong, then you can check them out. And then we've got some other content as well, some esports stuff, some Commonwealth Libertadores stuff in football, some Premier League reviews. It's highly recommended joining us on the Sports Corner. We want to try and get as many of you guys involved on there, and hopefully you can join us on the website, because we've got lots of new content to come every single day over the next couple of weeks. Resport maintenance being asked, mate. I'll be back at some point, so we do that open 36k. Fucking hell, Jesus, fair play. Not bad, that. Was that 100k packs, Reese? And Harry's put, also, I know it won't happen, but if Dobey were to win, what would happen? Because he was the challenger for Newcastle, would Rids play instead? I think he would. Potentially. Chris has put, if Lewis wins this tournament, then he'll be under consideration, he won't be guaranteed. Is that Lewis as a contender, or Lewis as the potential 10th man? Because, well, I mean, he's got to win it, so it's very unlikely, isn't it? But both players back out to the hockey here. As it currently stands, 3-2 to Adrian Lewis in this game. Harry, you don't want to see how many FIFA points I've got on. But then again, I did save up over the last couple of months. I made a FIFA point for Team of the Year. I saved up quite a bit for it. But Michael Smith needs to get himself the next leg on the board, because if he can make it 3-3, it will certainly make Adrian Lewis a little bit nervous in this game. But can he do it? That's the question. Adrian Lewis is a potential 10th man. Do you know, it'd be nice to see Adrian Lewis in the Premier League. I mean, he's been shite this last year, but I'd like to see Adrian Lewis get back to his best. You know, we said about it before, I think, with the World Championship. I do feel like Adrian Lewis gets a little bit too much slate compared to other players. I think a lot of people, you know, tend to call him like dirty scruff, thing like that, you know, needs to get a wash. I hate it. I think it's disgusting, some of the comments that he gets. Because, you know, let's put aside the fact his form hasn't been the greatest over the last year. He's better than most of us will ever be. In fact, any of us probably will ever be. You know, he gets to sit there every year. I'm saying sit there, he stands up when he plays darts. He gets to go to these games every year and make cash no matter what. Something that most of us wouldn't do. And I think I really don't like some of the hate he gets. I think it's so bad. But Harry's put, lads, give us a cheeky pack open if this finishes early, which hopefully it won't, but because of how short the games are, you never. Well, the thing is, Harry, I've got a Twitch account. I do have a Twitch account. I'll put the link in the chat. I do stream on Twitch probably about 2 times every year, because I'm lazy. But I am going to be streaming packs soon on there at some point this weekend. That's actually what I was going to do on Saturday afternoon for Team of the Year. So I'll put the link in the chat to the Twitch. I don't tend to advertise it too much because I said I stream about once every 2 years. But if you want to follow me on Twitch, if you're into FIFA and things like that, then follow me on there. I'm going to try and get a schedule set up in the future to do more Twitch streams. But because It's so busy right now. We've got so many people working on the channel and things like that, improving content and stuff. It's so busy right now for me. It's a hectic calendar. Harry's put, right, 1 second, I'm going over to Ratajski, follow for the boys. Come on! We'd love to see it, Harry. God bless you. But yeah, I'm looking to stream more soon. I think Rowan wants to stream a little bit more soon. He's looking to do a sports corner, football manager save, where we're all made into football manager players. And he tries to, make a team. I'm interested with that. As Adrian Lewis hits another 180 here to get himself down to 61. But, yeah, I'm looking to do more Twitch stuff in the future. I'll tell you that for sure. It's just such a hectic calendar. It's hard to find time to do stuff right now. So Adrian Lewis here. Chance to check out on double 4. He wanted that out bull, didn't get it, and actually got the bull instead, which is a bit of a unlucky coincidence for him. But he didn't get the double 4, so he will be coming out for 8. If Smith doesn't check out another tumpless finish, which he won't. So big chance in this game here. Adrian Lewis to take the lead once again. 3 darts at double 4. 2 darts at double 2. And he gets it. So Adrian Lewis back into the lead again. It's 4-3. 7 legs have been played. Which means 2 more legs. Potentially. And Adrian Lewis might be going through to the next round. What a brilliant game this has been, by the way. Best game of the night so far in terms of 2 players battling it out. You can really tell that Adrian Lewis's game has improved here. As he smashes in a 1-2-3. But I heard Adrian Lewis is one of the nicest guys, speaking to people who met him. I think personally probably he's a lovely guy. You know, the thing is, he's had so much experience in darts. He's easily had more experience than most of the players in the top 20. He's been around for such a long time, very similar to Gary Anderson, They've been through the Phil Taylors, and all of the big players. That, I think he's a very nice guy, probably, no doubt, and I do want to see him get back to his best. But I do feel like maybe some of the comments people make might hinder him sometimes, which is a shame. But he's having a fucking brilliant match here. 140, put himself down to 195. Harry's put, I heard Big Hendo is losing weight, which is good for him. Don't want another Andy Fordham type thing. Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight, actually. We talked about that at the Ali Pali when he played. He looked really, really good in terms of the amount of weight he'd lost. So it's a fair play to him. And I did listen to an interview after one of his matches, and he said, yeah, he's losing quite a bit of weight because he's had a few health issues and that. But chance here for 150 checkout from Smith. Oh, that's brilliant. 2 treble 20s and a double 15, and Michael Smith makes it 4-4 in this game. And we're now into the 9th leg of the match. And as much as Adrian Lewis has been fighting hard to keep a lead, Michael Smith keeps fighting back. And it's 4-4 in this game. Brilliant match this has been so far to watch. And depending on if this stream does finish early, then that Twitch link, I might stream a little bit after this stream. But it all depends. I have been up since 7. I'm a little bit tired. But Adrian Lewis here on for a 180, which I don't think he got there. They're just having to check for a second. He didn't get a 180 in the end. It was a 1-2-3. But we all know Lewis in prime, easily top 4 best players in the world. Absolutely. If he ever got back to that, he'd be ruthless. And I wouldn't like to see him drop out of the top 32. That's the worry at hand here, that he could potentially drop out. But he's got to try and get this leg on the board here. Adrian Lewis at 2-3-3, Smith at 3-8-7, and he's absolutely cocked it up there, Smith. Only gets himself down to 3-30, so the leg really is in the hands right now of Adrian Lewis, who has a chance to go 5-4 up and take us potentially towards victory. So Lewis down at 93 here. But these players are cowards. Why not go bull on 150? Well, it'd be nice if we got that, wouldn't it? But chance here with double 18, and Smith gets a 93 finish, and what a great game this has been. It's 5-4 to Adrian Lewis, and he takes the lead again in this match. He's 1 leg away from the second round if Michael Smith does not fight back here. If he does fight back, then we're going to a last leg decider. That is the question. With the way that this game has gone, it probably will go to 5-5 and go to a last leg decider. But I really want Adrian Lewis to go through here. I do like Michael Smith. I think he's a decent player, but I do like Adrian Lewis as well. And I'm edging a little bit towards Lewis for this game. But I think MVG would only do that. Yeah, he probably would. Nothing was better than the 1-4-1 finish that he got when Chizzy didn't hit the 9-darter. Absolute shithouse dartery. Brilliant, brilliant. I didn't even realise it, actually, when we watched the game. I didn't even realise it. So Smith here at 164. It looks like Smith might be taking his ear to a last leg decider. Adrian Lewis just having a little bit of a blip in this leg. He's only got himself down to 220, so Smith is going to have 6 darts at the 164. He will be coming back here, of course, with Lewis back at 220. He's got 3 darts in hand at double 16. All Lewis can do is put some pressure on, which he does very well and gets himself 140 to leave 80. But I don't think he's going to get a chance here. If Michael Smith hits the double 16, first dart a little bit wide, but the second dart he gets, and we're going to the last leg decider of the evening. Both players have played fantastically well. It's been a brilliant, brilliant match to watch. But who is going to go through to the next round? Will Michael Smith, for the first time in this game, take the lead? Or will Adrian Lewis continue his run and make it 6-5? We'll have to find out here in this game. Very, very good match, though. Both players playing really well. We'll look at the stats in a moment. Of course, we've got plenty more games still to come tonight. 3 more after this. It's only 20 to 10, so we're doing very well in terms of time. But 268 here for Lewis. With Smith at 4-4-4. The power is really in the hands here of Smith, and he's absolutely cocked that up. Gets 20, 19 and 18, which means now Adrian Lewis has to capitalise. Which he gets 20, 18 and a 20, and he doesn't. Which means here Smith at 387 has got to get a big score here with Lewis at 210. If he doesn't, then the hands of this leg, well, the power of this leg, will be going to Adrian Lewis. So Smith at 291. Lewis needs a few trebles here. Starts off with a 20. Gets a treble 20. Really needs another one here, which he doesn't. And only gets a 5, which means Lewis is down to check out Central at 125. Smith back here at 291, which means you would expect Lewis to have at least 6 darts at this 125, which he will. So gets a bull, which means he needs treble 17, double 12 for a brilliant 125 finish. Doesn't get the treble 17, so there'll be no checkout this time for Adrian Lewis. But he will be coming back for tops with Michael Smith at 198. Can Smith put any pressure on Adrian Lewis? The answer is only 58, so 140. So yeah, 140, which means Adrian Lewis here with 3 darts at tops gets 20, 2 darts at double 10, 1 dart at double 5, and he gets it in the end. And Adrian Lewis does keep his calm and his composure, and he goes through to the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters. And I tell you one thing, both players having a bit of a conversation here right now, and it's not a bad conversation. I think both players just having a really nice chat, and it's good to see, of course. But Adrian Lewis, the jackpot, cashes in on a poor, well, I was about to say poor Michael Smith performance. It was a very good performance from both players, and it's good to see both of them still talking now, showing the gratitude to each other for a really, really well-played game. And, well, either of them could have easily gone through to the next round, but in the end, Adrian Lewis, who was in charge for the majority of this game, he led in, well, I was going to say he led in every leg. He didn't lead in every leg. But Michael Smith never led any of the legs in the match, and Adrian Lewis goes through to the next round. That was a brilliant, brilliant match to watch. Both players really playing up to the hype of that game. And ultimately, in the end, Adrian Lewis goes through to the next round where he'll play Gary Anderson. What a game that's going to be. I hope that's on at night time because I want to cover that. So it'd be nice to have that game on at night. But good game overall. Austin Putt's win by 2 would be fun. It would have certainly been fun indeed, but a good game overall. Let's have a look at the stats this match, though. Because as I said, both players really played very, very well in that match. Adrian Lewis averaged 96.95. Michael Smith averaged 95.78. So, in terms of the averages, for the first time, I could probably say that 2 players have played very well against each other and really fought hard. As for the checkouts, it was 42.86% for Adrian Lewis. That's 6 out of 14 opportunities at doubles. As for Michael Smith, bang on 50%. That's 5 out of 10 at doubles. Both players really, really good on their checkouts today. And in terms of the best checkout, we had a 170 from Michael Smith, which was brilliant. We had 4 180s, 3 for Adrian Lewis and 1 for Michael Smith. But in the end, it's Adrian Lewis who goes through to the next round. The jackpot, we're playing Gary Anderson. And I am happy for Lewis. As I said, even Chris put the chat. Happy for Lewis, who's had bad years. A very good result for him. And you never know against Gary Anderson. I have to find out, of course, which Gary turns up in the end. But a good result. And I'm looking forward to that game, of course. Those two have got plenty of history playing off against each other in the World Championship finals of past. And, of course, plenty of other games in the past they've played off against each other. Some brilliant, brilliant games they've had a couple of years ago. But hopefully we'll maybe be on for another one. We'll have to find out. But we've got 3 more games to come tonight. As you can see on the order of play on the right-hand side of the screen. Daryl Gurney will be coming up next against Jeffrey Deswan. Of course, Chris Welch's outsider. Maybe for the next year to come. I have to find out whether Jeffrey Deswan does good or not. Jeffrey D'Souza. Josie D'Souza will be coming up against Johnny Clayton. In the match afterwards, of course, the master of the miscounts comes up against the World Cup of Darts winner. And then a brilliant, brilliant game to end the night. Joe Cullen coming up against the World Championship semi-finalist and probably shock run of 2020. Stephen Bunting, brilliant, brilliant player he's been in the last year. And be interested to see how he does, of course. In that match at the end of the night. So still plenty of content to come. How about all the content to come on the channel? Let's have a look and see what's still available on the Sports Corner. Of course, you're watching the first round of action tonight, which is at 7:10. Of course, been pretty good so far. Watching some pretty decent games. Unfortunately, we've had to cancel this Arsenal Man U watch-along, which is a shame, but that's not going to be happening now. We've got some other watch-alongs going on instead. I'll keep you up to date on Twitter. I will have tomorrow at 7:10 for the evening session of the Ladbrokes Masters, so you don't want to miss out on that. We'll be covering 4 of those second round games live. And then on day 3, the semi-finals and the finals will be taking place at 7:10. And then straight after me, right after I finished, Royal Rumble Live. If you're a big wrestling fan, big night of action. Rowan, Kieran L and Kieran D will be covering Royal Rumble Live on the channel, so you don't want to miss out on that. It's going to be a brilliant, brilliant night of action on Sunday in terms of sporting content. But for the other watch-alongs that are going on the channel, there is going to be a West Brom Fulham watch-along. That is tomorrow. That's going to be with KD. And then there is going to be a Newcastle Everton watch-along. That's going to be from 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So if you're looking for some watch-along content, then there are going to be 2 Premier League watch-alongs tomorrow in the afternoon. So don't miss out on that. We'll have an updated kind of advert for what's to come tomorrow, of course, when Rowan streams in the afternoon. So do keep your eyes out for that, because there's some brilliant, brilliant football games to come tomorrow. But let's move on to the next game now, because Daryl Gurney is taking on Jeffrey Deswan. And Daryl Gurney, a very, very good performance, of course, at the Ali Pali. I think a lot of us looked at him and thought, you know, he was struggling at the end of the year. Didn't really do too good, of course. Was very nearly relegated, actually, from the Premier League of Darts, if it wasn't for Rob Cross being even more shitter than Daryl Gurney was. But it was one of them where I think he can look back at the Ali Pali performance he put in and think, do you know what? I played really, really well. Only lost out in a last leg decider against the eventual winner. That was Gerwyn Price. And I think here maybe Jeffrey Deswan will be giving Daryl Gurney a bit of a tough test. Interesting to see how Deswan does, because he was really, really bad in his Ali Pali game. Was knocked out in the second round. Was one of the very few ranked players to be knocked out fairly early on in the competition. And who knows here? We'll have to find out what goes on, because he was shocking on his finishing, and I'm hoping that's improved tonight for Jeffrey Deswan. But let's find out what happens in a moment. Daryl Gurney rocking a fresh trim. Jeffrey Deswan, is he going to be rocking maybe some fresh techniques for finishing? We'll have to find out. This game is going to start in a moment. We'll have to find out indeed. But put your predictions in the chat for this one. Let's find out what happens in this game. I'm just going to munch on some mini eggs because I'm absolutely starving. I guess that's what happens when you spend 3 hours talking non-stop. But in terms of Daryl Gurney's best run of the Masters, he's been in the last 16 3 times in the past. As for Jeffrey Deswan, last 16. It was his debut. There we go. Let me just munch through this. There we go. Mini eggs are so hard to eat. This is actually Jeffrey Deswan's debut at the Masters. So fair play to him in that respect. Apologies there. Chocolate is the worst thing to eat on the stream because it gets so filling. It's an absolute nightmare. But yeah, it should be a good game, this one. Should be a very good game indeed. I'm going to go for this one. I'm going to go... I'm going to go 7-3. No, it can't be 7-3, sorry. I'm going to go 6... I'm going to go 6... Yeah, I'm going to go with what Kyle said, 6-4. 6-4, but to Davil Gurney, I think. Chris put, you know what, 6-5 does one, can't help myself. Of course, Kyle saying 6-4 does one. He did put Jeffrey got me extra copies of Deswan Princess. So there's one for everyone in the watch-along. Oh, God, if Kyle was here right now, he'd be laughing massively. Chris has put, Gary never want to watch every year, Paul Pogba might want to watch every year, Jeffrey does one, eh? One day it'll pay off. Well, I mean, Paul Pogba's now paying off in real life. Maybe Jeffrey does one will here as well, you never know. But put your predictions in the chat as we are underway with this game. And Super Chin here, already down to 161. With Jeffrey does one back at 327, so the advantage is with Super Chin. He's got one of the best walkout songs in Sweet Caroline. Nothing better than hearing the crowd sing that. Chance here though for a 161 checkout. Gets the treble 20, treble 17, needs the ball and doesn't get it in the end, but the outer ball will do. So he will be coming back at a 25 finish. He's going to have at least 3 darts at that with Jeffrey does one at 187. I think in the next break I'm going to take a quick moment to just stand up and just quickly let my legs kind of flow for a bit because I have been sat down for the last 3 hours. But does one here might be one leg down. In fact, he won't be because Davil Gurney, with a real chance there, at double 8 and double 4, misses 2 important darts, which means there's one here at 128. If he can hit treble 18, which he doesn't, had a chance to check out, but now it goes back to Davil Gurney, who has 3 darts at double 4. Remember, if you're new to the stream, as always, don't forget to leave a like and a subscription if you're enjoying the darts so far. Be back tomorrow night, of course, with some more darting action as Davil Gurney hits the double 2 when it goes 1 leg up in an 11, best of 11 leg game, of course. But we've got plenty of darts action still to come on this channel. Really looking forward to it. Some good games coming up tomorrow night. Of course, probably the standout for me is Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis. One for the ages. If you're a good old darts fan over the last couple of years, if you got into it quite recently, of course you won't maybe know as much about Gary Anderson and Adrian Lewis. But, you know, about 5-6 years ago, they played off against each other quite a bit. No drama between them, but just very good games, of course. But there's one down here at 308. Davil Gurney at 456. It's Deswan with the break of throw. So Davil Gurney here is only going to get 60. And it does allow Deswan a bit of breathing space in this second leg to maybe just claw a little bit of a lead here. He's on for a 180, which he doesn't get in the end. Opts to go for the 18 after the 2 treble 20s. So he will get himself down to a 170 checkout. Might even go for it if he's feeling fruity. As for Gurney, all he can do is try and get his score down as Deswan is into checkout zone. Gurney at 299. So 6 darts at the 170 here for Deswan. He's not going to get the big fish finish, but he will leave himself down at 70. And he'll be coming back for that. Gurney here needs 129 minimum to check out. He starts with a treble 19 and 19 and a treble 20. So very good scoring there from Super Chin, who gets himself down to 163. But there's one here, treble 18, has 2 darts at double 8s for a 70 checkout. And he doesn't get it, which means Davil Gurney at the 163 hasn't got a checkout, of course. But he will have a chance to get his score down a little bit more, which he doesn't do well, only 59. And you'd expect here, Jeffrey does want to take this second leg of the game, and he's actually hit the double 16. He's bust. Which means Gurney, if he can get the 104 here, gets treble 20, has 1 dart here at double 16. If he can get this, oh, he just doesn't. I thought he had for a second. It went past the wire. And I thought he was going to capitalise on the mistake of Jeffrey does one. He's got to come back now for the double 8. First dart is wide. Second dart is miles wide. And they are shocking darts from Deswan. Another poor night so far on checkouts. So Davil Gurney, who was miles away from Jeffrey Deswan, Has 3 darts at double 16 and he only needs 2. And he goes 2-0 up on legs against Jeffrey Deswan. And I'll tell you one thing, we're seeing the Jeffrey Deswan finishing with the Ali Pali once again. Shockingly bad. He should have had that leg on the board. Is that maybe going to change this game up slightly? Really, really poor. He has to be finishing there. He had so many chances at the double 8 and didn't get them in the end. And he'll be kicking himself here as Daryl Gurney takes that 2-leg lead. And all he's got to do is recuperate himself here. Bounce back from that shocking kind of bit of a spur there. And hope that isn't going to be setting kind of a bit of an outlay of what's still to come in the rest of this match. So Deswan gets himself down to 2-8-3. Gurney just a little bit back at 3-4-3 here. He's got the break of throw. And he's going to get himself a decent 100. Not too bad at all. Chris put, what am I doing to myself? Honestly, Chris, still time in this game, but not with that type of finishing. I'll tell you that for sure. So Deswan at 187. Gurney here can get himself into checkout territory. He does get a treble 5, treble 20, another treble to do, which he does get. And he gets himself a very good 135. So Gurney at 108. He will be coming back with 3 darts at 108, as Deswan's only back at 187. But he does very well and puts a lot of pressure on Gurney here as he leaves 50. So treble 19 for Gurney. Needs 1 dart at double 16 after getting 19. And it's all he needs. 1 dart at double 16. And Daryl Gurney goes 3-0 up on legs. Brilliant, brilliant performance so far from Daryl. And Jeffrey Deswan, who I've got to say will be kicking himself when we go in at a break, because there will definitely be a break even if Gurney goes 5-0 up, I believe. If that happens, of course. As he goes for a 180 and gets a 140 instead, Gurney. But he'll be kicking himself. So poor. And it does feel like maybe this could be one of the potential matches that does have a whitewash. Don't think we're going to see many of those tonight. Don't think we'd actually see any of them, if I'm being honest with you. But there is a real chance here of a whitewash. As Daryl Gurney gets himself down to 303, does one at 376. A little bit of leeway maybe if he does want to get himself back into this match. He needs a leg very, very quickly, because if he goes 4-0 down, he's pretty much game over in my opinion. There's no way he's winning 5 legs in this match with the way he's playing right now. Maybe he could, but not with the way he's playing currently. Chris Pot, at least I don't predict this one to win start of every tournament. Yeah, no, I think I saw a lot of people predicting Michael Smith to win this. And, well, Adrian Lewis has already gone through, which is, I'd say quite a shock, but I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected Lewis to win. So Gurney's down to 86 here, does one at 145. Gonna need a treble 20, goes for the 19 instead, which means there'll be no checkout from Deswan. But he does leave himself with a very decent finish of 36. But he might not have a chance here, because Daryl Gurney 86 gets 18. Which means there's going to be no checkout here unless Gurney hits the bull, which he doesn't. So 3 darts at double 18 for Jeffrey Deswan. And he will have a leg on the board and a little bit of belief, which he does get on the double 9. I had to stop for a second there because his first dart at the 18 thought was in for a second, but he hadn't. And he does get 1 leg on the board in this game. And could that maybe spur Jeffrey Deswan on for a little bit of belief to maybe go on and win this match? We'll have to find out. In terms of the averages, Gurney averaging 87.39. Deswan averaging 85.48. It's just the finishing that's been a bit of a problem right now. Cow's put, how many ways can you get 180? Just the one way. Just the one way. 3 treble 20s to get the 180, I think. No, actually, is it? Yeah, it's got to be, surely. It will be. 3 treble 20s. There's not another way you can make it. As Jeffrey Deswan here gets a 180. Perfectly timed that. Big score there from Jeffrey Deswan. If you can go in at the break 3-2, then it's a completely different story from what we were saying a moment ago. It looked like it was going to be on for potential whitewash. Just clawing his way back into it here. Deswan at 262. Gurney at 264. Big moments in the game here. Very big moments. As this is, of course, the last leg before we go into the break. So, Deswan has to get this. Because if he does go 4-1 down, then I think it will just kill all of the confidence that he's just got from winning that one leg back. As Daryl Gurney hits a 140 and leaves himself down at 124. Jeffrey Deswan back at 206. He's going to have 3 darts here at the 124. So big chance. Don't think he'll check it out here. Deswan is back at 106. I think he might have another chance. Gets treble 18. 1 dart at bull here for a 124 finish. And he's nowhere near. Hits 1 instead, Daryl Gurney. So he's going to leave himself at 49, which means Jeffrey Deswan, if he could check out the 106, this would be a brilliant, brilliant finish under some real pressure. Can he get it though? Gets 19. Still got a chance to check out. Needs treble 17, double 18. Gets double 2, which means there'll be no check out. So Daryl Gurney's coming back here with a 49. So 9 and tops he could go for, Daryl Gurney, if he wants to. Or, of course, he's got 17, double 16, which he will go for. So he gets to 17. 2 darts at double 16. First dart just close to the wire. And the second dart misses, which means Deswan at 66 has a real chance at treble 10, double 18 to make it 3-2. Gets the treble 10. 2 darts at double 18. And he gets it. And well, that's certainly been a change to the first few legs of this match. Daryl Gurney was 3-0 up on legs in the first couple of moments of this game, and all of a sudden, Jeffrey Deswan has turned it up a level here. His finishing was shocking in that first 3 legs, but somehow he's found himself back in the game at 3-2, and the breaks probably come at the worst time for Jeffrey Deswan, just as he started to get a bit of flow back in this game. But as it currently stands, he's Daryl Gurney 3, Jeffrey Deswan 2. I'm just going to take a moment to just stand up for a little moment and get my legs going again, because I've been sat for 3 hours. So I'm just going to put on the screen the thumbnail and our social media links, and I will be back in 2 seconds when we do get underway with the second half of this match. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in about literally 60 seconds, if that. See you in a moment. I am back. Apologies about that. Just had to, as I said, give my legs a bit of a chance to just stand up for a bit and just chill out. I'm saying chill out, but just stand up for a second is more than anything. When you sat down for 3 hours, it does get quite bad on the back and the legs when you've been sat down for so long. But both players back out onto the hockey here. If you are wondering what's happening in this game between Daryl Gurney and Jeffrey Deswan as it currently stands, it was actually a very good 3-0 lead for Daryl Gurney. Looked very comfortable in this game, I have to admit. But out of nowhere, Jeffrey Deswan, it was pretty shocking those first 3 legs. He's just turned it up a little bit here. And he's back in the match as we do get underway with the 6th leg of this best of 11 leg match. Carl's put in the chat, I thought the bullseye was the most points if you get all 3 darts on it, or I'm mistaken. No, as reason to put in the chat, the bulls were 50, so if you hit 3 treble 20s, then you'll get more. But if you were to get 3, bulls, then it'd be a nice little champagne. You could get a champagne finish. So if you do get a 150, for example, you've got 150 left, you could go 3 bulls for a champagne finish. But I've only ever seen it on TV once where someone's gone for it and it's actually worked. Quite impressive, to be fair. But we're back underway as I've nearly just smashed my gin bottle. Oh dear, not good. Let's refill up. Of course, we've still got a few more games to come tonight. Jeffrey Sousa coming up against Johnny Clayton in a moment. And Joe Cullen coming up against Stephen Bunting, or as everybody likes to call him, Peter Griffin. Constantly gets that. He must get so bored of being called Peter Griffin. As we've run out of lemonade. Luckily, I've just bought some. I'll go and get some of the rest of that in a bit. But Jeffrey does one down at 146. Daryl Gurney at 258. Just move them out of there. And we'll continue on as we plod along. Have you done that, Ronaldo Reese? You'll have to tell me. Looks awful value. As Deswan gets himself down to 89. He's got the break of throw in the 6th leg. Daryl Gurney back at 2-1-3. There's a real opportunity here for Jeffrey Deswan to maybe make this 3-3. Although Gurney's just hit a 140 to leave himself 73. So Deswan going to have to try and check out this 89. Gets 19, gets 5, which means there's going to be no check out here for Deswan. And a big opportunity for Daryl Gurney to take the lead again if he can check out the 73. Gets a 19. Rowan, here we go, back with the gin. Well, we haven't got much of this bottle left now. We're down to the very minuscule of what's left in this bottle. We're onto the tester bottles soon. Deswan's 40 though, double tops. For a brilliant 3-3 comeback. First 2 darts a little bit too high. Good markers though, if he can use that to his advantage. Good news, Josh Anderson v. Lewis is on the evening session tomorrow. Get in! That's what you love to see as Jeffrey Deswan does hit the double top. And he's from 3-0 down on legs. It's 3-all. And Daryl Gurney will be kicking himself right now at how he's played this game. He was doing really well. He looked like he was going to maybe go on and win this, maybe 6-1 or 6-2. But he's absolutely fucked this up, if I'm being honest with you. It's probably the best way to put it. Absolutely cocked this up. And in terms of finishing, they've both been poor. 21% on doubles for Daryl Gurney. 23% on Deswan. But it's big improvement for Deswan from what we saw about 5 minutes ago. Because I would have probably assumed that his finishing on doubles was about 7%, if that. But I'm buzzing with that. Anderson v. Lewis is on. And Wright v. Whitlock. Oh, fucking hell, we've got a right night tomorrow night. Only 4 games, though, so it should be... What is it? Best of tomorrow, Chris. Is it best of 19? Because it does go right up, I think. So I'd say it's a shorter night, but we're getting an extra 8 legs in all the games. As well, Daryl Gurney's had a bounce out here from the 20. So he's only got 283, and Deswan has got a real chance to maybe go 4-3 up here, if he can capitalise with a few trebles. Gets 2 20s, and gets 100 to leave himself down at 185. Deswan is on the in the driving seat here to go 4-3 up. First to 10 legs. Which first to 10? It's good. Wait, it's good down. First to 10. Okay. Maybe a short night then, at this rate. I thought it went up first to 10 legs. Oh no, it's first 2. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm being stupid. First 2, not best of, isn't it? I get you. I read it for a second as best of. I got very confused. Jeffrey does 1 though. On 185. Chance at 140. He's going to go for the 145 instead to leave himself at tops. Daryl Gurney at 187, which means Jeffrey does 1. Has 3 darts at tops to take a lead for the first time in this game. And take us to an 8th leg. And have the advantage. Big moment here for the Dutchman. The young Dutchman, of course. Chris, you're backing him. And you should back him because he's 4-3 up. It's double 20. It's it first time. And his finishing has certainly improved as this game has gone on. Lovely check out. Just towards the top of the bed of the double 20. And a brilliant finish. Puts Does 1 into the lead. 4-3. Very, very good game indeed. Very, very good game indeed. In terms of Does 1 playing quite alright, Daryl Gurney just seems to have just fell off a little bit here, which is a bit of a worry for him. But where this game is panning out, if Does 1 can make it 5-3, then it's going to be Daryl Gurney who's going to be chasing. Afternoon sessions so far, Cross v King, which would be quite a decent game. Wade v Dobey, not bad. Aspinall v Suljovic. Yeah, do you know what? They're leaving all the best games till night. Don't blame them. Obviously, they must know the sports corner. He's watching them live, of course. No, it's the rankings, isn't it? Jokes aside, it's the ranking system that tends to put them at night time, which is good because, as I said, I could do afternoon streams, but of course we've got other streams going on in the afternoons. Brilliant games tomorrow in the Premier League, so looking forward to that. But I'll be watching the afternoon session, I'll tell you that for sure. Probably have it on in the background while I stream on Twitch at some point. If I do, if I can be bothered. But Daryl Gurney at 2-2-1. Jeffrey Does 1 at 2-3-1. And Daryl Gurney desperately needs to get this leg on the board, or else Jeffrey Does 1 has a chance to cruise into the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters. And I think he's going to have a little bit of a chance here. Daryl Gurney at 1-1-6. Does 1 only at 1-6-7, which means he's going to have at least 6 darts at the 1-1-6. He ain't going to check out with his first 3. But he will be coming back most likely. With Does 1 at 1-6-7. Gurney leaves himself at, I think he's left 32, yes. So unless Does 1 hits a 1-6-7, which would be a ludicrous checkout, it will be Daryl Gurney who's coming back. And he will be after Does 1 hits 2 20s and a treble 5. So Daryl Gurney, 3 darts on double 16 to make it 4-4. First dart completely wayward into the 16, so he's got 2 at double 8. He's got 1 at double 4. And he gets the double 4, and it's 4-all in this game. We're going to the 9th leg of the match. And whoever takes the advantage here is in the driving seat to go on and win this game. But who is going to get it? That is the question. We'll have to find out in a moment. So, Daryl Gurney with the breaker throw in this set. 4-all as it currently stands. Once again, big thank you, Harry, tonight for that donation in the chat. You're absolutely a legend. And a big thank you for all of you that have stayed as well, because the dart stream's always long ones. You know, it's usually about 4 hours. And I think, to be fair, this is probably looking like it's going to finish around about 11 o'clock, as we expected. You know, we've still got 2 games to come, so plenty of darts still to come our way. But been a very good stream. A lot of people in the chat as well, which is always nice. And a lot of you have left likes. 28 likes. Bloody hell. There's a lot of likes. Thank you for all of you that have. I said if you haven't, then I highly recommend to leave a sub. As we push towards 1,700 subs now. Slowly creeping towards it. So, Does 1 is at 268 here. Daryl Gurney at 342 gets 70 to get 272. And it's going to be a big opportunity in the game. Both players a little bit nervous, I think, you have to say. Just trying to edge their way into the lead in this match. I think, of course, Daryl Gurney probably under the cosh a little bit more. And a good score there from Gurney. Gets himself 100 to lead 172. Ain't going to be able to check out, though. So Does 1 at 136. He's going to have at least 6 darts here. Plenty of time for him to be able to have a chance at the 136. He's going to check out. But Does 1 does leave himself at 92, which isn't necessarily the best score in the world, actually, for Does 1 there. Gurney can pressurise it, but only gets 58, so Does 1 here has a chance to go 5-4 up. And be in the driving seat of this game. Treble 20, double 16. Gets 20. Can he get a treble 20 here? That's the question. In fact, it goes to treble 12 and goes for double 18. That is brilliant. That is brilliant from Jeffrey Deswan. Really, really good 92 check out there. Goes double 12, treble 18, hits it first time. And for the first time in this match, there's a smile on his face because he knows he's one leg away, potentially, from the second round of the Ladbrokes Masters on his debut, which is very good indeed. Daryl Gurney has bottled it, potentially. Chris, but hopefully, like Deswan, Lewis Smith, watching Double Top Podcast, you never know, maybe they were. Who knows? But Gurney now is the one who's having to fight in this game. Big time. He's the one under some severe pressure now. And nervous times indeed for him. So Jeffrey Deswan going to get himself 60 to leave himself down at 399. Gurney at 361. It's Deswan who has the break of throw in this potential last leg. But this could be a big 180 here for Gurney if he can get it. 2 treble 20s and he gets a 180. How big could that be in the game? 180 for Gurney, and he has a real chance now to get himself into a last leg decider and just claw his way into it. Harry's put, very welcome for the donation. These streams are awesome, so keep it up. God bless you, Harry. This is for all you guys, all you regulars on the channel. God bless you. I do love doing these streams. They're long, you know, they're 4 hours. They're long ones. But at the end of the day, I would have just been sat here watching it myself reacting. So why not get you guys involved as well and sit back. And I might have these stupidly bright lights on, but do you know what? It's all for you guys. It's all for you guys. After how popular the World Championship was, I mean, I couldn't believe how many people turned up for it. It was bonkers. Like, so many people turning up for it. It was mental. And I have to say, they're probably one of my favourite watch-alongs I've done on the channel. The World Championship. Just all of you guys being in there. So much reaction as well. As Daryl Gurney has a chance to check out 68 on a double 16 and he does it. And we're going to a last leg decider. Well, he's had to fight. I'm saying he's had to fight. Both of them have had to fight. I was going to say Gurney's had to fight his way back into it. But you only have to think, at the beginning of this game, it was Deswan who was 3 legs down to Daryl Gurney. And it is all down to this last leg in the match. Will Daryl Gurney hold his nerve and take back the lead once again in this game? Or will Jeffrey Deswan take the lead once again in this match after being 3 sets down? In terms of the break of throw, both players have led 3 times in the match. In terms of their averages, they're both around the mid-80s. In terms of their checkouts, 28% for Daryl Gurney, 33% for Jeffrey Deswan. It's an even game. Very even match. Who's going to come out on top though? That's the question. Treble 20 for Deswan. 20. And a 20 means that Deswan gets 100 to leave 347. Gurney at 301 with a break of throw. So the advantage is with Super Chin. Reese, thanks for the stream, my dude. You're welcome. God bless, Reese. As I said, if I'm on in a little bit, I will give you a message because I was thinking of streaming, but it's 10:15. I've got so many packs to open, and I'm tired, so I'll probably go to bed. Well, hit me up if you're on tomorrow, and I will send you a message. Definitely. But chance here for 161 checkout for Daryl Gurney to win the game, and he doesn't get it in the end, but he will leave himself down at 32. Just one at 226. Means that Daryl Gurney has the chance with 3 darts at double 16 to go on and win this game. Can he get it though? Daryl Gurney, Super Chin, hits it with his second dart. And well, it was a real tough battle for Super Chin, but he holds his nerve. Jeffrey Deswan, who was 3-0 down on legs early on in this game, clawed his way back to make it 3-3. And I tell you one thing, Daryl Gurney had to fight really hard in this match to get himself the victory. And in the end, it's Daryl Gurney 6, Jeffrey Deswan 5, and Super Chin goes through to the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters. For those of you wondering who he faces in the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters, your answer is on the screen right now. He will be facing Dave Chisnell in the next round of the competition. Of course, Chizzy going to be a fairly tough opponent to play against. And of course, for the other ones as well, for those of you wondering with the other games, Whitlock will be facing Peter Wright, Dobey will be facing James Wade, Suljovic facing Aspinall, Milton Keynes will be facing Rob Cross, Jackpot Lewis against Gary Anderson. And, of course, we still haven't had decided yet Joe Cullen Bunting. And our next game coming up in a moment, which is Jose de Sousa against Johnny Clayton. So we're 6 games down. 2 more games to go. Let's have a quick talk about that last game between Daryl Gurney and Jeffrey Deswan, because it was a pretty feisty match in terms of both players fighting hard to get the victory. In terms of the averages of the game, Jeffrey Deswan, 85.10. Not the greatest in the world, but good enough in a game like this when you're scrapping against a player who only averaged 89.56 in the match himself, so fairly even in terms of the averages. Checkhouse-wise, both players averaging 33.33% on their doubles, 6 out of 18 for Daryl Gurney, 5 out of 15 for Jeffrey Deswan. And as for 180s, there were 2 180s for Daryl Gurney and only 1 180 for Jeffrey Deswan. So a very good game indeed, and very lucky there for Jeffrey Deswan, who might have thought he was potentially going through to the next round, but he was 5-4 up, and then in the end, of course, hasn't. But Cowsport, sorry about this. I thought Deswan clawed his way back and was about to fly away with the win, but Gurney held on, eventually wheeled away victorious. Another great game tonight. Yeah, very good match. Very good match indeed. Really, really good game. Both fighting really hard, which is what you expect in a game like this. A really tough match. But let's move on to the next game now. Tiredness is kicking in, I'm not going to lie. When you've been up since 7, I am getting a little bit tired. But let's move on to the next game. We've got 2 more games to go on the night. And coming up in a moment is Jose de Sousa, who will be coming up against Johnny Clayton, the master of the miscount, Jose de Sousa. A player who seems to constantly miscount awfully and still get away with it in most situations. We'll be coming up against the World Cup of Darts winner Johnny Clayton. Although it's not really classed as a PDC major, it's still a very good win to Johnny Clayton's name. Another one of those players who's certainly been on the rise over the last year. But one of the biggest players who's rose in 2020 was Jose de Sousa, one of the better players in terms of how he shot up the PDC Order of Merit. Should be an interesting game, this one. Should be a very interesting game indeed. The very, very unlucky thing for the both of these players is that they have to play Michael Van Gerwen if they go through. So none of them really being treated necessarily to a good match in the next round. But as you can see on the screen, there you go. With the world number 2, Michael Van Gerwen is waiting. So a bit of a tough one, that. But if you do beat him, that side of the bracket is very favourable to minimum make quarterfinals, semi-finals. But that's beating Michael Van Gerwen, isn't it? You know, that's going to be very hard to do. But it's a tough one, this one. You know, Jose de Sousa, he's a very calm player at times, of course. A little bit frustrated when he cocks up, which is very understandable. But Johnny Clayton only lost out to Joe Cullen in the last leg decider at the World Championship. Looked quite alright, actually, at the Ali Pali. It'll be interesting to see how he does in this game against Jose de Sousa. But 2 very good players. 2 players that are very closely ranked as well in terms of the order of merit. So it should be a very, very good match to watch indeed. Chris put in the chat, looking forward to seeing Vandenberg and de Sousa in the Premier League. Looking forward to that as well, whenever that is going to be. Because, well, they're saying they want to have it in March, April time with fans. You're probably not going to have fans with the way that this world is currently... with the way... I can't fucking speak. The way the world... I give up. With the way the world currently is... It's a nightmare right now, isn't it? With the way the world is, it probably isn't going to have fans in there, so I'd assume it's going to be Milton Keynes again. But I can't speak, probably because of tiredness and drink. But let's go on to our next game now. Jose de Sousa coming up against Johnny Clayton. This should be a pretty decent game. If you have enjoyed the stream, though, I will say this very quickly while both players come out onto the Oki, and you want to see when we're live again with our live watch-alongs of the Ladbrokes Masters, then you can join us on Twitter at _top corner. I tweet out when we're live with any streams, including our football ones and our NFL watch-alongs, vice versa. Instagram is also available, the _sports corner _. You can also check it out on there. We, of course, I was going to say tweet, but it's Instagram. It's not a tweet, is it? We post when we go live on Instagram as well, so you can check us out on there. And then we have a website, so if you're looking for some written content, I don't know, maybe you're on a train ride and you've got a little bit of time to pass, then go to the sports-corner.com. We've got new content every single day on our brand new website. And you can also access this live stream on the website as well. So if you can't get onto YouTube, go onto the website and you can watch our streams on there whenever we are live. Thanks to the wonderful, wonderful world of the internet. It's nice, isn't it, to be able to access different YouTube videos and when you can't get on. But embedded onto the website. So you don't even have to come onto YouTube to watch us. You can go on the website and support us on there. But put your predictions in the chat for the penultimate game of the night. Johnny Clayton coming against Jose de Sousa. I'm going to say for this one, it's going to be 6-4 to Jose de Sousa. Of course, it is his debut at the Masters, purely because, well, it's his biggest year, hasn't it? You know, realistically, 2020 being the best year for the Portuguese. Special one, as he's called. I'm slowly collapsing as the night goes on here. As for Johnny Clayton, he's another one of the players who I think is debuting at this tournament. So 2 debutants. Going to be interested to see how both of them do in this match tonight. As I said, one of them's got to play Michael van Gerwen. They won't want to play Michael van Gerwen, but you never know what happens in tournaments like these. It's the first big one of the year after the Ali Pali. Be interested to see how some of these players do. As we do get underway, Johnny Clayton starts us off best of 11 for this game. As time slowly continues on, and by the end of this stream, I'm going to be absolutely knackered. As we might have the first 180 of the night here for Jose de Sousa already. Only gets himself, I'm saying only, gets himself a 1-2-5, which is a very good start indeed to leave himself at 3-7-6. Johnny Clayton needs to get himself 100 here, which he doesn't. But he does get himself down to 2-6-1, so already a bit of pressure here on Jose de Sousa to get himself something at this stage of the match. Can he get it though? Oh, I've put the link on, 2 seconds. Don't know what's gone on there. Let me get rid of that. Apologies about that. I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. So Chris saying 6-5 de Sousa. Another potential close game. Who knows? Who knows? It should be a good one. So Clayton down to 1-6-1. Jose de Sousa at 3-3-6. He really needs probably 140. In fact, I'd say 180 he probably needs here. He's going to get himself though 140, which will do. It'll put himself down to 196. But with Clayton at 161, he's going to have at least 6 darts here at the 161. Gets treble 20, needs treble 17, which he gets. Bull for a 161 finish. And he gets the outer bull. But it's okay, because he will be coming back with 3 darts at 25. With Jose de Sousa at 196. So plenty of time indeed. Chris put in the chat off topic. Thoughts on Mustafi to Liverpool links. I feel very sorry for you. As much as it's a cheap signing, I think it'd be a bloody terrible one as well. Have they not watched what he's done in the last couple of years in the Premier League? Who knows? But Clayton gets the first leg on the board, 25 checkout, 9 double eights to put himself into the lead. And the Welshman, who of course has lifted the World Cup of darts, puts himself into a very good position against Jose de Sousa, the special one. Not Jose Mourinho, this is Jose de Sousa. Brilliant, brilliant player he's been this year. And I'm interested to see how Jose does over the next year, because as Chris in the chat, he's such a calm player to watch that I'm really interested to see what he can do next year. Brilliant, brilliant player. But Clayton, off to a very good start here at 3-6-1. Jose de Sousa at 4-4-1, but it is de Sousa with the break of throw. So the advantage yet again is in the hands of Johnny Clayton, who'll be looking here to maybe get a 2-leg lead and make de Sousa chase early on. And that's the thing with these types of competitions. I guess when you've got the Ali Pali, for example, you know, you can sit there and, I'm saying you can sit there, but nobody wants to sit there and, you know, go 1 or 2 sets down. But the thing is, because it's such a lengthy tournament, there are going to be opportunities where you can get back into games from quite far positions down. And I think, you know, in these types of tournaments, if you go 2 or 3 legs down, it's so hard to come back, apart from maybe just one tonight. It's so hard to come back into these matches, because by the time you might have got 1 or 2 legs back, the other player might have got 1 or 2 legs forward and won the game. So it's a bit of a tricky one, this one, in terms of the short format of the first round. Chris, I want Botman or Militao. I don't want Arsenal garbage. Yeah, it's one of them. Maybe his agents kind of put it out to the press just to maybe get him a move. Tends to happen so often, doesn't it, with players? Double 12 needed for Clayton here for a 2-leg lead. Doesn't get it in the end. So we'll be coming back at 24. De Sousa at 140. So he should realistically have a chance here at that checkout. De Sousa not going to be able to check out the 140 here, so Clayton is coming back at double 12, and a 2-leg lead would be massive for Johnny Clayton early on in this game. All he needs is double 12, which he gets first time, and that is a 2-leg lead over Jose de Sousa, and the player who looks fairly calm looks quite worried right now. You can see the bit of nerves on the face of him. The question is, I mean, if Clayton goes 3-0 up, are we going to see something very similar with Jose de Sousa? With Jeffrey Deswan, when he comes back into the game. I think at times, and we saw specifically, I think against Mervyn King at the Ali Pali, when he crumbles, he can crumble a little bit. You know, Mervyn King was playing so good on that day. Probably one of his best performances, as I said before, that I think ultimately, even if Jose was playing well, he probably wouldn't have got into the match. But just a little bit of a worry here for Jose de Sousa, who needs to get a leg on the board soon, because the longer this goes on, the quicker it will be that he's packing his bags and leaving Milton Keynes. Of course, the next tournament isn't quite a while, is it? I don't think it's till March, so we've got at least another month to wait. Of course, we've got Q-School going on as well, which is a massive thing. Be interested to see whether players like Van Barneveld get their tour cards. It's a shame that's not streamed, actually. I kind of wish they streamed it. Maybe they do on PDC TV. If anybody knows, tell me. But it would be pretty cool if they streamed Q-School, just to see everybody playing. I think that's something they're missing out on. Maybe not on Sky, because you probably wouldn't get as many viewers. But PDC themselves streaming it on their website would be quite cool. You know, there's some fairly big games in there that could be covered. I mean, anyone who plays Raymond van Barneveld's pretty much got their money's worth. At least you get to play former champion of the world. Not many people can say that. But Johnny Clayton here at 252. Jose de Sousa all the way down at 84, which means there's a big chance here for the special one to get a leg on the board. And just maybe put a little bit of a few nerves into Johnny Clayton. Gets 20, which means he's going to have a chance here still to check out. He needs treble 14, double 11, which is certainly doable for Jose de Sousa. Does go for the double 16 instead, which means he goes for double 8, and he gets it. Big check out there from de Sousa. 84. Puts it to 2-1. And as we go into this fourth leg, it's a very key moment in the match. Of course, not long before we go into another break. Question is, if Jose can make it 2-2, it'll certainly give him a lot more confidence in this match. A very calm player, as we said before. So, is he gonna get back into it? That's the question. Chris, but we sell Lovren to replace him with Arsenal version of Lovren. Imagine. As I said, I think it's his agent putting stuff out. Personally, that's what I think. You know, agents these days are desperate to get their star players, I guess, to clubs for a bit of extra cash in the back pocket. I guess that's their business, isn't it? At the end of the day, that's what they're there for. But de Sousa at 3-2-1, Clayton at 3-6-1. Johnny Clayton here really does need to make it 3-1. I think if he can make it 4-1 and go into the break 4-1 up, very, very comfortable. The one thing he won't want to do, of course, is go in and feel like he's gone through to the next round already. But it'll put Jose de Sousa under a lot of pressure, because all Clayton would need then is one leg, and de Sousa would have to win every single one on the bounce. But a lot of time left in this. A lot of time left in this. We've still got one more game tonight, which is going to be Cullen v Bunting. So we will be done about 11 o'clock. I did think we'd finish a little bit early, but it turns out every game actually just seems to have been played at the exact time it was expected. So we will be done by 11 o'clock. But de Sousa gets 1 of 5. Johnny Clayton here at a 1-6-1 needs treble 20, which he's going to get. So there will be no 1-6-1 checkout. So de Sousa will be coming back at a 1 of 5. Big chance there to make it 2-2 in the game if he can get the 1 of 5 checkout. So he steps up to the hockey. Big moment here. Needs treble 20, 13, double 16. Starts off with, I think he started off with a 1. Which is pretty shocking. So he's going to have to go treble 18 bull. Gets treble, in fact he gets 18, so there'll be no checkout. Johnny Clayton will come back here at 61. Big moment in the game here. If he goes 3-1 up, you're thinking de Sousa's under some real pressure. gets the outer ball and then only gets 18. And you can see the frustration on Clayton's face because you know De Sousa is probably going to hit double 16 first time. And he does. Well, big finish there from De Sousa. It's 2-2 in this game. And whoever wins this leg will be going into the break leading their opponent. Is De Sousa about to make a little comeback of his own? We saw Jeffrey just one of his 3 legs down come back to make it 3-3 and then unfortunately go on to lose it. Is Jose De Sousa going to come back from 2 legs down? Well, he already has, hasn't he, to be fair, and go on and take the lead in this match and put Clayton under some pressure? We will have to find out. But he starts off here with a really poor score. He's only down at 4-4-3 after 6 starts, so it is, to be fair, Clayton has got the advantage here as he hits a 180. Big moment for Clayton there. That will be the confidence booster he needs. He's down at 196. De Sousa all the way back at 4-4-3. All De Sousa can do here is get at least a 140, which he does to get himself down to 303. So Clayton can leave himself a good finish here. He's going to have at least 3 darts, maybe even 6. The score that he gets here, which he gets to 140. So he's going to get himself down to 56. A very good score with De Sousa back at 303. What can De Sousa do to put any pressure on? Gets treble 19. Gets treble 7, so there'll be no check out for De Sousa. And he only gets 20, so he is all the way back still at 205. So 16 and tops to lead in this game once again. Johnny Clayton, 1 dart at double 10. And he doesn't get it. So De Sousa will be coming back at 205. And a little opportunity to just put a little bit of pressure on Clayton. He's not going to be able to check out. But he can leave himself a decent score, which he doesn't. And it's all in the hands of Clayton now with De Sousa still back at 151. 3 darts at double 10. And 1 dart is all he needs. And Clayton goes into the break, well deserved, with a 3-2 lead. And he was leading the majority of the first half of this kind of little section of the match. And in the end, Jose De Sousa 44 back in this game. But it is going to be a 3-2 lead for Johnny Clayton. And this game, I think, has still got a long way to go in this one. Very, very even game. I'm going to be back in a moment. Just going to take a little moment to stand up for a second. As I said, tiredness is kicking in. But 3-2 to Johnny Clayton. Back in a second. And we'll talk through what's gone on in that first little bit of the match. Is Johnny Clayton about to knock out the special one? Back in a second. And we are back for the next part of this match between Jose De Sousa and Johnny Clayton. As it currently stands in this match, Johnny Clayton is 3-2 up on legs against the special one, Jose De Sousa. Oh, you had a bit of a stretch yourself. Maybe you made yourself a very quick coffee. I mean, you wouldn't make it in a minute, but you could still be making it now before the next bit of this game starts on. But as it currently stands, as I said, Johnny Clayton was doing quite well, actually, at this beginning of this game. Looked like he was in cruise control. Jose De Sousa got 2 legs back on the board before pretty much cocking up this 5th leg of the match and basically gifting it to Johnny Clayton. It's a big opportunity because Clayton just needs to make sure that De Sousa keeps chasing in terms of the stats of the match Johnny Clayton averaging 97.29. Jose de Sousa averaging 95.06. So very good game so far in terms of the averages. Checkouts wise, only 30% for Johnny Clayton. That's 3 out of 10 at the doubles. As for Jose de Sousa, 100% so far. 2 out of 2 on his doubles. He's not had many chances, but he's hit them when he needs to so far. Brilliant, brilliant. I would have to say it indeed. Harry's put, just a note, I'm loving the stream. God bless you, man. I'm just doing some FIFA in the background. What console are you on, Harry? You'll have to give me a heads up, because I'm on PlayStation. I need to grind some FIFA packs myself, because I've got all my saved packs still to open. I've got all my FIFA points, and I've got to grind for Team of the Year. So I'll be doing that for quite a bit of the weekend. I'm lucky that they're in packs till Tuesday, because darts has taken centre stage. It's ruined my Team of the Year, but both players back out onto the hockey. Put FIFA for aside for a second, because Jose de Sousa might be the special one if he can get a comeback in this match. But can he? That's the question. He's on everyone's lips right now, because Johnny Clayton is putting in a very good performance, I have to say. Very, very good performance indeed. Can he keep that performance up? That's the question. I don't know. He's a very weird player, Jose de Sousa, because you never know if he's ever going to come back into a game. As Kieran said, he's just so calm. So calm. Harry's put PS4, lad, I'm not insane. Yeah, I'm on PS4 as well. Big dubs. That's what we like to see is Clayton hits a 180. I've just realised why you put I'm not insane. Just realised, yep. Oh, it might be a chance here, though, for Jose de Sousa to 180. And he does. 2 180s back-to-back. Johnny Clayton, by the way, he's on for a 9-darter here. We'd love to see that. So Johnny Clayton gets treble 20. Gets another one. Go on, Clayton. It's another one. Oh, it's a 20. He's cocked it up. We had a chance there. A 9-darter. And he doesn't get it. But he keeps up with Jose de Sousa. Clayton at 181. De Sousa at 184. Sousa gets himself, or Sousa, how are you going to pronounce it? Gets himself 100 to leave 81. Which means Clayton's going to have to get 100 or more here. Gets 20. Gets treble 20. Another treble would do. And he only gets 7. Wow. De Sousa down to 84. Clayton down at 94. Treble 20 double for 12 will put De Sousa back 3-all. Gets treble 20. First down misses the double 12. Got another one. And he doesn't get it. Which means Clayton will be coming back at 94. Could be a bit tough for him to get it. He's got bull and double 16 he needs here. Gets treble 14, which means he needs tops, and he's just above the tops. Very unlucky there with that dart. And now a chance here for Jose de Sousa at double 12 to go 3 legs apiece. And he does with the first dart. 6 legs in the match, 3 apiece. And this is a bit of a grind for both of these guys. It's not a grind in terms of Team of the Year packs, which is probably what Harry's doing. But in terms of this game itself, a real graft of a match. I think we could be going all the way in this one with a full 11 legs being played out. But a brilliant, brilliant game. You'll have to tell me, Harry, have you packed any blues? And how many packs have you opened? Because, as I said, I've got to really, really grind now. As I said to the other lads, they won't be seeing me this weekend because I'm either streaming FIFA or I'm streaming the darts. I want to pack a blue. I've literally opened 2 of those upgrade packs, Harry. League ones. I haven't grafted any yet because I've got about 150 save packs still to rip open, so a lot of work to do. But Johnny Clayton here averaging 102, De Sousa averaging 99, so very good performance from both players here. But the real question is, who's going to come out on top? Will Jose de Sousa take the lead in this match for the first time? It's a tough game, this one. Clayton gets himself down to 161. Harry's put, I really like De Sousa. He has a relaxed facial expression which makes him look permanently confused and lost. He does, doesn't he? That's the thing with De Sousa. He always looks like he's very annoyed with his darts. I mean, he's literally just hit a 100 to get himself down to 180. Yeah, in this situation, it's pretty poor as Clayton looks to check out 161 and he doesn't, sorry. But he will get himself down to 24. So he's going to have 3 darts at double 12. But he always looks confused. even when he hits good darts, he never really celebrates massively until after a game's done or if he's going into a break and he's leading. You see him there, he gets himself down from 180 to 58. Just no expression on his face as Clayton here looks to hit double six and he gets it to take a 4-3 leg lead, and Clayton leads once again. This is pretty much a repeat, in my opinion, of the Gurney game, where it's just going back and forth between both players, and it's nice to watch because they're both very good players. But I am absolutely knackered, I'm not going to lie. Been live for nearly 4 hours. I am shattered. I'll tell you one thing. Don't wake up at 7 a.m. in the morning if you haven't got anything to do. Not a good idea. But Clayton here, 4-3 up on legs. Currently both players averaging over 100. This is a very good match to watch. Probably seeing the best. I was going to say the best game of the tournament so far, but let's wait for a second because there's still a long way to go in this. I think Adrian Lewis and Smith was a very good match. This is living up to it in terms of how hyped it's been, as Jose de Sousa currently finds himself at 320, Johnny Clayton at 341. De Sousa really needs this next leg on the board. Chris, I'm not looking forward to deadline day, signing Mustafi to Liverpool. I can imagine Twitter meltdown, I'll be ranting the whole day. Well, we're looking to do a deadline day stream again. I don't know how much involvement I'll have in it, because it's a long one. And I don't want to do it to the same length we did last time. We did 12 hours. It was way too long. It wasn't way too long. It was just so tiring. And I don't know how we're going to run it, but we are looking into doing a deadline day stream. Again, everyone involved, which is going to be fun. But 4-3 equally stands between Clayton and De Sousa, and it looks like it's going to go 4-4 here. 3 darts at tops for De Sousa. Should get it realistically. And then we'll be going into the 9th leg of the match, which means we're guaranteed at least another 2 more in the game. He's got 1 dart at double 10 left in hand, and he misses it. Which means Clayton with a chance at the 1-2-2. Real big opportunity here. Gets 18. Gets a treble 18, which means he needs the bull, and he doesn't get the bull in the end. Gets the 12. And that means De Sousa's coming back here with 3 darts in hand at double 10. For a 4-4 game. Hits the 10, so he's got double 5, and he gets it. 4-4. It's a real scrap, this one. Doing very, very well indeed to keep himself in this game. But he just needs to get a foothold in this match. Every time he's got back into it, Johnny Clayton's then gone on and taken the next leg in the match. And I feel like here, if De Sousa wants to win, he's got to win the next leg. And maybe he might go on and then win the next 2 on the bounce. He's always chasing, that's the thing. He's always been chasing in the match. Now he's got a chance to kind of push forward in this game. As he hits a 140 to start off this 9th leg of the match. Very good so far, you have to say. Can Johnny Clayton match that? Well, he's going to go for a 180. Gets a 140, which will do. Puts himself down to 318. De Sousa's going to have to try and respond. Put some pressure on Clayton here. Gets treble 20. Gets another one. A 180 would be perfect here. And he doesn't, but a 140 will do. That's down to 2-2-1. After 6 starts, De Sousa looking very, very good in this game. Kyle, make sure if you do decide to do transfer deadline day to stock up on gin. I will tell you one thing, Kyle. There is absolutely no chance on transfer deadline day I'll be stocking up on any gin and drinking it on stream. The only reason why is, one, deadline day is going to be pretty miserable, I think, with deals. So it's probably going to be a miserable day where I'll be drinking gin with no deals going on. And 2, because we started so early last time, if I started drinking in the morning, I'd be dead by the end of the day. The only deadline day deal would be me getting booted off the channel. Well, I mean, I'm saying booted off the channel. It was me who started this channel, so I'd be booting myself off. But yeah, I don't think I'll be drinking any gin, I'll tell you that for sure. I like to preserve the gin for the darts. I don't know what it is. I feel like darts is the perfect drinking sport. Just, I don't know why. I mean, you could drink at football as well, but I do like to tend to have a drink with the darts, but De Sousa here at 32, got a chance to go 5-4 up here at double 16. If he doesn't get it, Johnny Clayton is at tops with 3 darts. Big moment in the game this, as we edge towards the final few legs of this match. Sousa hits the 16, really needs the double 8 here. Hits the 8, 1 dart at double 4. How crucial could this be? And he's missed it, which means Clayton is coming back for 40. That's the first kind of bit of reaction I think I've seen tonight from Gerwyn De Sousa. And well, what a brilliant dart that was. Double tops for Clayton. Double 20. First time with his first dart in hand. And he goes 5-4 up. And yet again, it's just a game where Gerwyn De Sousa is having to chase. He's had so many opportunities in this match where they've gone even. And a chance to push forward and take the lead. And he's cocked it up every time. It's frustrating for him right now. Absolutely frustrating. Because Johnny Clayton is now one potential leg away from the final. He's not. From the second round. I've lost the plot. He's one leg away from the second round is what I wanted to say. Johnny Clayton is not going from the first round to the final instantly. I'll tell you that for sure. As Gerwyn De Sousa hits a 140 to put himself down to 2-2-1. And I'll tell you one thing. With the way that this leg is looking, Gerwyn De Sousa might be taking this to a last leg decider. Which, if he does, it kind of wouldn't surprise me if he then went on to win it. It's just a very Gerwyn De Sousa thing to just keep himself in matches, keep grinding, and then at the biggest moment in the match, turn up as he hits another 140 to leave 81. And with Clayton back at 240, he's going to have at least 6 darts here, I think, at the 81. Clayton responds with only 55, so he will get 6 darts at 81. And I think we might be going to a last leg decider here. Gets a 7, which is not what you want. So treble 14, double 16 needed here for the special one. Can he get it? Gets treble 14, double 16. Brilliant dart. Right in the bottom right-hand corner of the double 16 bed. It lands perfectly in there. And we're going to a last leg decider. Johnny Clayton has found himself in this game. Really, really tough moments in terms of the fact Gerwyn De Sousa has been consistently, slowly edging towards a victory. Clayton takes the lead again, and then De Sousa just keeps clawing back in this match. And it just feels like, with the way that this game has gone, he'll go on and win it. Although he started with 60 here, so the advantage is with Clayton instantly. With De Sousa at 4-4-1 and Clayton at 3-6-4, he might have cocked it up already. He's got to hope here that Johnny Clayton does not score high, and he has scored very high. He's down to 230, which means a 180 or a 140 is kind of what Jose needs here. Starts off with a treble 20. Gets another one. A 180 here would be brilliant. Brilliant. And he is as well. It's a brilliant 180. That's the 6th in the match. And that might just keep Jose De Sousa in this game. Brilliant, brilliant 180. And Johnny Clayton here matches him up with 100. And I'll see the scores in a second. Clayton at 130. De Sousa at 261. He's going to have to get another 140 plus here, De Sousa. Starts with a treble 20. Gets a 20. And only gets 100. So Clayton at 130 here. With De Sousa at 161. You'd assume Clayton has got the advantage in this game. He's got treble 20. Needs another one here to check out on double 5. Gets it. Double 5 for a checkout. And he gets it right in the bottom left-hand corner of the bed. That is a brilliant 130 checkout from Johnny Clayton. And he takes the game 6 legs to 5. And you've got to say he deserves it. He was leading for so many moments in this game. And ultimately, Jose De Sousa just couldn't claw himself into the lead at any point in the match. And the special one is packing his bags and going home. And Johnny Clayton will go through to the next round, and he's got a very tough task. Remember, the winner of this is going on to face Michael van Gerwen. So no pressure, Johnny Clayton. He's got a lot of work to do when he goes into that match. But let's have a look at the stats of this game, because it was a really, really good match to watch. Both players averaging over 100, in fact. Johnny Clayton averaging 102.93. Jose De Sousa averaging 101.29. In terms of checkouts, 40% on doubles for Johnny Clayton. That's 6 out of 15 on doubles. As for Jose De Sousa, 35.71% on doubles. That's 5 out of 14, so he had plenty of chances. Both players did really, really well in this match, but in the end, 6 180s, 4 for Johnny Clayton, 2 for Jose de Sousa, and a really, really good match overall. Very enjoyable game to watch, you have to admit. Both players doing very, very well indeed, and ultimately, in the end, it was just a little bit too much there for Jose de Sousa to get back into the match, and ultimately, Johnny Clayton, well deserved, goes through to the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters, which means we've got one more game to get through, and I'll tell you what, as much as I'm looking forward to it, I am really, really tired. My back is gone, if I'm being honest with you. So I'm very tempted to stand up for the last game of the night. I'm going to see if I can do that just for a second. Let me just stand up. Oh, God. I tell you one thing, when you do sit down for 4 hours, it really does take it out of you. I'll tell you that. You might sit there doing nothing, but I don't know if you heard my legs crack for a second. It's quite a lot when you sat down for 4 hours. But Cullen versus Bunting is the last game of the night. Two very, very good players, you have to admit. Of course, Bunting making the World Championship semi-finals. Could have potentially made the finals. He played really, really well against Gerwyn Price and played fantastically well throughout the entirety of the tournament. As for Joe Cullen, one of the best World Championship games I think we've seen in a long time. It was an absolute thriller. Left me shaking, quite literally, against Michael van Gerwen a few weeks ago. But all attention is turned towards the Ladbrokes Masters. He doesn't have to think about that game now. He can focus on this brilliant game against Stephen Bunting. And for me, the interesting thing is Bunting going to continue his form on. I'm hoping it's not just a little blip that he had where he turned it up. I'm really hoping Bunting does well. He's another one of those players, in my opinion, that I think is brilliant to watch. Brilliant, brilliant player to watch on his day. We saw him a couple of years ago in 2015 when, I think he played Van Barneveld. He was incredible. Had a good run there. I think made the quarters of the semi-finals. Do the same this year. I hope we've got that Bunting back because he's a great player to watch. Absolutely brilliant player to watch. But he's got a tough task against Joe Cullen, who himself will be looking for a little bit of glory. We've seen him win a few games in the past. We've seen him win a few PDC matches and trophies, not necessarily the big ones, but he's played brilliantly well in some of the floor tournaments. And it'll be interesting to see here if he can turn it up tonight. Let me just get that on the screen though, and we'll get underway with that in a second. Of course, the last match of the night. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Once again, if you're new as always, don't forget to leave a like and a subscription. We are at 1,600 subscribers, so big thank you to all of you that have left a sub. If you are new and you have enjoyed it, then join us on the channel. We've got a fantastic community of darts fans, and it'd be greatly appreciated. We've got lots of football watch-alongs and stuff still to come. And if you want to keep your eyes out with our social media links, they're on the screen right now. If you want to join us on Twitter and Instagram, you can find out when we're live, as well as our websites. The sports-corner.com. Well worth checking that out if you're into your written content and you've got a spare 10 or 15 minutes to check out. Maybe you're on a train and you want to read something. Sports Corner website is for you. New content available every single day on the website. So it's highly recommended to check that out. But let's go to the last game now. 16th versus 17th ranked in the world. It is a great game, this one. Cullen v Bunting. What's your predictions in the chat? I think this is a 6-5. We've had 3 6-5s in a row. I think we're about to have a fourth one. And Cullen Bunting, to me, is a standout fixture from the ones that we've had today. We'll have to find out what goes on. That game's going to be on in just a moment's time. I'm going to predict here for this game. It's such a tough one to predict. It's such a tough one. Chris has just put Clayton knocked MVG out last year in the Masters. Hey, maybe Groundhog Day repeats itself. But it's such a tough game. I'm going to predict... do you know what? I'm going to predict 7... I'm going to predict 6-4. 6-4 to Bunting. Why not? Why not give him a go? Fair play. You know, the thing is, I like Bunting. And as I said, he had a great run of the tournament. I'm hoping it's not just a blip that he had. And he's genuinely back to his best. I like the guy, and I think he's a great player to watch. And the same with Cullen as well. Let's not sit here and... I really like Cullen as well. He's a very, very good player. But Chizzy Gurney is the afternoon game tomorrow. So Rob Cross King, Wade Dobey, Aspinall taking on Suljovic, and Chizzy Gurney are tomorrow's afternoon games. So that is the afternoon session order of play. And then for those of you wondering the evening session of play, well, I wish I knew myself. ITV aren't showing it. So cheers, lads. Really helpful. I think they're just talking through them right now. I've got no sound on, so I can't really tell you actually what's going on. But I assume in a second they'll show the evening afternoon. Evening afternoon? This is when you know I've lost the plot. Evening session of play. In fact, they won't. They'll just go straight to the game. So who cares about the evening session? But either way, it's Van Gerwen who's going on there. Gary Anderson, Wright, and Gerwyn Price is my guess. So we know the 4 players who are going to be in it. Question is, who is going to be taking on Gerwyn Price? Is it going to be Stephen Bunting again? Or is it going to be Joe Cullen? Let's find out. Both players getting ready to come out onto the hockey for the final game of the night. And it's been a brilliant, brilliant stream. 4 hours it's been now. A long one indeed. Cal's put, just heard Cullen is a Man U fan and Bunting's a Liverpool fan. Come on, my Man United friend. 6-5 win for Cullen. Harry's saying a 6-5 win for Cullen as well. Chris, what are you going for? I'm going to guess you're going for Bunting with him being a Liverpool fan. I assume he's going to go 6-5. I'm going to go 6-4 to Bunting. But this will probably end 6-5. Austin, who's in the stream, good to see you as always, Austin. Saying 6-3 Cullen. And Chris is saying 6-5 Cullen, my prediction. He's not going Bunting. Oh, I'm the only one that's gone Bunting here. Interesting shout. Well, let's see whether the Bunting turns up or not, or whether Cullen is the right choice to go for. Both players just getting themselves ready for this match. Should be a pretty decent game if I say so myself. As I slowly slump into my chair. Let me sit up a little bit more in my chair. But yeah, thanks for all of you guys that have stayed for the last 4 hours, because it is long. And I think, you know, with football, it's alright because it's pretty much done within 2 hours. With darts, 4 hours is a long time to go for. So if you've been here for the full hour, 4 hours, whether you've been here for an hour or 2, just a big thank you to all of you that have decided to turn up to this stream. And a big thanks for all the likes as well. Shit ton of likes tonight, 27. Bloody loads of you leaving likes, so thank you for that as well. But best run was quarterfinals for Stephen Bunting. That was in 2019. He'll be looking, of course, to see if he can go on another decent run like that, if he can beat Gerwyn Price. But he's got to beat Cullen first. Big test on his hands here. Because Joe Cullen is certainly no walkover. I'll tell you that. Chris, but if that's the case, I hope Bunting wins then. Oh, he's hoping Bunting wins. Of course, he's a Liverpool fan, Liverpoolian as well, isn't he? So we'll have to see what happens there. But last game of the night. Let's see what happens here. Before literally give it about 5 minutes of this stream and ending, I will be jumping into bed and waking up tomorrow early in the morning, no doubt. But we're underway now with our final game. Best of 11, of course. I've made so many mistakes tonight, so I'm so sorry if you expected a very good stream. Gin is probably not good for you when you're very tired, and I've made so many mistakes, so I apologise about it. But Man U for Life's in the stream. He says, come on, Cullen. Of course, Cullen being a Man U fan. And then Kaz put, oh, now, Chris, you can't change your mind. He's like, who wants to be a millionaire? First answer's taken. But here we go. I'm trying to get myself comfy without looking awkward. Oh, God. There we go. We're comfy now. We're underway as Cullen looks to get the first 180 in this game. He doesn't. Gets a 140, though. And he's down to 134. Bunting at 318. Looking forward to tomorrow night's games, actually. Should be really good. First to 10, so a little bit longer format, but 4 less games. So it kind of probably will finish about 11 o'clock. It all depends on who faces who and how quickly those games are done. As Cullen looks to get a 134 checkout and does. Brilliant 134 checkout there on the double 16. Really good there. And he's one leg up Cullen in this game. And Stephen Bunting looks to respond with a 180. And he gets a 140 to start off. Oh no, he does get a 180. I thought he had. He got a 180 to respond to Cullen's 134 checkout. Brilliant. Chris, but I'm hoping he believes himself. I think he does. I think he's got to come into this competition and believe for sure. He's not going to go for the 9 darter, sadly, Bunting. But I think he should believe in himself. After that run at the World Championship, if he could keep going in the same vein and maybe go on a decent run in this competition, who knows, maybe he might be the 10th man at the Premier League. I'd love to see him move up the rankings. He's another one of those players I like, and I think He's another one of those players in darts that a lot of people appreciate. You know, he's been in the game for quite a while, a couple of years now in terms of the PDC. Just a really nice guy. But Joe Cullen looks so calm on stage. He's got quite an interesting throwing technique, Joe Cullen. I look at the way Bunting stands. He plays on the side. It always looks like Cullen's just kind of front facing, chucking darts. You've got Bunting who's on the right, kind of does that. Cullen just looks like he's standing on the spot. It's quite interesting. As he goes for the 100 checkout here with a double 20, gonna have one dart at double 10 for a 2-leg lead, which he's got. And well, 2-0 up already, Cullen. This could be a very quick game. Both players quick at throwing. This could be done fairly quickly unless Bunting gets on the score sheet, on the board very quickly with a leg. I've had a nightmare. I'm so sorry. I've made so many mistakes tonight. You have to put up with this for 4 hours. Honestly, I'm so sorry for you all. I don't know how many people come back to this stream, but the fact any of you come back after the shit show you've seen tonight, honestly, God bless you all. God bless you all. Coming on for a 180 though here. Took a potential chance at 3 up. He gets the 180, so he's down to 225. We've bunted at 419. And I'll tell you one thing we're saying about 2 minutes ago, Chris. We hope he believes in himself. This game could be done quickly because Cullen's averaging 127.8 and Bunting's averaging 107, but it's not enough right now when Cullen is averaging ludicrous averages. And he gets himself another 100 plus. And well, the best game of round 1 in my opinion is looking like it's going to be the best game of the night. Cullen down to 91, Bunting at 319. Bunting responds with a 180. He gets himself down to 139, so Cullen going to have to check out the 91 here. Got one dart at double 16, I think. And top, sorry, it was. And he gets it. It's 3-0 lead for Cullen and the Man U fan. Oh, no, sorry, he isn't. Oh, man, I give up. I've lost the plot. He got 20 in the end. So he will be coming back for double 10. I thought he got it. Well, now he does. It doesn't matter anyway. He's got the 3-0 lead. He has got the 3-0 lead. I'm losing the plot. He is 3-0 up. And with the way that this game is going and how Cullen is playing, Cullen might be on course here for a 5-0 lead at the break. But Bunting's playing well. He's averaging over 100. That's the thing. He's averaging nearly 110 himself. But Cullen, do you know what? It's as if they've taken the Cullen from the first 3 sets of the MVG game and just stuck him in this one. 120 average. Bunting's averaging 114 and still can't get a sniff of a leg. What game this is. Left the best till the end. And they keep showing us on ITV, MVG. As Cullen looks for another 180. Gets a 140, which would be good enough. What a game this is. It could be done within about 5 minutes. Or 10 minutes, because of the break, of course. Both players playing out of their skin. And I think even if Bunting was to lose this game, there's a long way to go in it, so, you know, he's got time to get back. But even if Bunting was to lose and he averaged 110, I think he'd put his hands up and say, I couldn't get anything out of this match when you've got Cullen averaging 120. But chance here for a 136 for Bunting. Gets 20. Gets treble 20. And gets 16. So he'll be coming back at tops. With Cullen at 129. Unless Cullen checks it out here. Which he's not going to be able to. So big chance for Bunting to get a leg on the board. 3 darts at tops. For the Liverpoolian. And he gets it first time. 3-1. This is an interesting game now. Carl's put to me, every time Bunting is throwing his darts, it looks like he wants to crack a big smile. He does. He does. It's quite interesting watching the throwing techniques. As fucking Cullen responds with a 180. How about that? What a game. What a game this is. What a way to respond with a 180. Cullen averaging 123. Bunting averaging 110.75. Unbelievable. Cullen was on for a 9-darter, but wasn't able to get it after hitting 20, 19 and treble 18. But he is already down to 228 after 6 darts. Bunting's going to have to try and get a 140 minimum here to match up with Cullen, which he's not going to be able to get. And he only gets 55, so it looks like Cullen's got a real chance here to go 4-1 up on legs at the break. And you kind of, in a game like this, you don't want to break. They're playing so well. Leave them on. Let them roll out the rest of the game. The break might not do them good. With Bunting back at 4:01 here, Cullen is going to have at least 6 darts at the 1-3-2, and you would assume Cullen will be going 4-1 up here at the break. Good response from Bunting at 140, but 261's too far behind. So Cullen at 1-3-2 hits treble 1, gets treble 20, so there won't be no check out here. So all Bunting could do is put a little bit of pressure on Cullen, who will be coming back at a 50 check out. Bunting gets treble 20, treble 5, and treble 19. Brilliant response from Bunting. Gets himself down to 129, but Cullen has 2 darts at double 16 for a 4-1 lead at the break. And he gets it. Well, as I said, it's a game where you just don't want to see a break in play. Both players playing really, really well indeed. And as much as Cullen is playing good, Bunting will be thinking to himself, I'm playing a fantastic game right now, and I've only got 1 leg on the board. As it currently stands, it's 4-1 to Joe Cullen against Stephen Bunting. We'll talk about the stats in a moment. But what game this is. It's a shame that this is only best of 11, because this could be done within about 5 minutes of it restarting again. But the stats of this match, Stephen Bunting averaging 108.83 and has only got a leg on the board. It's one of the best averages of the tournament so far, but it's not as good as the 115 average of Joe Cullen. And as I said, it kind of feels like the Joe Cullen that played against MVG has been put onto the hockey right now. And maybe, I don't think he's probably in his mind, but maybe a little bit of it is, he wants to come out on stage and really prove a point. And he's proving a brilliant point right now, because checkouts-wise, Stephen Bunting, 50% on his checkouts. He's only had 2 opportunities at doubles, which he did get one of them. As for Joe Cullen, 66.67% on his checkouts. That's 4 out of 6 on his doubles, flying in the game. As for 180s, 2 apiece. But what a brilliant, brilliant match to end the night. There's been a few very good games tonight, but I think this one could top the lot in terms of a single performance playing so well. Milton Keynes, of course, putting a great performance against Durrant, but this could be on course for the best performance of the night. But for those of you wondering, the other scores of the evening, what games have I maybe missed? Let's go through the results of tonight. Ian White in a 6-3 loss to Mensa Suljovic, good result for, of course, the Austrian. Milton Keynes in a quality performance against Durrant, a 6-1 win. Durrant took the first leg of the game and then lost the last 6 on the bounce. Big shock on the night was Dimitri Vandenberg losing 6-2 to Chris Dobey. What a result for Dobey. He'll be absolutely delighted he got a result in that game against Dancing Dimitri. Christoph Ratajski lost 6-2 to Simon Whitlock. Of course, those two played in the 3rd round of the World Darts Championship. A little bit of revenge there for the Wizard against the Polish Eagle. Michael Smith is out already. Adrian Lewis in a 6-5 win. Really good game that one was, actually. Jack Paul Lewis going through to the next round against Gary Anderson. Daryl Gurney in a close fought fight against Jeffrey Deswan. He won that game 6 legs to 5. We saw a moment ago Johnny Clayton beat Jose de Sousa 6 legs to 5. And then, of course, we've still got a few more legs left of this game between Joe Cullen and Stephen Bunting. And as it currently stands, it will be Joe Cullen who will be going through to the next round if he gets the next 2 legs on the bounce. However, there still is plenty of time for Stephen Bunting to get back in this game. Of course, he's still 4-1 down, but if he can continue to average the way he was a moment ago, and maybe Joe Cullen slips off a little bit, then maybe there's a little bit of an opportunity for Bunting to get back into this game. But a really, really good match overall, and we all made our predictions in the chat. Of course, all of you guys predicting Cullen to win, but all thinking 6-5 and 6-3. It's not panning out that way right now, is it? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But both players will be back out onto the hockey in a moment. Just for those of you wondering, when am I going to be live again tomorrow with the Masters? I will be live tomorrow at 7:10 with the evening session. Now, I know there is an afternoon session that is going on, but we've got a couple of other watch-alongs going on the channel tomorrow. We've got a Everton-Newcastle watch-along, and we've also got a West Brom-Fulham watch-along. So we won't be doing the afternoon session, unfortunately, but the evening session will certainly do some brilliant, brilliant games going on tomorrow night, including the likes of Michael van Gerwen, Peter Wright, and, of course, the world number 1 Gerwyn Price for the first time in this tournament. So we'll be looking at that tomorrow. From 7:10, I think I'll be live from. So do keep your eyes out for that. But as for now, we're back underway here. Potentially, we could be done in about 5 minutes. Because Cullen is falling up on Stephen Bunting. And I don't think it will necessarily play out the same way as it did before the break, with both players averaging so well. I think it will have killed the vibe. But, I'm saying that, Stephen Bunting's just smashed in 140. So, let's see if that gets the mood swinging here for both players. I think it's paramount that Bunting gets this next leg on the board. If Cullen wins the next one, Bunting's going to have to win all 5 legs left of this match if he wants to win. And hope that Cullen doesn't get a single one on the board. Harry says, after this game, could you show us your darts? Yeah, of course I can. I can show you my darts. In fact, I tell you what, I'll get some of the darts I've got now. 2 seconds. So the darts I tend to use, they're not amazing, but the darts I would tend to use. Let me get on the screen. They're pretty cheap ones, to be honest. I'm gonna get some new ones. They're not Gary Anderson, Phil Taylor darts, like tungsten darts. Nothing special. I'm looking to buy some Gary Anderson ones though. In the next few weeks, because I've broke a few of my darts and I need a few more. So I'm looking to see if I can get some darts. As Bunting here on a 4 checkout doesn't get it in the end, but he will come back with 3 darts in hand at 8. Michael Murphy, how are you doing, buddy? Hope you're good. He's put, anyone know if ITV upload the full matches for replay? I know ITV don't upload the full matches for replay on like social media, but I think it might be on the ITV hub after it's done, as Bunting checks out 4 to make it 4-2. So I would recommend, Michael, after this is done, which it should be done in the next 10 or 15 minutes tops, check on ITV hub. If it's not on there, I don't know, to be fair. I would have thought PDC would have uploaded the highlights afterwards onto their YouTube channel. If not, actually, I think it's on in the morning. I think they do a repeat as well on ITV4 tomorrow early morning. So if you're wanting to watch all the games, then it might be worth checking that out in the morning as well. I know Sky tended to repeat the previous day's sessions for the other tournaments. I don't know whether ITV do the same. But Bunting here on for a 180. And now it's looking maybe a little bit more like Bunting's getting into this game. He's down to 181 with Cullen back at 348. But Cullen's going to try and respond with a 180 of his own. And we're back to another good run in this game. 140 for Cullen. Leaves him at 208. How can Bunting respond? Harry's put nice darts. I'm using Chris Dobey's 22 grams. I think those Phil Taylor ones are 20 grams. But I want to get Gary Anderson ones very soon. Will do. Thanks, mate. You're very welcome, Michael. Hopefully you get to access the games. Because they make it so hard to access them. It's a nightmare. So Cullen down at 68 here. Bunting going to have to try and check out 121. He's not going to be able to in this situation after hitting an outable on the 20. But he's got to hope here that Cullen doesn't hit 68. Treble 20, double 4 needed. Hits 20. So 8 and tops. He's going to go 16 and double 16. And he doesn't get it, which means Bunting has a chance at 56, 16 and tops to make it 4-3 and make things very interesting in this game. Can he do it? Big moment in this game this will be. Get 16. 2 darts at tops. Oh, and he only needs 1. What a brilliant finish from Stephen Bunting. We said about how he needed to believe in himself. And I'll tell you one thing right now. This game is certainly swinging the way of Stephen Bunting. Cullen is not putting in a bad performance, but there just seems to be something that's been ignited in Bunting with the break. And maybe it came at the perfect time for him. But he's got to keep rolling on here, because the instant minute you let Joe Cullen get a leg on the board, Bunting will have to win every single one after that. You cannot let Cullen get another leg on the board here. He has to make it 4-4, or else he's going to be under the cosh. That's the first time I've probably said that today. Only took me 4 hours and 15 minutes to do it. I was saying that left, right and centre in the World Championship. But Bunting here at 306. Cullen going to get himself a decent score. 2 treble 19s and I think a 20 to put himself down to 271. Bunting's going to have to try and respond in the same manner. Gives himself a 19, treble 20 and a 20 to leave himself down at 2... Sorry, he's going to leave himself down at 219. What can Cullen do here to respond? Brilliant darts from Cullen. How about that? I think he gets a treble 19, 19 and a bull to leave 145. So he's going to get a few darts at it. Big moment here. Michael's put, I've only just joined in the last few minutes because Prime Time's watch-along was a little underwhelming. If you had to pick, who do you reckon wins the tournament? The thing is, I could easily go, Michael, with Gerwyn Price. Because I think everyone will go for him. He's the world number 1. Do you know what? After watching today's performances, it's very hard without watching tomorrow's. I do think Milton Keynes got a decent shout. Harry won't like to hear that, but I think Milton Keynes tends to do very well in these types of competitions. I think he could go on and maybe go quite far in this competition. I think another one as well, actually, that could go quite far, potentially, would be someone like... Well, I've said that now, and I don't know who I want to say. Cullen makes it 5-3. And now, Stephen Bunting's got to win the next 3 legs of the bounty if he wants to go through. But yeah, I'll say, do you know what? I'm going to say Milton Keynes is an outside shout to win. I think Van Gerwen will be up there to win it, potentially. He'll want to get that first PDC major title of the year on the board. But it's one of those where I think a lot of people will go Gerwyn Price. Just because it's Gerwyn Price. But let's go different. Do you know what I mean? Let's go different. Why not? Spice it up a little bit. Everyone's going to go for the same person. I'm going to go for Milton Keynes. Originally, my outside shout was Vandenberg, but he shat the bed, didn't he? So we won't be seeing him in the next round of the competition. He'll have probably packed his bags and left the hotel already, I'll tell you that. Bloody hell. Cullen at 4-1-5. Bunting at 3-6-1 here. Really, really crucial moments in this game. Stephen Bunting has to win the next 3 on the bounce, or else he's going out of the tournament very, very early on. And we'll see Gerwyn Price come up against Joe Cullen in the next round. Really, really key moments here. The best game of the night needs to continue in the same manner as it did early on. Bunting, a 2-7-5, gets himself 3 treble 20s and a really unlucky bounce out. I think that would have been a 180. It bounced into the treble 5, but he is down to 140. How can Cullen respond? He's back at 3-3-4. The answer is with a 140 to leave himself down at 194 even. So Bunting with a 140 checkout. Gets treble 20, needs another one. Doesn't get it in the end, which means he will be coming back with Cullen at 194. Can Bunting make it 5-4? I do apologise, by the way. I am a little bit behind. If you're in the UK, ITV Hub is terrible. Not worth using if you ever think about doing a watch-along. It's shit. And I can say that now because we are past the watershed. So tops for Bunting, which he gets. And that's a big moment in the game because Stephen Bunting finds himself 5-4 in this match. And he's got to win the next game, next leg even, to take us to a last leg decider. Big, big moments in the match here for Stephen Bunting. And well, my ITV's just decided to freeze itself. So let me get that game back up. There we go, that's better. So Cullen here at 2-7-6, Bunting at 2-7-1. Finds himself very unlucky, I think, with a bounce out. But he's down to 192. Cullen here got a great opportunity for getting at 140 to leave himself with a finish and a bit of an advantage. Gets a treble 19, 19 and 20 to leave himself 180. So the advantage is a little bit with Bunting. He's got the breaker throw. And he's a 192. Needs to get himself a good score and put the pressure on Cullen. He only gets 60 to leave 132, which means Cullen here has a real chance. Gets treble 20. Another one here would be perfect for tops, which he doesn't get, but 80 will still do in this game. Bunting back at 132 here. He's going to have to go for it. 2 bulls and a double 16. What a champagne finish that would be. And he's not going to get it, unfortunately. I think he's hit 13 there. So there'll be no checkout. And an opportunity here in the game for Joe Cullen to win it on 80. But what can Bunting do to leave some pressure? The answer is he does quite feasibly well. Leaves himself with 52. So treble 20, double 10 for Joe Cullen to win the game. Gets 20, which means he's going to have 1 dart at tops. He's left a really awkward position there with his last dart. But he gets it in the end. And Joe Cullen finds himself through to the next round of the Ladbrokes Masters. It was the best game of the night. A fantastic match to watch. Both players were averaging really, really well at the start of this game, and I do find myself a little bit disappointed with the fact that we did have the break, because I think he killed it off a little bit in the end. But Joe Cullen goes through to the next round. A 6-4 win over Stephen Bunting. And I think even Bunting could put his hands up there and say, do you know what? I left it a little bit too late. And ultimately, a brilliant, brilliant performance from both players. Both of them can come out really happy, I think. Bunting there, good match overall. Michael Murphy putting, ITV's shocking on that. That's why I've ended up having a game myself with YouTube on in the background. It's shit, isn't it? It's awful, ITV Hub. I'm going to try and get that sorted out for tomorrow night. But that is all of our games done for tonight. What a brilliant night of action at the Ladbrokes Masters. Plenty of games going to last leg deciders. And although this one didn't, both players certainly averaged over 100. Let's quickly talk through the stats of this match before we look at all of the games tonight. It was 102.26 average for Joe Cullen. Stephen Bunting averaging 101.89. In terms of the checkouts, 40% for Stephen Bunting. That was 4 out of 10 at the doubles. As for Joe Cullen, really clinical, 60%, 6 out of 10 on these doubles. Brilliant, brilliant performance from both players. But Joe Cullen, in the end, just the better player. And he goes through to the next round where he'll be facing Gerwyn Price, which will be tomorrow night. Some brilliant, brilliant games to come. But let's just quickly go over the results of all the games tonight at 8 fixtures. Mensa Suljovic beat Ian White 6 legs to 3. Milton Keynes beat Durrant 6 legs to 1. Shock of the night, potentially, Chris Dobey in a 6-2 leg win against Dimitri Vandenberg. Simon Whitlock gets revenge on Christoph Ratajski in a 6 legs to 2 win. Adrian Lewis, what a game this was. Brilliant match. 6 legs to 5 win against Michael Smith. Gurney was in a close fought match against Jeffrey Deswan. He eventually won that Super Chin 6 legs to 5. We saw a few moments ago, of course, Johnny Clayton beating Jose de Sousa 6 legs to 5. That was another good match. And then, of course, the best game of the night, I think, in my opinion. Left right till the end, Joe Cullen in a 6 legs to 4 win against Stephen Bunting. So that is all of tonight's action done and dusted. Tomorrow night, I'll be live from 7 for 4 games. Gary Anderson, Gerwyn Price, Peter Wright and Van Gerwen are the 4 big games on tomorrow night. Some brilliant, brilliant games to come. And let's have a quick look at how the table is looking. So tomorrow, we will be watching Gerwyn Price, who will be taking on Joe Cullen. Gary Anderson will be taking on Adrian Lewis. What a game that will be. Those have got plenty of history, of course. Peter Wright will be taking on the Wizards, Simon Whitlock. And then Michael Van Gerwen will be taking on the World Cup of Darts winner, Johnny Clayton. 4 brilliant games to come tomorrow night. And as I said, I'll be live from 7 for that. Let's have a look at some of the other stuff coming on the channel. As I said, we've got the Masters. We've watched that tonight, of course. We've got 2 Premier League watch-alongs coming tomorrow. Arsenal Man United is not happening now. But what is coming instead tomorrow, we've got Everton Newcastle, which is at 12. And then Fulham West Brom, which is at 3 o'clock. Then I'll be back tomorrow, 7 with day 2 of Ladbrokes Masters with 4 brilliant, brilliant second round games. And then I'll be back with the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow night at 10, on Sunday even, 7. And then straight after that, the darts is finished, but the Royal Rumble will begin. Kieran L, Kieran D and Rowan will be live with that straight after the darts at around about 11 o'clock for the Royal Rumble 2021. Should be very good indeed. If you want to check out our social media links, as always, join us on Twitter and Instagram, where we tweet and, of course, post when we are live on the channel. That is at @_top corner for our Twitter. And Instagram is _sports corner _. Well worth, joining us on Twitter and Instagram, and you'll be able to see when we go live. And then, of course, as I said, the sports-corner.com is our brand new website. We launched it last week. If you've got, any time, go and check it out. Plenty of new content available every day. So if you've got 10 or 15 minutes, maybe you're on a train, then check out our written content. Well worth reading some of the fantastic stuff some of the guys have been writing over the last few weeks. But Harry's put, great stream today, can't wait for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Harry. Carl's put, thoroughly enjoyed the darts. Last 4 games were the best. Cheers, Josh. Brilliant way to kill 4+ hours. And then Michael, good job, may well see you tomorrow. Hopefully you join us tomorrow. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you to all of you that have had to sit there and watch me the last 4.5 hours talk absolute shite and drink gin. That usually happens on every dart stream, if I'm being honest with you. But as for now, Have a fantastic morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are. I will see you at 7:10 tomorrow. Don't forget to join Rowan for Everton Newcastle at 12 o'clock. But I'm going to jump in bed now and have a really, really nice rest. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Enjoy the darts. See you later.